Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello there. Welcome back to day 12 of Ninja Ball's Gamesfest. Wow, thank you so much for continuing to show up for this absolute nonsense that we're doing here. I love it. Right, here we are. We're logging in. We're off. Guns and Raiders, hello there. Lena Elvira, hello. Moose, hello there. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. Oh, I thought it's not in a state to do that, Lena. I shouldn't have tried. Hello, Tariel. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to you. One and all. Welcome on in. Right. Where were we? Yesterday's stream was a little bit rushed in the end because Ribbon Spire was such a ton of fun that we basically ran out of time to do all of the things that I had down for the stream. I was going to do a run in Doom Eternal on Nightmare difficulty. That is a sub-goal that we met a few days ago. So that was bumped into today. But we were having so much fun with Ribbon Spire, and I really wanted to finish it and wrap it up on that day. And yeah, it turns out it's like everyone's favorite base game zone, which is something I did not know until very recently. Deadmeister, morning, morning. Morning, 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 as my old boss used to say. Make sure the audio levels are more or less correct. Ah, how are you guys doing? It is Tuesday. I've lost all sense of what day it is, what time it is, what's happening. Streaming every day is quite an experience. Even just having one day off per week. Hello there. Makes a difference. And yeah, it's weird. I used to stream every day. But I guess I wasn't doing as long hours as I have been this September. Flawless Sinner. Hello there. Come here, my little friend. How you doing? I really got to get some new impressions. I'm wearing all these, like, C- impressions. Wearing them out completely. Oh, would you look at that? Ancient Daedric. Still worth 81,000 or thereabouts. Nice. Right, I'm going to need to do surveys at some point pretty soon. I don't think that'll be today. I'm not in the mood. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff, administrative nonsense, I need to take care of on this account. Man, the junk is just piling up. Good junk, though. Anyway. Welcome back to Ninja Balls. I really appreciate you guys showing up every day. It's amazing. It's such a lovely hang, and I'm honoured and more than a little bit humbled. So thank you, first of all. What should we talk about today? One of the things on the agenda is going to be The Witcher 3. That is our game of the day in terms of, you know, the different game that we're playing every day throughout Gamesfest. And it is a lot more work than I imagined it would be when I suggested this to Maya back in late August. I said, hey, we should play a different game every day. Little did I think, well, it's not going to be enough to just boot up the game and go from the beginning. Sometimes that's fine. Like when we play Space Marine 2, I think we will just go from the start. Because the start is really, really good. It gets you into the hot seat very fast. But with a lot of games, let's face it, you want to start the showcase not at the beginning. You want to be an hour or two in. Like Skyrim. I didn't fire that up from the start because none of you need to see that again. Morrowind was a little bit different because that opening is so iconic and so beautiful when you first see Seydanine. And we want to talk to Jub in the ship, don't we? Wake up. Waltronium, hello there. But it has been an amusing amount of work. Like, not back-breaking or anything, but I'm talking, like, 90 minutes to 2 hours every evening of installing a game, getting all the settings sorted, checking that it will stream well, because we had some things where, like Oblivion Remastered, the DLSS in that game just did not play well with my capture card. So you guys were getting a lot of stutter. So checking all of that stuff, that it doesn't just play smooth for me, but it looks smooth when I hit record, when I capture it. And making sure I either have a save game that is in an interesting place, or I play forward to the point where we then can pick up at an interesting spot for you guys. Because, you know, I take this shit seriously. If I was watching a streamer, the last thing I would want to see is them just half-assing it and taking my attention for granted. So, inevitably, I'm going to have to cut some corners somewhere. I can't do everything. But, you know, wherever it's avoidable, I don't want to do that. 2 hours of character creation, exactly. Yeah, you should you'd be amused if you'd seen some of the characters I've been creating. Boom, 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 boom. It's very much the bish, bash, bosh school of character choice. Why? I think I may have crashed, guys. I can't sell. It says deposit. Is anyone moving? Yeah, I haven't crashed. We've still got player movement. Yeah, deposit. It's just bugged. This NPC is bugged out. How strange. Let's try a different one.
Feel free to...
But yeah, I'm looking forward to... so merchants are buggered. Alright. Let's get out of here and load back in. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a bit of Witcher 3 later because... Yeah, The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings was really excellent in a lot of ways, but it's sort of not the important one, I think. The first Witcher was the thing that got them off the ground. That was liftoff for this studio. And The Witcher 3 was their huge success. You know, without that, I don't know that they could have or would have gone on to make a game like Cyberpunk. There we go, fixed. Thank you for your service. Frugo Dons. What a great name. Alataro, there are no bugs in ESO, only surprising new features. Yeah, where the merchant you're speaking to suddenly decides, no, I want to be a banker. I've always wanted to be a banker. My mother pushed me into this merchant nonsense. So they refuse to buy anything, they just will accept deposits. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Oh, what the hell is this? Well, that looks fun. That looks like... That does not look like a garment, does it? Doesn't look like a piece of gear. The icon makes it look like some sort of a medallion. Or a... I don't know, a token from a boss. That's fun. First time I've actually noticed that. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to do a little bit of writtage today just to catch up because I haven't been doing them. Very bad, very bad. But yeah, we're just warming up here. It is about 20 past 11 UK time. So I guess just after midday for many of you. Or if you're a very early bird in the United States, like 6 AM or something, 20 past 6. But yeah, it was fun checking out Ribbon Spy yesterday. Man, kind of revelatory. Not only how much I remembered, but how much, how good it really is. It is like even better than I recalled. And also how many of you guys are like, nope, hands down, that is the best base game zone. So that's the one to beat, ladies and gentlemen. What have we got? We got Alakir Desert coming up today. If any of you are puzzled by the title of the stream, Combing the Desert with Tim Russ. Tim Russ is a wonderful actor who appeared in, most famously in Star Trek Voyager, as Tuvok, the Vulcan security officer, but he's done tons of stuff. And that's just the thing he's most known for. And the other two important things are that he was in Spaceballs. If I just bring that up.
we being too literal?
No, you fool. We're following orders. We were told to comb the desert, so we're combing it.
Found anything yet? Nothing yet, sir!
This is the scene he's most famous for, probably,
How
other
about
than
you?
Star Trek.
Not a thing, sir!
Combing the desert. And the
What
Afro
about
comb.
you guys? We ain't found shit!
So I'm just gonna keep this there in the background to play throughout the day. So that is one of his most famous lines. He even tweeted a couple of years back, I think. It was of him with an Afro comb and like a cat litter tray, obviously a clean one, and he was just running the comb through the litter tray in an absent-minded manner and listing all his achievements as an actor, all the things that he's done, all the shows that he's been on, the things he's famous for, and yet the thing he's most famous for is saying, "We ain't found shit." And the second piece of that puzzle is that Tim Russ is a voice in The Elder Scrolls Online. So that's the connection. Specifically, he's like one of the male Redguard voices that you will run into throughout those zones, where there are a lot of Redguard characters, and an Argonian male voice as well. Polite Me Popsicle, 6:19 a.m. Yeah, so you're on East Coast America. Thanks for giving away your location. Hype, super specific, right? Well, thank you very much for joining us. Are you just up late or are you up early? If you don't mind me asking. Imagine if Tuvok said that to Janeway. In my imagination, there was a time when they were just, I don't know, maybe they're having a really good shoot day and they were ahead of schedule. And Janeway says something like that to him and he just can't resist the opportunity to throw that back at Kate Mulgrew and say, "We ain't found shit." That would have absolutely killed.
No.
I do remember hearing about that time when there's a very iconic shot in the Two Towers where Aragorn, who's been considered dead because he went off a cliff attached to a warg, right? A warg, or whatever they're called. So everyone assumes he's dead, but he makes his way back to the king, to Mediceld or whatever, and finds King Theoden. And there's this iconic shot where Viggo Mortensen pushes open the doors, the double doors, and then like walks in. And apparently the first time they shot that, they had a couple of scantily clad ladies or whatever, or a couple of people on the crew, I don't know, pretending to be strippers sitting on King Theoden's lap. But I guess that I've never seen the actual. How many people fall off things in Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Falling Off Things. But like me, Bob Scott, I'm up 5:30 to 6 most days. Wow, you're like Maya. I had a real lie-in today. I got up at like 8:15. That is super late for me. Kind of loved it. It meant I was obviously in need of a bit of sleep. Caught up on it. Maya had already taken the dog out without me, which is sad, you know, that I missed it, but a relief that it got done. Grey Kirk, hello there, how you doing? And most people talk about the combs and We Ain't Found Shit, but my favorite part is him using the megaphone to talk to the guy next to him and then shouting to the guys far away. There are so many good gags, like subtle gags in those movies. Both the Zucker brothers films and Mel Brooks, that kind of stuff, they're just loaded with comedy. So you can watch them 3 times and still miss a ton of stuff. Just brilliant. Conjured Samurai, ludicrous speed. What's ludicrous? Polite Me Popsicle, if I sleep to 8, I get headaches. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I literally can't sleep that late most days. I just won't be able to, unless I have an absolute rager the night before. A ludicrous speed, right, yeah. Not ludicrous speed. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, sorry. I've only seen the movie 2 times, I think. Need to watch it again. It's excellent. That's very good. Very, very good. The Schwartz. Top tier stuff. But yeah, so that's why we went for the combing the desert with Tim Russ. Because we are going to bump into his voice a couple of times during the quest.
I can.
And it's just a lovely reference. I couldn't resist it. Plus, Maya thought it was funny. When I said, what shall I name the stream today? Something to do with deserts. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Gonna get some writs out of the way here. Then we're gonna continue with the Daggerfall Covenant storyline from the high point of Rivenspire. See where it goes from there. We're gonna do some Doom Nightmare Mode and Witcher 3. And try to be intelligent and insightful. Good luck with that, Khan. In our comparisons between that and the first game. The first attempt at creating an RPG in the Witcher universe. And actually, to be honest, I think a lot of the really hard work, they'd already got it pretty close to the mark in the first game. But I won't spoil. I won't jump ahead too much. But there are some key... There are some key innovations that make that third game hit so much harder in terms of the combat and when you're interacting with other characters, the storytelling. And both are just massively, massively improved over the first one. Flawless Sinner. I'm scared to watch Spaceballs now. I'm scared that my tastes have changed with my age, and I don't want to ruin my childhood. I would be very surprised. I say go for it. It is aged extremely well. There's some, like, a lot of those movies from that era, there is some homophobic or sexist humor in there, which is dated pretty badly. But I don't think Spaceballs has a great deal of that. You know, the whole gay panic of the 80s? That can be pretty cringe when you look at it now, and it's like, the joke, really? That's your entire joke? Is that, look at that guy, he's gay. You know, there's a little bit of that in Police Academy. But those movies were never as good as Spaceballs. Not a chance. But yeah, I'd say go for it. Get stuck in, Flawless Sinner. You'll be laughing your ass off. Blazing Saddles as well. Brilliant. Gungeon Samurai, probably 25 years since I last saw it. Well, same to you then, Samurai. Get on it, especially with the new one coming out. There's a sequel in the works. We all need to refresh our memories. Yeah, as Waltronium was saying, there we go. The luggage password quote. That's the kind of thing an idiot would put in his luggage. Is it 12345 is the password? Hey, that's what I have on my luggage. Like I said, I don't have the quotes down all the way. I've only seen it twice. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. How's it going, Guns and Raiders? I hope you're having a lovely day. Lovely start to the week, everyone. War Games is still brilliant to this day. So I keep hearing. Yeah, I never saw that when I was a kid. I think a little bit before my time, maybe. I don't really know why it never came my way, but by the time I heard of it, I was a teenager and thought, well, that looks crummy and dated. But, yeah, I keep hearing it being referenced with great affection. And then people say, oh, I rewatched it, it holds up really well. So that's cool. I definitely want to check it out. Great Cook, I love the Police Academy series. I have a certain degree of affection for them as well. There were a couple of films that my sister used to love watching when we were very small from the Police Academy series. So I kind of associate them with... There's a nostalgia there for me. But I think, let's be real. We can love them, but are they... Do they measure up to series like The Naked Gun? Airplane? Spaceballs? I really don't think so. And I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's fairly... But yeah, the thing with Police Academy, it has so many very funny characters in it. So many beloved performances in it. That there's always something that's fun. Always someone fun to hang around with. Yeah, get on it, Samurai. I will if you will. If you guys rewatch Spaceballs, Maya and I will finally check out War Games. She's definitely down for that. Alice from Black Wolf woke up this morning and found I got gifted a sub. Congratulations. Yeah, I think I remember that happening. And I may not have shouted out the person who did it because it popped up as a notification on screen, but it didn't pop up in Twitch chat. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, but Voltronia, my father took me to see Police Academy in the movie theater when I was 10, 11. Not sure it would be considered appropriate these days. I mean, that doesn't make it inappropriate, but which one, I wonder? The first Police Academy, what does that have in it? There's quite a lot of nudity in some of them. I think that might be the first one where they have that crazy party. Is that the first one? And for some reason, all the women get topless after a few drinks. It's like, give me a break. Gunja Samurai, I actually have Spaceballs on VHS in a box somewhere. Wow. I have a... Well, it might be at my parents' house, but somewhere I've got like a VHS of Jurassic Park. Because when I was a little kid, I was quite into dinosaurs. Not that unusual, but I was more into it than most kids were. To the point where I'd read a couple of books about paleontology and stuff like this. You know, when I was like 5 or 6. And I bet my parents got their hopes up. Like, oh, this guy's going to be really smart. Wrong. But yeah, so I've got actually a boxed VHS of that movie somewhere. And the box is like a slab of rock. You know, obviously plastic, but, you know, textured and everything. I bet loads of people have that, but it's a kind of a fun little thing that you don't see that much nowadays. Yeah, the first nudity, exactly. Yeah, so I'm remembering that correctly. Oh man, Maya loves Police Academy. I feel bad we're talking about Police Academy without her here. Polite Meat Popsicle, the integral racism in the Police Academy 1 is interesting, cringe in parts, but also finish the movie with the racist people all learning the value of those they were racist against. Oh yeah, there is, you're right, depicting racism in films is not a problematic thing to do. You're absolutely right, because there's a Confederate sort of guy who makes a bunch of cracks about, oh, I didn't think there'd be so many spades around here, and that is treated with disdain and disgust by the movie and by the audience. We're invited to look down on this guy for his ignorant ass opinions. But they can also step on a bunch of rakes. It's just I don't really get a lot out of those people who derive great pleasure and glee on looking at a thing from the 80s or earlier and picking holes in it and saying, well, that's very retrograde. I think it's good to just make a note of it. But, you know, don't make a big deal out of it. It was a different time. It's been and gone. It's been done. We should focus more on stuff that's being created nowadays and whether or not it is like horrendously backward or clumsy or whatever. People can get too head up about that sort of thing, can't they? Certainly not gonna I'm not gonna boycott older movies and other forms of entertainment unless it's something like extremely repellent that they're doing. I literally can't think of any examples of that. So yeah, Meat Popsicle, absolutely right. They make movies now. Bro, have you done a Naj trifecta yet? I haven't even been to the new dungeons on live. Did everything on PTS. Don't have a dungeon group currently, so no. But I don't think the Naj Kaldish one is very difficult, is it? It's fun, and they've pitched it at about the right level, but it's not like it's. No one is saying it's a tough one. We certainly didn't find it to be on PTS. Why'd you ask? Is that a thing that you'd want to see on stream? Watching people prog trifectas is... It sounds like it would be really fun, but it's usually really dull. Because, well, A, there's a lot of resetting, which is not fun to watch. B, you can't really... It's difficult to get a good sense of exactly what's going on. Maybe if you're seeing the tank or healer's POV, it's a little bit better. But C, and the most important reason, if I'm focused on a trifecta, even if it's not a terribly difficult one, I'm going to be focused more on that than I am on you guys, and that means the stream is immediately inferior to how it otherwise would be, I think. Zdenya, and hello. Raptor, do you do any prog stuff? Yeah, of course. Ninja Pulls does... I have every trifecta in the game. Well, not trials. I'm missing some of the newer trifectas. I also don't have a Godslayer for various reasons. But, yeah, we've done a lot of that on stream in the past. It just doesn't work that well. It's not good content. People tend to leave, and you start getting self-conscious. Do I need to stop doing this? It just, yeah. It's tricky. But in theory, I love the idea of doing sweaty content on stream. But honestly, it's weird. I don't understand why it happens. Maybe you guys can help me out here. But even if I go into a teaching trial, even if I'm not the raid lead, so my focus is still on chat, I still get the sense that a lot of people leave. But maybe that's the people who think trials are bad. Trials are bad, okay? I don't know. What do you guys think? Because you probably know more about this than I do. Because I would never switch off a stream or switch to a different streamer if the person I'm watching goes into a trial. I'd only do that if kind of stuff stops happening or if comments are popping up in chat that they're not engaging with. I don't know. Ultronium Nudge, the one with the music playing puzzle? Yes. No spoilers. Moose, I've only done Kaldish hard mode so far. How much more difficult is Black Gem? Much more. But it's not the usual type of difficulty. It is a million mechanics that you have to do correctly. You know, positioning, timing, picking up certain things, reacting very fast. It's not DPS, healing checks, things like that. I think, at least on PTS, we felt like the DPS checks were actually really soft. They were very easy. You do not need a lot of damage, but I wouldn't pug Black Gem hard modes in a million years. Not a chance. The first two are fine. It's just the third one, which is like insane in a fantastic way. I really, really liked it. I responded really well to that. But we were genuinely confused for about 20 minutes. What the hell is even happening? Then we saw that book by the entrance. And in our defense, we were some of the first people to go in there. So... But yeah, I love being just confounded by new mechanics. That feels good. It's not a great feeling when you walk into a new dungeon, especially if you're a dungeon guy like me and you're all excited about it, and it's not that difficult. You don't really feel under that much pressure. Oh, the mechanics are all fairly familiar. It's difficult for the devs not to create that situation, but man, it's massively appreciated when they do. When they find a way to do something fresh. Dragon, I put it up there with Lepsiclusa hard mode, slightly harder for Black Gem Foundry. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, you thought Kaldish was a little too easy doing a blind run. And Talat! I'm waving back. Hello there. Yeah, Lepsiclusa's not that bad. It's the second one. That second hard mode to do that deathless. The group really just needs to be on point, but no one's job is individually that hard. It's more about communication, coordination between tank and healer, positioning by the DDs. Are they able to use their feet and open their eyes? You know? I've seen very, very good players die repeatedly in that second Lepsiclusa fight. Bumblebee Panda, welcome on in. And Greykirk, give the floops a treat. Oh, let's get on that. DDs have eyes? I don't believe it. Raptor Bro, hot take. I think Aussie and Cage trial is not good. Bland and boring. I have news for you, Raptor. That is not a hot take. That is an extremely cool, medium temperature take. I think that's pretty much universal. The first couple of times I was in there, I did really like the visual of the place. You know, the environments, the giant skeletons, all that stuff. I was really into it. I thought, yeah, they did a great job of making Cold Harbor look interesting again. And I really like the final fight. Caspian, that's a cool fight. But I'm much more in line with what you're saying. On my third, fourth, fifth, sixth visit, I was like, yeah, they didn't slam dunk this one. The weakest trial we've had since Kind's Aegis, I think. And for such unnecessary reasons as well. I think I was right in my initial impressions. The environment is cool, but it's too long. You get bored of it. It ceases to have any impact. And all those side bosses, what's the point of all those channelers? There's nothing challenging or interesting or engaging. It's just, oh, it's like a chore, isn't it? I'm really surprised and sad for the team that that didn't become clear during testing. Because it has been, you're right, it's an almost universal complaint, isn't it? Maybe, hey, if anyone really loves Aussie and Cage and has done it, say, more than 5 times, 5 or more clears, let me know. Because we are getting no requests for that trial. Nobody wants to go there. Partly that's to do with the sets, you know, the gear isn't that interesting. But normally every year we've had the first month or two after a new trial arrives, it is teaching trial after teaching trial. I once did 6 teaching trials in a day, back to back, Insanity's Edge, because everyone wanted to do it. They were all full. 12 hours of raiding, non-stop. That was exhausting. But we've had, like, 3 people, maybe, in our entire Discord of 2.7 thousand people have asked for Aussie and Cage. So we'll see if that changes. And we'll train him. Here we go. Thank you. I don't really like watching trials on stream. Not that trials are a bad thing. It's players standing around for long periods whilst they talk about their dogs or dinner, and the lead telling people what they should be doing. Yeah, so that's the problem. If you're just watching the trifecta clear happen by itself, or if the group is just having fun and they happen to get a trifecta, but the two don't usually go hand in hand. Usually there are problems, and people have to stop and talk about it. And if you're not in the group, even if you are in the group, that's pretty boring. So yeah, it's a tough one. I really hope we can figure out a way to stream more trials and have it be fun. Maybe the way to do it is for me to raid lead, but so that you guys can't hear me, and Maya to stream the run, and then she could just focus on talking to you guys. Maybe that's the way we can make it fun. Because I think if you could stream trials in a way that makes them seem as fun as they really are, it's going to work. It's going to make people more interested. Isn't it? Just like watching a PvPer have a ton of fun. It's infectious. You want to jump in there and give it a go, see if you can do some of the things that they're doing. But, yeah, we're going to have to figure a way to crack that nuts. Alright, well, I'm gonna give the animals a treat real quick. Come on then. Sit.
Hello there.
Alison Blackwolf, hello there. So, Moose, you reckon we're watching very different trial runs then? TD's of eyes. Well, not making up, I must be watching the wrong streams. I don't know, I recognise some of what you were saying, for sure. I mean, I don't think that is what I would do if I was... When I stream teaching trials, I'm talking to you guys, and I'm talking to the group, and I'm only pausing to give lengthy chatter if people have a question. And I say, look, please ask questions. Interrupt me to ask your questions, but let's move. You know, I want to keep this fun for the group, and I definitely want to keep it fun for the stream. But even then, it's tricky. The two aren't, like, immediately and obviously compatible, I would say. That's the problem. It works much better with single-player, challenging stuff. Dragon, I have, but it's because I have to film my sticker book. Yeah. Austin Cage so boring. Nothing like a good old-fashioned VDSR. I think it's also a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more we talk about how boring it is, the easier it becomes to believe it. I don't think it's that bad. I just think it's unnecessarily long. It's got way too many ad pulls that aren't... You know, why give us a bunch of ad pulls without giving us anything new? And those bits where we have to take the portal and deal with the channeler, it's not difficult. It's not interesting. Like, what? I feel like they put it in there to explain the first boss. You know? That makes sense. That is a thing they've done in Trials and Dungeons in all 11 years that this game has existed. When a key mechanic is approaching on a boss, maybe the trash ball just before it, or you'll see some interaction, like a little cutscene play out where the mechanic is shown, so that you have an idea of what's going on. This is good game development. It's like best practice, but it's like they forgot that it's just a thing we need to know about for the first boss, and they continue to keep banging that drum. I honestly think if you got rid of the channelers, removed a couple of sections from the trash pull runs between each boss, I think the trial would be up there with Sanity's Edge, if not ahead of it. But yeah, I do agree with you, Raptor. It's no Dread Sale. Shadow Ghost, yeah, I like watching trials regardless. Awesome. I'm glad those people are out there. I generally enjoy watching them. Like I said, I'll only leave if a streamer is being uninteresting, or if they are being distracted. You know, it might not be their fault. But if I don't feel like I'm getting much out of the experience, then I might head off and see what else is going on. Or obviously if the streamer's a friend and I just want to hang out with them, then that's different. But yeah, it's got nothing to do with the concept of going into a trial. Nothing against that. In fact, I'd love to see more of it. I think we could do a lot more to evangelize trials to more casual or newer players. There's so many people who are terrified of going in. Maybe terrified is a bit strong, right? But you know, people who are nervous or intimidated about going into trials, either because of the content, they don't feel they're not sure of their ability to play the game, or mostly it's a social thing. Like, people are going to be dicks. There are going to be things that I don't know and that are hard for me to know in advance, and when it becomes clear that I don't know them, someone's going to be a jackass and it's going to ruin my day. Very, very relatable, but I think we just need to reassure folks that if you join a guild, that is much less likely to happen. Even in pugs, you can get lucky and everyone there is just being chill and productive. But all it takes is one a-hole with no social skills or no understanding, no empathy of what other people might be going through around them. And yeah, you create a bad experience. And then people are like, well, I'm not doing that again. And they'll tell their friends, I tried pugging this trial. People were dicks. Don't do it. How long did it take to get the Silver Surfer skin? About 3 minutes? You mean, what is that, Immortal Redeemer? It's not even Immortal Redeemer, is it? It's just the hard mode in there. You could do that in about 3 minutes. If it's a good group, if it's a very good group, you could do it in 1 minute. But that's probably out of the question for most players. 5-6 minutes for a competent group. If they're taking more than 7-8 minutes, then they are bad at the trial and should probably, or the comp is bad or whatever. They maybe need to replace some people, or they're going about it in the wrong way. Just being honest. A-hole with no social skills. I feel attacked here. Definitely not me, Popsicle. Absolutely not. Why would you say such a thing? You know what I mean, though. The person who gleefully seizes the opportunity to flame somebody else. And you don't need to be a psychologist to figure out why they're acting that way. You know? But yeah, more trials. Okay. Well, we'll try to figure out how we can do that in a way which keeps things fun. And Moose, please ask questions so we can teach you if there's something you don't understand. The amount of times I've said those words and had 0 questions only for my group to mess up and wipe very early is incalculable, yeah. People really need... They hear those words, but they don't believe it. They don't believe that you really do want to answer their questions. Sometimes people are just shy. And often it'll take an example to break through that. I've done this when other raid leads are running a teaching thing and I'm just there along for the ride. I will ask a question that I definitely know the answer to, but which I'm thinking, hey, if they clarify this, A, people will understand it a little bit better, and B, people will hear someone, hey, raid lead, tell me something. And after you just need to break the ice. Hey, Anno got the first meow today also. Good work. Excellent work. So I then sigh and repeat the message. No questions, wipe, repeat, sigh. Then I get known as the grumpy one, and people get scared of me. Everyone has that point at which they go, alright guys, what the fuck? Eventually, that'll happen to anyone. I think one way to break through that is to put people on the spot. If there is a person that you can see definitely doesn't understand something, say, look, no judgment, what did you die to? Or what is it that you're missing? How can I help? How can I help you understand this? That's why we're here. Sometimes that can help. Feels a little bit mean. Hey, Steve, you caused us to wipe. Talk to me about it. You know? Well, this is the character I'm going to be playing later. Welcome on in if you just joined us. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're talking about streaming trials and why it sometimes is difficult to do in an entertaining way. Maybe that's just a thing that I have problems with. Maybe I'm just not entertaining enough. Maybe the trials that we're running are not at a high enough level to be exciting, or not at a low enough level to be comprehensible to people who aren't like experts in raiding. But it's definitely a thing that we've struggled with. You can literally see people heading for the door when we go into a trial sometimes. Not always. I think especially on Saturday mornings. We have a Saturday morning group which is struggling to get players in. So by the way, guys, if you're free, Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. UK time, it is actually, people don't know this, it is I sound like Donald Trump. People don't know this, but Saturday morning is actually the best time to run trials. Believe me, okay? Saturday morning is an excellent time to run trials. Trump is absolutely right. Yeah, this group is the most fun one that we have, but we're really struggling to recruit to replace some of the people that left over the summer break. Couple of folks took a break from the game. One has like technical, like they basically need to move house and put the whole new PC setup together. Yada yada yada. So yeah, if anyone's up for that, check it out. Lena Elvira, I'm still intimidated by trials. Past experiences of jerks. Well, there we go. Thank you. So I'm not barking up the wrong tree completely. There are some people who definitely have that experience. Well, Lena, if you're able to come to a Ninja Pulls run, I can absolutely promise you that we will be able to undo some of that damage. Now, I should stress, we place great emphasis in Ninja Pulls on making sure everybody understands what the run is for. So if it's a teaching run, and we get a really, really experienced player coming in, I want to make sure they understand we are not going to go super fast. There are people who are going to ask questions. We might wipe because the tank doesn't know what they're doing. As long as they know what they're doing with their build, that's fine. But they might not have tanked the fight before. We have to be prepared for that. And as long as people are on the same page and they get all that, but if someone shows up and they're expecting smooth sailing and then it's a complete shit show, they will very quickly lose patience. Whereas if they just understand beforehand, this is going to be a little bit up and down, a little bit rough and ready, we may not clear, but whatever, I'll have fun, I'll help some people learn something. It's a very different thing, you know what I mean? That's like the key, that is the most important thing. Well, Trinum, did Nefas try to do a big trials for newbie push a few years ago? I don't know the answer to this. Yeah, I'm not sure why that didn't work. Very, very briefly, he got in touch with Maya to say, you know, we need raid leads for this. Are you guys interested? I know Ninja Pulls does. Hey, Raptor. Whoa. Thanks for the subs. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That is an incredible show of support this early in the morning. Straight out of the gate, almost. I haven't even finished my Ritz yet. We've got 5 subs. That is super, super generous. It is September, so we are more grateful than ever for the support shown during this month while things are on offer. And, yeah, I could not be more grateful for that. Thanks for chatting with us. Yeah, oh man, anytime. Literally anytime. Throughout September, I'm here every day. We're calling it Ninja Pulls Gamesfest because every streamer does September, right? They have to. It's a part of the quote-unquote business model. But we wanted to do something a little bit special, stream every single day. It's going well so far. Ask me in a couple of weeks how I'm doing. And we wanted to play a different game every single day. So it's always going to be ESO. That is our home. The home of our community. It's where we want to be. But we have played a different game in the latter part of the stream every single day. Today it's going to be The Witcher 3. We played the first Witcher game from 2007 yesterday. So yeah, we're going to sort of compare and contrast. Talk about where games have been headed, where they're headed now. What makes them work, what makes them not work so well, all the blah blah blah, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's been really, really fun. And we're doing that all in the service of drumming up subs. So, Raptor, I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you. Massive high fives. Anyway, what was I saying? It completely threw me off. Nefas. Yeah, so he had a really, really good idea. Project Vitality, it was called. Nefas doesn't get enough credit, I think, sometimes for the things that he tried to do for the ESO community. The only thing, he did have a bit of a temper. He would give up on people if he thought they were just being dicks, and people did attack him quite a lot as well, which didn't help. And he could take things very personally, but he did try to do a lot of good in the ESO community. I don't know the guy very well. He was very, very... I felt like he was very distant when I met him last year in Amsterdam. He didn't seem interested in talking to anyone, really. But with hindsight, maybe he was already fed up with the Elder Scrolls. Who knows? Who knows? I couldn't say. But anyway, he got in touch with Ninja Pulls about Project Vitality when he was just starting it out. This is a few years back. And it's easy for me to say this. Oh, we were right all along. But I think it's true. Maya responded to him saying, this is an awesome idea. I love it. It's pretty much what we do. Hey, DevCons. How's it going? Thank you very much for that. Con. Yeah, but Maya said to him, trust me, I've been doing this for a few years already on a smaller scale. You are going to need somebody to just work full-time on this. You are going to need somebody to vet the raid leads. Make sure they are nice. Make sure they are good. Make sure they have some fucking social skills and human decency if they are really going to be hand-holding and teaching players through this stuff. And Nefa said, yeah, I hear you. I can't do that. And I don't know of anyone who's able to do that. And Maya said, well, I'm warning you, you will run into the quicksand with this project if you don't have someone to take responsibility for the whole thing. And she was right. That is exactly what happened. When he opened up, do you want to be a raid lead? Are you a raid lead for Project Vitality? Of course, 1 million people clicked yes. I will be a raid lead because it's like status, right? Did they know what they were doing? Yeah, some of them were awesome. And we were lucky to have them in a project like this. Some of them were absolute jokers who didn't know what was going on. Some of them were well-intentioned, but didn't have the experience to really do this, or the patience to deal with people who were learning. So, yeah, it's a much, much more difficult thing. Just like running a guild. Ask anyone who's tried to run a guild for real in this game. Loads of people try it. A lot of people manage to get by. Very few, I think, do a seriously good job, because it is a huge amount of work. And I've been in several guilds that have collapsed simply because, the road is paved with good intentions. The person who owned the guild wasn't just after status or anything like that. They genuinely had every intention to build a lovely community which would help people, but it didn't work because they weren't there often enough to take a stand and to make sure the car was steered back onto the road when someone was being a jackass or when there was a disagreement. It's really, really hard. So yeah, that is a very good question, Ultronium. Sorry, that sent me off on a bit of a tangent there, but I think Maya was right. And look, this is a matter of record. We have the messages to and from between them where she said, I don't think this will work very well unless you do what we've found we had to do. And they didn't, because they couldn't. Couldn't do it. Anyway, Zenian, that's how I feel about veteran trials. People punch you in the dick when you screw up. They don't always, but yeah, exactly. If there's the threat of that, you just can't be bothered. You don't want that. Even if you're thick-skinned and grown up and it's not going to upset you, it's still going to make you roll your eyes and have a bad afternoon. Yeah, I get it, Xenia. Lena, so now I'm just a grandma core ESO player doing crafting and PvE. Well, like I said, we'd love, if you're interested, we'd love to see if we can change that, whether that is by hosting a different kind of trial on stream so that people can get a sense of what is expected in a typical pug or a typical guild run. I have no trouble doing that. As long as people want to see it, I'll do it. That sounds dirty. Reminds me of that tramp in the Dread movie, with Carl Urban and Olivia Thirlby. There's a guy who dies very early on in the film, and he's just a homeless guy. And the sign that he's got next to him says, "Will debase self for cash." That's pretty much. I'll debase myself in ESO if it helps the community, All the leaders quit the game. Yeah, that's often cited as the reason that Update 35 killed, but I don't think that's true. There's no evidence for that or it might be a contributing factor, but it was already an issue that anyone could say, I'm a raid lead, and off they went. Like, how is it different from Craglorn Pugs at that point? You need someone to actually vet these people. And that's almost a full-time job. In my opinion, that's why it was never going to work as well as Nefas would have hoped. But I don't know that I would put much stock in, you know, people saying that he only did it was like a vanity project, self-aggrandizing. I don't think that's true. I think he genuinely wanted to help. And to recruit, there are loads of people who play this game but don't do trials. And they tell themselves often, to make themselves feel better or something, that there's an elite somewhere that's keeping them out of trials. That is complete bull. Like, that there's not a shred of truth to that. And Nefas's whole project illustrates it perfectly. This is a lot of people putting a lot of effort and a lot of time into recruiting more casual players, people who aren't focused on trials, recruiting them into that space where we have a larger raiding community from which everybody can benefit. The whole idea of gatekeepers is a myth. That is the one, like, blanket thing I will say. And whenever anyone asks me about ESO, it's usually like, well, it depends. You know, it's a complicated game, and it's all very ambiguous, but that is the one blanket statement I will say. Gatekeeping is not a thing. And if it is, it's extremely isolated. Anyway. Like me, Popsicle. If there is one of those in the group, my mediocre damage will draw them out for a quality rage quit. And Moose, I understand everything. No questions. I can see you fucking up completely. Don't make me call you out. Yeah. Is there a trial group for the socially awkward? I would sign up for that. I mean, any of mine, probably. Like, we take all comers. And if someone... I've definitely had groups where someone has DM'd me in advance and said, look, I'm a little bit quiet. Take it easy. And within a few weeks, they're chatting away with everyone. Because they realize nothing bad is going to happen, at least with these folks. It can take time, right? Anox, I can verify Khan's statement. I've enjoyed every run I've joined so far. Unfortunately, I had to unsign for last Friday's run of VLC. The pub had just ahead of rain. Yeah, no problem. They went ahead anyway. And Moose, Never's trial program thing was actually really good. Then everyone quit due to Zos messing with the game too much. Yeah, like I said, I think that may be a contributing factor, but we actually looked into this at the time. I think that was... I think he was calling it on the project already. And he was fed up with Zos over Update 35. So it's very similar to Update 47, right? It's not actually that bad, but it's so meh that people are having second thoughts. And especially weeks 1 and 2, when the devs suggested a bunch of changes that nobody wanted. No, these are bad ideas, you know? From a player standpoint, this is not good. Even though they reversed those changes, it leaves you feeling a little bit burned and wondering whether you should stick your hand back in the fire. You know, for a lot of people. So the raiding community has definitely shrunk a bit this patch. Like, just witness the fact that our prog groups are still struggling to come back after the summer break. Because it's difficult to find replacements. No. 8 Puppies was talking about closing down a bunch of his progs. Partly because they cannot beat their top scores now. Because the damage loss is so severe. No amount of practice or new strats or tech is going to allow them to compete at the level they were performing at last patch. And that leaves you with a kind of, well, what are we going to do? It's not really a comment on the patch itself. It's more of a sort of an emergent phenomenon within the community, right? This throwing your hands in the air and going, what the hell? I give up. But yeah, if you're trying to get something off the ground, like a Project Vitality, and then Update 35 comes along, it's got to be the hugest kick in the pants. I think that's the real reason. Along with everything else. You know, that not the real, but I think all of these 3 things are a big factor. Polite Meat Popsicle. Read a good comment from a YouTube video on WoW Classic. Here we go. I'm in my 40s. No interest in running raids with people with multiple overlapping mechanics. A dozen add-ons to track DPS with players playing raids as a job. The more casual pace of WoW Classic suits me. Out of game context, but maybe part of what is happening. Some casual players see raiding and eyes just glaze over with too much happening. Justice for Nefes. Yeah, like I said, I think, not to criticize the guy at all, I think he was not always well positioned to react to the drama that would sometimes pop off, and he could take things very personally. I don't know, like I said, I didn't know the guy very well, but he was, I think it is very hard to argue he wasn't trying to do something good. Enough said. So yeah, Justice for Nefes. And Devkins, thank you for the follow. Lifts a tail. How's it going? Moose, yeah, don't run a guild or trial group if you're a nice person who wants to stay nice, because you'll probably be seriously tested. Yeah. Shadow Ghost, I used to be a raid lead and officer in our trial guild. It was the most fun I had. Then we all took breaks and now the guild is gone. It's tough. Yeah, that sucks. It can happen, right? It just... And you don't know why, and it just drifts. I think Update 35, Update 47, they caused a little bit of this. And because there are always players who are on the tipping edge. You know? They've already got most of what they wanted to do in the game. It's not as exciting as it used to be. They've got really good at it. So that idea of getting better and better is kind of fallen by the wayside. And that's nothing to do with the new patch. But a new patch, it doesn't have to be terrible. It just needs to be a bit disappointing. And suddenly they're out the door. And I've said this before. I don't think Update 47 is necessarily to blame. I think Update 46... So subclassing in general is the root cause of a lot of the malaise currently. If you're not seeing it, then cool. It's mostly limited to the raiding space. I think the PvPs are more or less happy and unhappy in the way that they always were, because they often feel neglected, and rightfully so. And they're, you know, nervous, but also potentially hopeful about Cyrodiil Vengeance and where that eventually leads, and what the finished product might look like. But yeah, I think the sort of the organized raiding community has definitely seen a bit of a slump with Update 47. But yeah, I think with what Raptor was talking about earlier, Aussie and Cage, not that exciting. And that's a big deal if your main thing in ESO is raiding. The new trial that comes once a year is kind of a damp squib. That is, yeah, that takes a lot of wind out of your sails. And you're going to spend more time on your weekly gaming schedule in other games, getting your fix there. It hasn't had that effect on me, but I get it. Anyway. Calantax, hello there. Sorry I missed your entrance there. And Raptor Bro saying, I need to get the VMOL skin. Just haven't made time lately. Well, are you on PCEU? We could arrange a cheeky little VMOL trip if you're on PCEU and if you want to join the Ninja Bulls Guild. I haven't been there in a while. That'd be fun. I know, gatekeeping is only done by one of those delusional people, odd delusional people, running pugs in Craglawn. Some of them are weird and are too full of themselves, but most are decent. Yeah, like, that thing of, like, you need this certain amount of DPS or whatever. Those are just arbitrary yardsticks set by the individual because they want people with, you know, a baseline level of knowledge and capability and experience in the game. There is no way of measuring that. You can look at CP, you can look at what achievements that person has, you can look at their DPS. None of them are going to fit the bill. They're not going to tell you what you need to know, but in the absence of any real yardstick we can use, people will just go for whatever. I get it, but yeah, it can look like gatekeeping when in fact it's just they're running the trial so they can ask for whatever requirements they want. They're not trying to keep you out of trials in general. And organized guilds definitely don't do that. They try to set requirements which will get people in who are at the right kind of level. You know, we're trying to get people in, not keep people out. But like me, Popsicle, the reason I do limited numbers of dungeons, haven't trialed in ESO, is the impatient, sweaty tryharders, the freaks of that impatient, sweaty tryharder that freaks out the second a mob takes too long to die. Often have interrupted windows for gaming, so if it takes more than 20 minutes, make it interrupted with adulting. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Again, I'm not just trying to big up our guild, our community. There are Discord communities, a lot like Ninja Balls out there. There's a lovely group I'm in called the Danish Guild. I don't usually have time to run with them, but they're very chill. There are people who really know their stuff and who will help. But also, there are some fairly casual folks in there. They just enjoy raiding together. There are 100 Discords like that out there. See if you can find one, and don't be too put off if you get a couple of false positives before you find them. Most people in the ESO community are pretty chill. And Moose, when you run with pugs, yeah, absolutely. If you run with a proper group and you aren't just joining as a clueless player hoping for a carry, that doesn't happen. Pretty much what I'm saying. It really shouldn't happen. And if it does, there's usually a raid lead or a guild lead who can kick some ass and make sure that person either shuts the fuck up or is banned. Like, we've banned a guy. I don't know why he kept coming back. But either he had some sort of misfiring sense of social interaction, or he was just a troll, or a child, or a numpty. I don't know what it was. But he would just talk over the raid lead constantly. And if the raid lead asked him to be quiet, they would just type in chat, in group chat, constantly. And they were kicked from a group. They did it again. They were kicked from the guild. They created a new account. Oh, they name changed. That was it. They created a new Discord account and name changed their ESO @name to rejoin our guild and did the same thing. So they obviously really wanted to hang out with me and be in my raids, but couldn't behave themselves. That's super weird, right? That doesn't make any sense. Ted Meister. I've never been in a proper group for stuff. Would love to join in on stuff, but I lack experience and requirements most of the time. Yeah, for the teaching trials, you're generally there. And when we put 100k, we don't mean it has to be 100k. It's like, yeah, it's awkward. We don't want people to come along with just whatever. But as long as people are trying to do good damage, they're welcome. It's those people who don't realize they need to bring some damage because they believe all those myths about 30k DPS is enough. And there are content creators out there who peddle this nonsense. And it's not helpful. Because it sets these players up for massive disappointment and sets them in automatic conflict with anyone in the community who's actually trying to help and get them involved in stuff. It's harsh. But yeah, as long as people understand. Most teaching trial groups will be very, very welcoming. I've definitely run teaching trials before where someone has done a tiny amount of damage. And if we'd had 8 DDs like them, we wouldn't have been able to clear anything. But it isn't really an issue, so long as you get it and they get it and it's being worked on. And the people aren't taking stuff for granted, you know? So yeah, Ted, don't hold back. You haven't been. You've been signing up to stuff. But yeah, when you find a group of people and you're getting stuff done, it's capable. It may not be the best in the world, but you're capable of clearing some of these veteran and hard mode fights, and you're capable of making improvements as a team when something doesn't work. It's the greatest. It's why we call it the end game, because there's nothing else like it. Maybe small scale PvP with friends is similar. You can like problem solve and coordinate on the fly. There's just nothing like it. It's amazing. And as is always the case with an MMO, right? Of course, the developers put out a lot of content. They record a lot of voice lines. They write a lot of scripts. They create new art assets, new zones for us to explore, all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, The game is not the game. The players. The game is not the content. The players are the content. Right? That's just how it works. Ultimately, with any MMO or live service game, that ends up being the thing on which it all rests. And it's why I would always encourage people. If you're not doing trials, I'm not going to say you're doing it wrong, you're missing out. But I would encourage people to try it again. And if it's a shit experience, try again, but in a different way, and see if you can, find a guild or a Discord of trustworthy folks who will make it a more pleasant experience. Speaking of content, that is Ritz done. Let's get out of here and get back to the Covenant storyline, which is what we were doing yesterday.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
Right, favor for the Queen. So we need to take the ship from North Point. We finished Rivenspire yesterday. Very dramatic, very fun, cool characters, great zone. And most of us agreed this is probably the best base game zone as a full package deal. There might be individual zones that we prefer for their look or their atmosphere or characters that are our favorite that aren't in this zone, but
Hey there. You the one Queen Maria bought passage for to Sentinel? All right.
wow.
Just glad you didn't bring along a chest full of luggage. We got to row out to the posset in this little dinghy here. Real glamorous.
She's
eh?
very cheerful and enthusiastic. I'm sure it will suffice.
As long as you don't mind rowing. Captain Mark already let me do all the rowing on the way in. Such a gentleman. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any
Yeah.
rowing from him. We're ready whenever you are. Just say the word and we'll push off.
Yeah, Polite Meat Popsicle saying true moose, but to do proper grouping, guild involvement is a fight against those same time constraints. Did organized raiding in WoW for a few months. It was a total struggle to stay focused on WoW due to stuff going on in my house. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. Maybe start with Asylum. That will very rarely take longer than 20 minutes. Or just get a group where it's understood that you might die because you've had to go AFK for a little while. But yeah, that is one thing that you can't really thread that needle. If you want to do the group content in a game like this, raiding, you're going to have to be able to devote chunks of time to that almost exclusively. And if you do need to take breaks, they probably should be fairly swift and short. What do you think about the Pillagers nerf? I don't think it was necessary. I don't think it helps the game. It's my short take on that. Basically, what you will have heard other people say that, this is a source of power, yes, but it is not an automatic source of power. It is a thing that players have to build around and work towards. You have to actually play the set. And then the DDs have to be aware of when it's gone off and respond to it. And the only defense I would make for Zos, maybe, in nerfing it, is that they like to look for things that will rein in the power at the top end without damaging power at the bottom end. The more casual, less organized. And the Pillagers nerf is definitely that, but does that make it a good thing? I don't think so. I think it just takes a set that was good and makes it bad. Or very weak. To the point where it's often not considered worth using anymore. So yeah, I don't think a lot of it, if that makes sense. Ted Meister, I'd love to have a few friends to do vet stuff with. At least I got 2 clears under my belt. Yeah, man. Awesome. Takes time. Yeah, they're in the bushes outside your house right now. Hey, sweet baby Reyes, how's it going? Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. VRG and VKA thus far. Those aren't 2 of the easiest, though. Like, you'd find Sunspire, especially the older trials, the Craglawns. Those are the ones we said, see if you can find clears of those first. They're so easy by comparison, Ted, so you'll smash it. I think once I get to Dune, I'll be able to get over the 100k mark. Yeah, gotcha. Polite Meat Popsicle. I don't think it's fair to the others for me to potentially flake out due to life obligations. Well, then your attitude is exactly in the right place. Yeah. A quick note on that Stream Elements message that keeps popping up. I've removed it from the overlay. We've had a HelloFresh thing going on. That link, HelloFresh /Ninja Gaming, that will net you, provided HelloFresh is available in your country, that will net you an amazing deal. The only way you cannot claim it is if it's not available in your country, the HelloFresh company and what they do, or if you've already made an account. But provided neither of those things apply, I'm not just being selfish and, yeah, make me some money, make me some commission. Genuinely check it out. Click on the link and just leave it open and maybe look at it later or whatever. Because today is the last day and it's a really, really freaking good deal. And we've had a bunch of people in chat saying, hey, I used to get HelloFresh all the time, or I still do. It's a really, really awesome service. We got a big box of like tester stuff to try for this promotion, and honestly, I was super impressed. As long as you have a good recycling service, there is quite a lot of plastic in there, but the whole thing of like, you get a load of meat, and it's not designed for 4 people, it's for 2. Which is great. You know, you specify, I'm a household of 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, and they will send you the correct portions for each one. That is actually something I'd never really thought of. It's like a huge time saver, huge hassle saver. Yeah, don't have an eligible zip code. Really? But you're right near where we are, aren't you? Thought you were in the southwest, like the Bath area. How strange. But anyway, I'll mention it because it'll be gone after today. But we did our whole push. We did a stream for HelloFresh. I'm just mentioning that it is still there. And we got a question on YouTube.
Then let's get the Oblivion app. All right,
Dennis
you
K.
lovers,
Hey man,
time to
I tried
cast
ESO on
off.
PS4 when it just was out, and it was hardly playable. Also, it had close to no content at the time, so I dropped it. Been playing other stuff like WoW and WoW Classic, Final Fantasy XIV. Recently found ESO and Morrowind on Xbox Game Pass. Decided to give it a try. The game has come a long way and looks great now, especially with the add-ons being added to consoles. Yeah, that's a huge deal. You're not wrong. Is it Dennis or Denis? Sorry, I just realized. Also, your vid on Magic Templar kind of got me motivated. Awesome. It's a good setup. I'm playing around with something in the same vein here, but this is just a character. For September, we pledged to do every zone story in the entire game. The base game, all the DLCs, all the chapters, everything. And so I needed a character that hadn't done any story before. And to my surprise, I'm not really a story guy, I'm a Trials and Dungeons guy, but almost all of my characters had done something. You know, just a little bit here and there to get some easy skill points. And this is my Magic and Necromancer. Look at her. Ain't she pretty? She'd done nothing. So that's why I'm using her, and that dictated the sort of setup that we're using. But it is kind of similar to the Dark Templar video, if that's the one that you were talking about. But apart from low population on Xbox, I see I'm level 47. I haven't played a single BG due to no players in the queue. Wow. It could also be players at your, you know, the MMR could be the issue. But yeah, that sucks. There is seemingly a huge paywall with the infinite number of DLCs, most of which are a must-have if you want access to new dungeons and raids. You can run with crafted gear. Do not worry about it. Like right here, I am using crafted gear, and this is stuff that I would use in trials as well. Tideborn. You can get someone to craft that for you. It is from the new zone, Solstice, down here, but it's craftable. So you can find someone who has a guild hall with that crafting table in it, or you just whisper someone they can craft it for you. If you want to join my Discord, the Ninja Pools Discord, this is Khan, by the way. Maya and I run the Discord there. She's not on stream with me today. She will be a little bit later. But yeah, you can see if you can find some people on PlayStation to craft it for you. Tideborn Order's Wrath seems to work for quite a lot. Exactly, Xenia. Order's Wrath is the other one. Really, really good crafted set. Anyone who tells you you need the trial gear is... they're gaslighting you. Like, yeah, it's better. You'll gain a little bit of free damage. So it's really nice to have. But don't worry about it. And then you can just continue getting into the game. And if you do get into it, the paywall isn't that big. So if you get ESO Plus, the monthly subscription service, you get access to everything except the latest chapter, which is the Seasons of the Worm Cult. So this island down here. Or you can buy a new copy of the base game, which will include all the chapters in it, and then you can decide whether or not you want to get ESO Plus for dungeon DLCs, all that kind of stuff. Dionizeno, get to the chopper! Thanks for that. Yeah, so right now I'm considering if it's worth it. Probably will be making that decision after a level 50 experience. Love your content, though. Helped me a lot to get back into all the new mechanics and other stuff. Man, thank you. Thank you so much. We've got more of it on the way. There won't be a huge amount of YouTube videos on coming up in September, simply because I'm streaming every day for like 5 hours minimum. Often I'm doing like 9-hour days on stream here. So there's not a lot of time for me to get YouTube done. But yeah, October, we're gonna be talking about a new patch. Lots of stuff kicking off. Ninja Pulls will be back, firing on all cylinders, as if subclassing had never happened. So Moose is saying, PS players can't craft for Xbox players. This person's on PS4. Oh no. So recently come back on Xbox. Shit, yeah, you're right. I was looking at the original comment. Sorry, Dennis. Or Denis. Yeah, Moose, all be cheap and buy all the DLC for gold. You can buy a lot of this stuff with gold in-game.
Well, we're here all right, but I'm not sure I'm going to be getting off the boat.
All right.
In fact, I say we just put right back out to sea.
What's going on?
Oh, you bet your arse there is. Queen Maria's messenger said she had heard rumors, and I guess they were true, or something. Go talk to Captain Mark. He actually walked a little ways down the dock. Better he tells you about it himself.
Man, we just can't catch a break. We look at her face. They do get a lot of value, often comedy value, out of their, like the rudimentary facial animations they've got in this game. I do love it. We can't catch a break. We just put down this epic confrontation in Rivenspire, and now we've just arrived for a nice holiday in the tropics, and shit's going down. Of course it is. Right, here we go.
Of all the ports in Tamriel, why this one? I say
And yeah, it's Dennis. Nice. Also, does it mean that I can have access to all endgame content with just ESO Plus? So not all, but yeah. All dungeons are automatically bundled with ESO Plus, and any gear that you collect, or any achievements that you unlock, or anything like that that you get while ESO Plus is active, will remain on your account if you cancel your subscription. The only thing that you'll really notice is obviously you can't go back to those dungeons or whatever, and also you won't have this thing, the craft bag, where all of your crafting materials are stored free. Like, you don't have to make space for them all in your inventory. That's a huge deal. But there are, you know, people work around it. And generally what will happen is about a year after, slightly less than a year, but yeah, whatever, roughly a year after a new chapter comes out. They're not going to do chapters anymore, they're going to do seasons. But roughly a year after that content comes out and is, you know, behind a paywall, it will be added to ESO Plus. Right, the only exceptions to that are classes. The Arcanist class, the Warden class, the Necromancer class. You will have the Warden already because you got Morrowind. But you won't be able to play the Necromancer or Arcanist unless you buy them. And I guess that's fair enough, still. Alright, let's crack on. Zombies?
You can't smell their soggy, rotting flesh? Just walk down the causeway there. You'll see them. Damned army of them. Question is, why aren't the Sentinel guards doing anything?
Maybe they're all dead.
Nah. I've seen a few of the bootless louts skulking around. Behind crates and such.
Alright, let's find out what's going on.
There you go. Give the guards a kick and tell them to get to work. I've got cargo to unload. If the Guards can't. How do you think I make a living?
All right. Enough about that. What's Naramo doing
I
here?
have the ship's security well in hand. You'd do best to deal with the dead on these docks.
It's kind of fun to have an Altmer as a recurring character in the Daggerfall Covenant storyline. Well, luckily, motherfuckers, we're a necromancer, so we can take care of these undead. No problem.
Walker's breath. Too many. I can't take it. You might want to get back on your boat, seafarer. The dead are crawling from the sea and they have overtaken the docks. There is nothing to be done.
Deadmeister, you doing the
just have to
quests
pray
makes me
to
want to play
Tuatha
more,
that
so
they
thank you.
wander
It's
away.
making me want to play more. As you've noticed, I'm skipping a lot of the dialogue, or talking over it, or whatever. I'm skipping a bunch of the side quests, because otherwise we won't get it done inside a month. But yeah, it's definitely making me want to do it all over again. In full. And this is stuff I've done before, years ago. There we go, there's one. Look at her.
Please, no. Go away.
No.
They're going to find me.
You right?
No, none of us are. The Ranitu are going to kill us all. It is not fair. I am too young to die. I just want to run.
Is that a Doom reference?
run away.
Probably not. The way is clear. Yeah, alright. Well, strap yourselves in for a lot of zombie killing and a lot of hand-wringing by the Red Guards over why they don't want to kill zombies. Womp. Oh, here we go. There's another.
More was mercy.
What story is this?
What
We've
have I
just
done?
arrived in Alikir Desert. Fresh off the boat, literally. So, for those who haven't been watching since the beginning of September, we did the whole Cold Harbor escape, the 5 companions, the Prophet, Lyris Titanborn, Sai Sahan, Abner Than, all of that stuff. And then, when we made it to Cold Harbor, we stopped after the Council of the 5 Companions, and then we started the Aldmeri Dominion storyline. So it began in Kenathi's Roost, then Auradon, then Gratwood, Greenshade, Malabaltor, Reaper's March, and that's the end of the Dominion story. Then we went straight on to Stros Mackay, which is the beginning of the Daggerfall Covenant zone stories. You go from there to Betnik, to Glenumbra, Stormhaven, Rivenspire, and now down to Alikir, and we'll finish in Bankarai. Maybe we'll make it to Bankarai today, I hope so.
More was
But yeah, that's where we are at the
Ranitu
moment.
caught me. He was trying to bite me, to eat me. I tried to fend him off, but he jerked, and his head ran against my blade. It wasn't my fault. What am I going to do now?
There's not a lot of conviction in that voiceover, is there? He was trying to bite me.
This Ranitu caught me. He was trying to bite me, to eat me. I tried to fend
I guess,
but what
you know,
about
it's just
stopping
like
this
dazed
Ranitu
and
from getting
frightened
into the
is
city?
what they were going for. It comes across as a little disconnected though, doesn't it? So we just need to rescue a few of these guards that we can crack on and find out what the hell's going on here in Sentinel. This is a lot of fun to mess around with. It's making the story stuff more entertaining than it otherwise would be for me, I think.
Wait. Who are you? What do
I'm
you
here to
do
help.
Blood and honor. I have always had faith, but never have I.
Not a great introduction to the Red Guards, I feel like.
Praise Wuptka. I was prepared to dishonor myself, but he sent you. I will go then.
We do find out why. But it's such a dumb rule. It's like having a rule about not hitting girls. a very good rule. But then you're getting the shit kicked out of you by 6 female wrestlers or something. You're gonna have to do something to fight back. Are there any others out here? No, that's it, isn't it? Just running away with that cone telegraph in front of him still. We've all had nights like that from, you know, walking back from the pub when there might as well be a cone telegraph right in front of us. Am I right? Alright, Watchman Maujad appears to have been struck down by unholy magic. Hello there.
Finally, someone who's not afraid to do the dirty work.
Yeah, he's dead.
Damn. Poor bastard. I told them. I
Find
told the
Alikir
guards
boring?
we were going to have to fight back. It is
I don't want to
be
jump ahead, but
superstitious.
so far,
When the Ranetu are attacking the city, it's time to put the superstitions aside.
it's not living up to Rivenspire. That's the its proximity to one of the best base game zones as well probably doesn't help, but we'll see. We just got here. But I remember being a little bit baffled by their whole "we don't fight the undead" thing. It's one thing to be superstitious, but when the Ranetu are attacking the city, it's time to put the superstitions aside. Yeah, damn right. This guy is talking sense. You don't believe as they do?
No, we're not all so hung up on our beliefs. Can't ignore the tradition, though. Not unless we want fruit thrown at us, or worse. Regardless, right now, I'm just glad Taba's winds guided you here.
All right.
Someone to get the
How can I help?
off them. I do. I overheard the necromancers. Their leader is
Where's the
Holy
ritual?
Faith.
Let's
That I do
go.
not
Let's
know.
go.
I heard them mention the warehouse at the west end of the docks.
Okay. Questing! This is great! Awesome, Raptor. I don't normally do anything like this on stream. It's dungeons. We've done a lot of arenas lately. But yeah, it's September. And we thought that'd be a fun gimmick to just... We've kind of chained ourselves to the radiator a little bit by saying we were going to do this. Because there's so much story content in this game that we're saying we are going to do all the zones in September. We're kind of fucked. Like we don't have time for much else. So that's another reason I've been streaming so much, is trying to get this all done in time. Let's put the music back on. That's fun. And that is why I am skipping dialogue. So if anyone wants me to slow down and actually listen, feel free to say so and I'll do it. But I'm assuming most of you guys would rather we just spin on and have a conversation about what's happening. And just a reminder, we will be playing some Doom Eternal on Nightmare difficulty later. That was a sub-goal that you guys helped us reach a few days ago, and I need to cash it in today. So that'll be funny if you want to watch me get splattered. Also, it's great practice because I hope, we don't know for sure, but we hope Zos are releasing an enhanced difficulty overland mode next year. Early next year, I hope, but we don't know for sure. They haven't told us. It could be coming next patch. Who the hell knows? But either way, I'm looking forward to it, and this is a great primer for that because I'm just reminding myself how stupidly easy everything in Overland is for a player who's been around for long enough to know what they're doing. Sure, I know that it's easy, it's designed to be easy so that someone from the press who doesn't know anything about ESO doesn't have to like read a bunch of manuals on how the game works before they can like jump in and start getting good damage. But it does mean that for established players, story content loses a ton of oomph. You know, they really take a lot of the weight out of it. Chemical like Shadowfen and Clockwork City. I love Clockwork City, man. That's one of my favorites. I still haven't finished it, actually, so we'll be getting there later. Anyway, on calling the drowned dead. My father first used this spell to call the dead from the sea 20 years ago. Today we perform this again in his honor. There are shipwrecks along the beach just west of the docks. Conduct the ritual there, and our glorious rise begins. Wafa. That's a pretty diabolical concept. I love that idea of like going a necromancer just hanging out in a place which is prone to shipwrecks and just raising all the drowned skeletons from the ocean. That's fucked up. I love it. But yeah, for a series that loves to dip into horror so much, we'll see if I remember correctly, but I don't remember this bit really playing up the horror aspect of this whole thing.
You will die.
You will die. Yeah, it's super dark, right? Haven't finished Cadwell's Gold yet. Most of the, I think the storytelling in this game generally is very good for an MMO. There's definitely some, what was it Utopian Warrior said yesterday? It suffers from fetch questitis. Inflammation of the fetch quest, that would mean in medical terms. Just like all other MMOs, but I feel like it has less of it. And the ones which aren't fetch questy, which are really character driven or about people and places, they're often really, really good, and you just wish some of these stories had been told in a game with a different approach, like something that worked better in first person, and which didn't have to follow all the rules and restrictions of an MMO, because some of the stories are really decent. Love it. Mike EVG. Hello there. Sending a hug to chat. Well, big hugs, everyone. Bring it in. Bring it in.
The Ranetu have returned to the sea. The docks will soon smell of dead fish again instead of dead people. And you.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey, Field, how you doing?
Tuatha sent you to deliver us from this difficult situation.
Field, you're just in time for us to kill some zombies in Aliki. I've already forgotten the name of the zone we're doing today. I was glad to help. Surely Tuwaka sent you.
I am too. It has been many years since the plague of necromancy visited our shores.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Raptor. Hero of the stream this morning. Well, it's afternoon now, but you know what I mean. I really, really appreciate that. Wow, subscribed at tier 1 for 3 months in advance. That is the way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. If you are already subbed, and it's running out during September, keep an eye on that and maybe grab a few months in advance. It's like a slap on the shoulder for me and Maya, like or a slap on the ass. Go get him, that kind of thing. It feels good, and you save a little bit of money, and it's a show of support for the stream. So yeah, Raptor, thank you so much. We're also doing, for those who may be joining us for the first time this September. Let me just turn in this quest and I'll explain it.
I wonder.
We are doing a thing which we're just calling Dungeons and Flagons. It's a very silly little board game. It's like Chutes and Ladders or Snakes and Ladders if you're in the UK. Where are we? We're currently on square 89. And there's a little ninja guy looking left and looking right on square 89. We're trying to move him down the board. With every sub, we roll a d6 and we take another one. And yeah, there are various forfeits we land on along the way. We might have to drink a shot. We might have to do a shot of wine, a cocktail, or have a beer. We might have to answer some questions. We might have to troll one another. We can get portals, push us forward. The Rush of Agony chains that pull us back. Yeah, there's loads of stuff. And yeah, we've got a bunch of forfeits that we need to redeem later today. And if we land on square 200, we do a big giveaway. 1 million gold. So that's the plan. We'll be redeeming all of that stuff. So Raptor, you've already earned yourself... Well, Maya will be the judge as to whether it is 6 rolls of the die or 8. But yeah, that's all to come later on.
I tell you, that ship was sent by Stendar himself.
Pick back up where we
I
were.
wonder if you know how completely we are in your debt.
Slap Khan on the ass. That's exactly it.
Fear no evil, but they will not
Base lad.
Undead.
Yeah, that's super cool. Love the 8-bit style. Yeah, I made that. It was a lot of fun to make and figure out how how to do that and upscale it, because when you upscale something that's pixel art, obviously whatever graphics program you're using is going to try and resolve it to make it look. They're going to try and up-res it and fill in the missing pixels. So I had to learn some new tricks to make the pixel art. But there was no way I was going to have time to like animate a sophisticated 3D model of Zamaja and a foaming tankard of beer, a Hermaeus Mora eye. Nuh-uh. Just pixel art was more than enough. So yeah, we thought a bit of, we love looking back as well as forwards when it comes to gaming. That's part of what Ninja Ball's Gamesfest this month is all about. And yeah, that 8-bit style is even for those who weren't alive when games looked like that, or who didn't play games that looked like that, it still holds a lovely nostalgia, right? New tricks are always fun. It looks awesome. Oh, Maya's getting in touch. Look at this. I'm just responding to her. She's coming home at about 2:30, so yeah, in just over 90 minutes, we'll have Maya here with us, and we'll cash in all of that board game stuff. We'll see how many sub-goal forfeits we can catch up on as well.
Maya!
Exactly.
Maya!
Exactly, Mike. Speaking of sub-goals, that is one of the first ones we hit at like 20 subs. It was, I had to record an imitation of the Captain Kirk going, Khan! Khan! I had to do that, but for Maya, and I had to record it on stream. That's why it sounds rubbish. Because I didn't have any prep time or anything like that.
I'm afraid not. There was just no easy solution. Perhaps to call everyone inside the castle and lock the doors?
King Faharaja doesn't know about the undead?
I did not want to send word to the king until I was certain necromancy was involved. Now, though, he should be informed right away.
These guys, I'm sorry, they seem like dopes. Yeah, I'll go and speak to him.
Thank you, Seafarer. It is better if I remain here to supervise as best I can.
Can you explain your weird-ass beliefs about the dead?
The dead are sacred.
Okay.
It is what the people of Alakir have always believed and always will. Just as we respect our elders, so do we respect our ancestors. It would be dishonorable to strike them, and might even cause one to be cursed.
Haven't necromancers threatened Alakir before?
These dark arts are not practiced by our people. But yes, we have experienced the plague of necromancy in the past. Fighting these plagues has always required great sacrifice. Those who have fought the dead have been dishonored, cast out. Most people here deem them to be sacred law, not superstition. Even King Faharaja.
Alright, so she doesn't do a great job of justifying it. I'll see if I can help. Okay, so when the reason the Red Guard are called the Red Guard, you guys have heard of the Regada, right? That is that's like an armada. It's an invading force or a warrior force on sea, and they come from Yakuda, which is like it's kind of like Atlantis in ESO lore. I'm not a lore expert. I'm just telling you what I know, and that's somewhere way over to the west. And when the Regada first sailed from Yakuda, they arrived here, in the Alakir Desert. There were already elves living here. The word Redguard, by the way, is just like a corruption of the word Regada, which is what they call themselves. Redguard, makes sense, right? It's cool. That's quite good world building by Bethesda there. So they landed here in Alakir Desert. There were elves living here already, called the Corellania elves. They practiced necromancy. And they'd already been exiled from Somerset, I think, long ago, for that reason. Because they weren't into necromancy there, so they came to live up here. The Red Guards immediately were greeted with hostility, so they ended up fighting a war over the desert, and the Red Guards won. And when the Corellania elves were on the back foot, you know, they were like hiding inside their last few cities which hadn't been smashed to pieces, and, you know, starving, siege engines outside, just waiting for death to come. They decided to put their necromancy to work, and they resurrected all of their dead soldiers, and even the dead Red Guard soldiers from the other side, to fight for them. and that is a thing that we will be seeing a little bit of in the Alikir story. And yeah, super fucked up and nasty. And I'm pretty sure that the trauma, like the trauma caused by that experience, is why the Red Guards have this reverence for the dead, and just a complete horror of necromancy or of dealing with the dead in any way. I think that's the reason. And it's relevant because it ties into Solstice, because the survivors of those Corellania elves, they fled here. And that's where we find them. Sunport is their city. So it ties in directly with the main story that's happening in ESO right now. Fun, right? Wizards and Warriors on YouTube have a spectacular video on ESO lore, and specifically for Red Guards. Excellent. Good tip. Red Guards. Hey, we just came from Yakuta. We'll kill everything on sight, but we respect the dead. Yeah. She's voiced by Deborah Wilson. As in, is that Tom Hanks' wife?
Thank you, Seafarer. It is better if I remain here to supervise.
I don't know. I don't think so, but that'd be a hell of a spot, Moose, if that's correct. Right, let's head into the city itself. Get going with this. I don't know how they could have condensed what I just said into a couple of lines by this person, but she could at least have said a horrific war was fought a long time ago where the undead were raised against us. Or something. It traumatized my people. Oh, and by the way, sorry. For those of you who were with us on day 2 of Gamesfest, so what, 10 days ago, you recognize this place? We came to Sentinel in the first Elder Scrolls game, Arena. And yeah, it looks very different. It's much more pixel art than this. But it did have that massive domed structure. The palace at the center of the city. That was pretty cool. Because it wasn't exactly recognizable, but it was definitely the same vibe. Even from, 20 years before. That's a lot of fun. Deborah Wilson, who's that I'm thinking of then?
With all respect, Your
That's
Majesty,
Rita Wilson, isn't it?
proves our suspicions were well-founded. You should have heeded my father's warning.
It is not the place of the dishonored to correct the key.
Oh yeah, I know Deborah Wilson, of course.
I meant
Yeah, man.
respect, Your
Is that actually the voice? That's really cool, Moose.
I will take my leave.
Welcome
We
to
could just
Sentinel,
walk up and talk to the king.
If you've come about the docks, rest assured I already know. I regret that you visit during such times. But perhaps your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps the gods guided you here to help us fight the Withered Hand.
So finally meeting him is kind of a cool payoff, isn't it? Because we've heard so much about him in the very beginning on Stros Mackay. Captain Colleen is talking about she's obsessed with King Faharajad. And then we meet 2 of his daughters in the subsequent zones, and now we're finally meeting the guy. Who are you talking to, Moose? I just knew I recognized the name, and for some reason I misconnected the two. But pretty sure Tom Hanks' wife is called Rita Wilson. Yeah. They've both got an R and an A in it, give me a break. And Mike EVG, they came in 2 waves. Which is why they have a particular distaste for some tribes who came later. Oh, the lady character? I don't even know. Pass. Who or what is the Withered Hand? Tell us more.
Necromancers. Practitioners of the most vile magic.
Oh, so he already knew there was necromancy? But the lady down at the docks was like, I don't want to tell him, in case I'm sure.
I hope the rumors about this group, the Withered Hand, were untrue. But today's events prove otherwise.
Where'd they come from?
Several years ago, a diabolical necromancer named Satura led an army of undead against me. Satura was defeated, but the rumors suggest his sons have returned for revenge. They are calling themselves the Withered Hand.
So the necromancer of the docks was with them?
Undoubtedly. But I suspect the attack at the docks was merely a feint. I fear the Withered Hand is planning something far worse.
What can we do to stop them?
That is the challenge I now face. The people of the Alakir Desert, even those in Sentinel, are superstitious. They believe that striking the dead carries a terrible curse. For them, it is an act of dishonor. That is why I need you, Wayfarer.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'll help however I can. Still think this is a dumb superstition though. Just like get over it.
Then your visit is fortuitous indeed. My own son, Prince Azar, has been investigating the rumors about the Withered Hand.
The problem with that kind of belief or law is that it's too absolute, isn't it?
First, though,
that's how good ideas become stupid.
Of what has befallen.
Yeah, Moose, she did additional voices and Thariah. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. She is Thariah, and I'm pretty sure that was her, yeah. She's excellent. The Thariah voiceover is terrific. Alright, I know General Thoda.
Yes, that is likely.
Sounds like someone with a lisp ordering a fizzy drink, doesn't it?
Advisor.
Yeah, let's go and talk to him.
General Thoda is a trusted advisor and a good friend. He has heard the rumors.
Where
about
did the
Withered
superstitions
Hand.
come from?
He can help us. It is not an ancient Yokudan custom, but a tradition that developed in the desert. Human remains decay slowly.
Can you guys hear the dialogue all right? Do you want me to turn it up a bit?
Believe their ancestors' corpses were sacred. To harm one would draw the
Some of these
ancestors'
deep-voiced characters are a little bit harder to hear. People still believe that humans decay slowly here. Yeah.
Of course. You see, the culture of the
Seems good to you also.
evolved around this ideal. Many of us today realize that exceptions must be made. But in my position, to ask my soldiers to strike down the dead would cause an outcry and possibly lead to rebellion.
I wonder if it's one of those things like the Emperor has no clothes. You know? Is he worried that the people would be outraged by the suggestion that we need to do this. This is an existential threat. We need to adapt and attack them, right? And are the people worried that those around them, their neighbors, their superiors, whatever, would be outraged if they suggested we attack the undead, but really, actually, everyone's on the same page? I wonder if it could be one of those things. So, yeah, how did you defeat Satura if you won't attack the undead?
It's quite a tale, and I cannot do it justice now. But the battle against Satura was the most difficult of my life, both in military and political terms. It was the Ashaba who saved us. They had the thankless task of fighting the undead.
And who are they?
The Ashaba.
We'll find out more about that later.
They walk among us, but I have
Yeah, tell us about the previous threats. Let's go.
Yes. The greatest threat the Alakir faced from the undead was in the First Era, when the Yokudan rulers were still establishing a foothold here. That was when the Ansei wards were created.
So I am listening to everything he has to say, pretty much because, well, mainly because it ties directly into the Solstice storyline, which makes it more interesting, and also his freaking voice. Lovely.
They are our greatest hope, for no matter how great a threat the Withered Hand may pose, they cannot even compare to the necromancers of the First Era. The wards contain the spirits of 3 Ansei heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect us.
How do they work?
They uphold the covenant with the Divines. As long as we consecrate the dead in the name of Tuaka, They cannot be raised by even the most powerful necromancy. Thus, the withered hand can only raise corpses that have not been consecrated.
Good to know. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of backstory and context here. I'm not convinced. It's fairly silly that they're just like, they would rather let the undead ravage their homes and kill their families and everything than raise the hand against them. I don't buy it. That is an unreasonably what's the word? That is an unrealistically disciplined people, in my opinion. Hey, General, what's up?
I know you from Allcare. You roughed up so many of my bravos. Tamriel is a small place, after all. I just returned from Allcare myself, back in my chair, drinking my wine with my wife. Wait. Please tell me you're not here to disturb me.
Might be. King Faharajad sent me. It's about the withered hand.
No! You realize what this means. Not one moment of relaxation, not one. And damn it, I thought this talk about the withered hand was just rumor. Are you sure this is true?
Is that Tim Russ? I think we're listening to Tim Russ right now. What do you guys think? It's a difficult one to spot. Let's listen to him again. Yeah, they summon undead to attack the docks.
The Sentinel docks? The nerve. But it sounds like something those motherless dogs would do. I tell you, Uwafa and Alasan might just be more dangerous than their father.
Uwafa and Alasan?
Uwafa and Alasan are the sons of that old bastard Satura. They're calling themselves the Withered Hand as a fear tactic.
Diony Zeno, thank you very much for the hydrates. I don't mind if I do.
Age as Prince Azar. Speaking of whom, we should inform him as well.
Well, Azar, we know him.
Exactly. He knows more about this business than I do. That's for sure. If you'll go round up the prince, I'll have to find some way to explain to my wife why I'm leaving again. Then we can all meet at the...
All right.
My guess is that he's with the girls at his seraglio by the north wall. I know what you're thinking, but it's not because the prince is some kind of ladies' man.
Oh,
the
yeah.
girls help him. My hope is that Prince Azar might have a lead on where Uwafa and...
All right.
Well, I tried.
Once again.
How about you? Not a thing, sir. What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
This never gets old. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Wonder if they find anything this time. Yeah. Nope. I don't know. It's obviously that voice sounds completely different. And anyone who's watched Star Trek Voyager will immediately recognize Tim Russ as the Tuvok character, but it's a very different voice from his regular speaking voice. But if you've seen some of the more recent Star Trek where he returns as old Tuvold, then there's like a glimpse of that, I think, in that. I'm not sure it's him. It's hard to say. Great, my cat just climbed up on my desk, walked right up to me, and sneezed violently. I don't know if you guys heard it. It was pretty close to the mic, like a little woof. Like a tiny little woof sound, almost. Just sprayed my chin and my hands with cat saliva. Lovely.
I should have tried to stop them. I'm sorry.
What happened?
It was a nightmare. These savage men burst into the seraglio. They struck down the guards and even sweet little Rohiba. And then they took the prince.
Where?
No, yet another way in which I failed. I should have followed them out into the street. I'm such a fool.
There's that voiceover again. That one, like the lady who was going, "It tried to bite me."
Prince, someone help. They took him.
I saw them running. They went west.
Okay. We gotta find the prince.
Over here, Initiate.
They took the prince down the path. Hurry!
I tried, but they got me with their evil magic. They took the prince. Down there. I think it leads out of the city. Please.
Yeah, like, I'm down with the Red Guards so far, but I do not think much of the Sentinel Guard. They suck. They are rubbish. They need some serious retraining, in my opinion. Here we go. Again, we're getting these weird frame drops. Hopefully you guys can't tell. But it's dropping from like 120 to like 60, 50, 70. It's quite drastic.
I don't recognize you, but under the circumstances, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. If you are here to render aid, I can promise that you'll be well rewarded.
Yeah, we're just glad we found you, right?
Oh, so you
hey,
do know
Phoenix
who I am,
Dragon.
then. Did my father put you?
Thank
up
you
to
so
this?
much for the follow.
Has
Welcome
he
on
been
in.
watching me? Well, I shouldn't be so accusatory. If he was tracking me, then I guess.
Yeah, all right.
I don't wish to sound ungrateful, but you should know that kidnapping me was just a distraction.
What are they doing?
Oh, from tunneling into the impervious vault. This was just one of their attempts. It's a brilliant plan, really. The gates of the vault have been magically sealed for centuries.
Why do they want to get in there?
Undoubtedly, they hope to steal the Ansei wards.
All right. The plot thickens.
There's a ladder to the south that leads
I do
up
remember
into the
this
city.
pretty well, actually. Just random deads lying in the street. Is it an endeavor to kill people today, or what's going on? No. There is a Dark Brotherhood achievement which takes place partly here in Sentinel, doesn't it?
Tell my father, the king, what they're...
Bring out your dead! Yeah, Moose. I think I'll go for a walk. You're not fooling anyone, you know. Right, here we are. Is the prince coming, or what?
Word has reached me of what happened to this man. I should have seen this
Bum dum 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 da dum bum bum bum. Thanks, Alison Blackwolf. A couple of seconds earlier, and that would have been epic. Would have been an amazing entrance into the palace.
I told Toda you'd come.
You know, like wrestlers' entrance music.
About you, right from the start. Tell me though.
Azar's gone to the
where
vault.
was
He says they're
Azar?
trying to tunnel in.
And was Blade's Edge. How could they? Would that actually work?
What can we do?
I can take guards to the impervious vault, but we're going to need help from the Mages Guild.
All right.
When you reach the Mages Guild Tower, speak to Gabrielle.
Gabrielle, another familiar name.
Or perhaps the protections are not so evident. Our priests perform the consecration ritual at funerals. But if the corpse is lost, this is not possible. Additionally, Satora was also fond of murdering people and raising them right away. They assumed the withered head. It would...
Oh, that's pretty messed up. I can imagine, like... You could go some really, really horrible places with this idea. The Satura would murder people and then raise them right away. In order to instantly kill someone, think of the massive amount of damage, or the very specific types of damage you would have to do. Like, if you need them to be like, you need to be able to raise them within a minute. Because in movies and TV, we're used to seeing people get stabbed or shot in a relatively bloodless, quick type of death, right? Especially when several deaths have to be depicted in a short space of time. But in war movies, where they have different priorities, and what they're trying to show is the horrendous cost, the suffering, and all of that, they tend to linger on these, and they give us a much more realistic and horrifying and upsetting idea of how long and slow and agonizing these kind of deaths would actually be. I actually didn't mean to fall off. Whoops. Mind your footing there, silly necromancer. But yeah, imagine. Ugh. Yeah, I don't want to think too deeply about it, to be honest. But Field, old Western deaths always make me laugh. Everyone gunning for an Oscar in their final drawn-out moments. Yeah, that's also true. But you know what I mean, like the gunshot, and they just fall, and they've been taken off the board. That's it. That's not how it works at all. That's just a storytelling shorthand. So the idea that he would murder people and then immediately raise them before anyone could find them or consecrate their body, does that mean you have to kill them in a way which is, like, fairly instant?
Hey, I know you. We killed that crazy old necromancer together. Angoff. Remember that midnight talisman we used to break into Cathedral? I still can't believe that worked. So I don't suppose you need help with something fun like that.
King Faharjad needs help to break into the impervious vault.
Are you joking? I've been wanting to take a crack at that place ever since I heard the name. Necromancers, Ansei wards, fascinating. Count me in. So we just need to break the seal?
Cool. She's game. I like it. That one stabbing and saving Private Ryan is probably the only thing in any movie that has made me uncomfortable. Have you seen Antichrist? Moose. It's not a satanic movie, by the way, despite the name. It's nothing to do with the Antichrist. The thesis of the film is that everything that we, all the like the little constructs that we create about our reality, you know, cities, indoors, furnishings, plants and gardens, and you know, all of these things that we do to like manage and categorize the natural world. If you head out into the woods, you find that nature truly doesn't give a shit about any of that, and you might just learn something uncomfortable about humans and about yourself. That is what the Antichrist of the title means. And it's about a couple that go out into the woods, the cabin in the woods. It's a Lars von Trier film, and it's got some extremely uncomfortable moments in. To the point where I wouldn't lightly recommend a lot of people watch it, to be honest. I thought it was really good. I was glad to see it, but I have not watched it again. I probably will one day, but I imagine if I recommended it to my mum or my sister, I would get a very angry phone call the following day. Or probably halfway through the movie, in fact. But yeah, I know the moment you mean. The one where he's saying, shh, like that. Ugh.
Take your time and browse, my friend. I'm sure you'll find I have what you've always wanted.
Do you have worm's head caps?
This is for Gabrielle, isn't it? She's a regular. In a city like Sentinel, we Bretons have to stick together. I have some in stock.
What about
You're
flame
welcome to them.
stalks?
I'm sorry, but I'm out of stock. Because I'm out of stocks. Seriously, though, some Lion Guard mages came
That's a
through
dumb
and bought
joke,
my
I
last
like it.
batch. Ninabon, the lizard trainer, might have some.
I like that the game is actually getting you to go shopping. Like, it's not an annoying fetch quest because it doesn't take very long. But just the idea that we have to engage with the infrastructure of the town for quest reasons, I don't know, that's kind of cool. What's up with this guy?
Welcome to Ninabon's Emporium of strange and wonderful things.
That's a big lizard.
Oh, you must be Monkey. Yes, he is adorably large, isn't he? Afraid I spoil him. Only the best bugs are good enough for my monkey. He's quite smart, aren't you, Monkey? Quite a little smarty.
You named your lizard Monkey.
Yes, it may seem odd, but it makes sense to me. From the time I could walk, I wanted a pet monkey. I pleaded and begged, but my father always refused. Monkeys are arboreal, he said. I still don't know what that means.
So you got a lizard.
One has to start somewhere. Monkeys are terrific. Everyone loves monkeys. And if I can't have a monkey, a lizard's the next best thing. You know, sometimes I wonder how my life would be different if my father had only given me a monkey.
Yeah, me too. So, do you have any flame stalks?
Flame stalks? Tasty treats. They help with indigestion. For a lizard, at least. You're not a lizard. What do you need?
Okay, this guy's weird.
For some spell with Gabrielle, I bet. And she doesn't even like lizards. Oh well, just take them. But she owes me.
Done. As fetch quests go, that's pretty good. You literally just head down to the market and have an amusing interaction with a random guy. In fact, the Breton lady was kind of funny as well. I'm out of stock, because I'm out of stocks. Man, you're gonna have such faith in the voice actor to actually get that right and have a sense of humor about it when you write a piece of dialogue like that. Alright, Gabrielle.
Aha!
I got your gubbins.
That's fine. Giant's toes could make a bigger gap in the seal, but they're probably hard to find here anyways. These should do the trick, I think. Worm's head on top of the flame stalk.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Worm's head. Oh, absolutely. It's only one person going in anyways. Without the giant's toes, I could only open the seal so far. Of course. Baharajad thinks that one person should be you. He wants to talk to you first, though.
Okay.
Sure.
Now we're getting somewhere. Action is starting.
If we are too late, the implications are unthinkable for all of Alakir. I've prayed to Tuaka, Stindar, and even Akatosh. Though I do not hold them.
Alright, don't worry. We'll be fine.
Your hope is contagious, Wayfarer. I cannot adequately express my gratitude.
No worries.
I pray that we are not too late to stop the withered hand. And with the same breath.
Yeah, we're ready. Let's go. Welcome on in, by the way. If you just joined us, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We are still doing story content. Zone stories, specifically. Throughout September, we're doing a thing called the Ninja Pulls Gamesfest throughout this month.
I don't know how long
It's September on Twitch, so, you know, subs are reduced, all of that malarkey. But we are taking the opportunity to do a couple of gimmicky things for you guys to make the stream a little bit more interesting, I hope. Recapping a load of story content, all of the zone stories in the game. And we're playing a different game each day. Some of them by your request. Like we got Borderlands coming out in a couple of days. 3 days, I think, from now. Borderlands 4. And somebody asked that we play it on stream so they can have a look. So that's happening.
Enough! Get the Onse wards out, now!
Which way? This way.
The Onse wards are ours. Soon all Alakir will fall.
Who the hell is this? Anse Radan.
You are not marked with the corruption of undeath, nor those that foster it. You are not aligned with them.
No, I'm trying to stop them.
You sought to protect the wards? Praise Tuaka. That means there are still living those who oppose the menace of necromancy.
Alright, we're listening, we're listening.
Sacrificed ourselves to create the wards, and through them we have protected the consecrated. I do not know. My sight is weak.
All right, we're spinning on. Skipping all of that stuff. I'm curious, has anyone out there seen the movie Antichrist, which I just brought up, perhaps unwisely? This is really funny when you're playing a Necro. Yeah, it kind of is. It's not the ideal setup because it's got this long wind-up and everything, but it is very funny when you can just do that. It's not getting old for me. I'm finding it a lot of fun. Also, I never get to use Crescent Sweep. It's a really fun ult to use, but it's not that competitive in, say, group content, so you don't find yourself recommending it that often. But it is really good. In stuff like this as well. Just a big fat smack up front.
That took longer than I hoped.
They escaped.
Damn it all. Voda said Satura's sons were dangerous. That's certainly true now. With the Ansei wards, they can raise an army faster than I can. I've done everything in my power to avoid calling on the Ashaba. But I no longer have a choice. We must have their help to thank you.
Man, they're all so slow to act. All this tradition. I'm surprised they haven't had the Alikir Desert reconquered from underneath them.
Track them down. Until their leader Marima. The Ashaba often spend this season camp. Of course.
All right. Yeah, who was it that said they found Alikir a bit boring? I think I'm starting to see what you mean. It's actually really cool in terms of world building. Like, it's fleshing out a lot of interesting history. But the stuff that's happening in the here and now isn't... I don't know, it's not as motivating, right, as the Rivenspire stuff, which was very much right in front of you. It's very dramatic. It's happening right now.
Stay back,
they may have done it on purpose, you know, just to make a big, clean break, and this is a real contrast. And you're a stranger in a strange land. You're having to learn about all these weird customs and traditions. That would work much better in a like a first-person single-player game, where the exploration and all of that stuff is very much part of it. Hey, James. Thank you very much for the follow. Very kind. Much appreciated. I don't know. That's one possibility. That they really tried to do something completely different after Rivenspire. I thought, well, we don't know much about the Red Guard in Elder Scrolls lore. They haven't really been developed that much. What do we know, and what can we build on that? Wizard of Book, I like some of the callbacks with the elves from Solstice and the Alikir. Exactly. That's what I was saying just earlier. That this stuff is actually quite important. The king said we would need the aid of the Ashaba.
The king has waited too long. So many warriors have died, and Marima holds on to life by a thread.
No, that is Tim
We will
Russ.
answer the king's call to the best of our ability, but I fear we can do very little.
Alright, so I must have been wrong.
If you haven't already.
I must have been wrong about General Thoda, unless... That also sounded a bit like Tim Russ at times, but this is definitely him. Alright. Star Trek Voyager fans, listen again.
The king has waited too long. So many warriors have died, and Marima holds on to life by a thread. We will answer the king's call to the best of our ability, but I fear we can do very little. You should speak to Talia if you haven't already.
There we go. Once again.
Not a thing, sir! What about you guys? We ain't found shit!
I'm gonna keep ringing that bell. Especially when Maya's here, she loves that bit. Hey, Fresh Cakes. Lovely name. Although it's making me feel a little bit peckish. Still haven't found anything. I know, Moose. But we are... Hey, Addy. Thank you, Fresh Cakes and Addy, for the follows. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. We are Ninja Pulls. This is Khan right now. Maya will be here with me later. We run Ninja Pulls together. The YouTube.
My father told me someone would come.
Is that the same NPCs from over here? That's funny. So if you run that way, she appears as a wanderer in the desert. We are combing the desert with Tim Russ right now, hence the silly joke I just played on YouTube, because that's him. We finally found him. Redguard Male C. That's literally what it's called. Redguard MC. And he's also Argonian MD. So I guess he's a Redguard rapper and an Argonian doctor. But yeah, Redguard Male C and Argonian Male D. And these are voices that you can select, a character creation. So you can play as a character voiced by Tim Russ, if you are so inclined. Just keep that in mind. Redguard Male C, Argonian Male D. I'm pretty sure those are correct. Maybe Tuvok should check the censors. Hey, that's a good reference. Sounds like you're saying censors, but you're saying censors.
You approach the camp of the Ashaba. Unless you are here to help us, I suggest you turn around and go the other way.
What help do you need?
My father is very sick. So were many of our warriors. Many have even died. Our water was poisoned. Probably by these foul necromancers, the Withered Hand. They seek to weaken the Ashaba so that we cannot stand against them.
So you want to fight?
More to the point, we would fight the dead they raise. Such
Ooh,
is our
in fact,
sacred duty as a Shaba.
Ads have just started, so I'm going to take a quick AFK while the ads are on. I'm just going to go feed the dog and the cat, so I'll be gone like a couple of minutes. Fear not, I'll leave you with a lovely view over the Alakir Desert. I'll be right back in just a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that. We are back. We're going to pick up with the story in Alakir Desert. Let's go.
You approach the camp of the Ashaba. Unless you are here to help us, I suggest...
Yeah, we already discussed this.
So were many of our warriors. Many have even died. Our water was poisoned. More to the point, we would fight the
Yeah, we'll help.
Come quickly.
So yeah, I was just feeding the cat and the dog. Necessary. But I have returned. How's everyone doing today?
Here. I've marked on your map where my father
We
says
forgive you for being
find the
back.
ingredients. Lead the
I'm
way.
so sorry I've returned, yeah. So we were talking about the other games that we're going to be playing throughout September. Like, we've definitely got a few days of celebrating Valve coming up. You know, Half-Life 1, 2, Portal, and Left 4 Dead. Strictly speaking, that's a Turtle Rock game,
I will
but
see my fallen brothers and sister avenged, even if it is the last thing I ever do.
and we've got Planescape Torment. What else have we got? Borderlands 4, Space Marine 2. In fact, we're going to be doing a massive giveaway. We've got 2 codes for Space Marine 2, the full game. It's just had a massive update. We're going to be giving those away on stream as soon as we know which day is the right day to do that one. Black Mesa of Half-Life is quality. That we might have to have a quick look at that. Maybe on the day when we do Half-Life, we'll do Black Mesa too.
I don't know what to do without him.
Because that, you're right, that is excellent. I've had a lot of fun in that game. And for those who don't know what that is just it's a mod for Half-Life 2 that rebuilds the entirety of the first Half-Life game in that much more sophisticated engine. So with better textures, sometimes expanded areas. Oh man, it's glorious. It's a really great achievement. The kind of thing that the Elder Scrolls community often takes for granted. You know, that the community of fans is so amazing. They keep giving us these wonderful, wonderful mods and upgrades and huge projects like Skyblivion and stuff like that. Black Mesa is a little bit like that.
So many Ashaba have already died.
So yeah, we should definitely check that out. That's a good idea. Meat Popsicle, thank you for that. I want to talk to Mazra again.
It is our duty as a Shaba to assist the king if he calls upon us. I only wish he had called on us earlier.
Time is come.
Amazing.
Go. Prepare the potion. I must speak with our guest. You are welcome to our camp. We are usually generous.
No worries, we understand.
You have seen, of course. The tribe is weak, and I am soon to return to the sand. Another must fulfill the sacred duty of the Ashaba.
Me?
Yes, there can be no doubt.
Polite Meat Popsicle. I appreciate how Valve didn't sue the Black Mesa devs like other super mega global corps would have. Capcom and Blizzard, I'm looking at you.
Them. You must become one of us. You must become an Ashaba. Then you must stop the withered hand.
Yeah,
there is a ritual.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Like,
thank you. My daughter is not happy right now. That is good.
Right, fine. Feels bad, like rushing. He's struggling to speak to us. We're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the details of this. It's often much more complicated than we would like it to be. Polite Meat Popsicle, but generally you're on the right track with this. The megacorps don't need to sue these people. How protective do they need to be of their ownership of a particular product? And they can give certain projects the green light and still maintain, you know, a very vigilant legal department for other infractions on their copyright. You know what I mean? I think in the case of There's some things where there is no case, though, as well. So it may be that Valve had no case. They had no grounds on which to sue these guys anyway. But I wouldn't have thought, like, why would they? Like, how does it benefit them to do that? It generates more hype around their products. Correct ways of slaying Ra-Netu. 12. Though Ra-Netu is an abomination... This is a zombie, right? An undead. Though a Ra-Netu is an abomination in the sight of Tuwaka, and an offense to the godly of all peoples, it is not therefore to be treated with disrespect. For a human body is a sacred chalice, whether it be filled with the divine liquor of a mortal soul, or the profane offal of an unholy essence. That might be one of the better arguments we've heard so far. It's wrong, but to that end, the Ashabar are charged with banishing the unholy essence while doing all that is needful to preserve the sacred chalice. And so we smite the Ra-Netu with the 17 strikes while uttering the plea for forgiveness. Correct ways of slaying Ra-Netu. Strike 12, the comely beheading. To feint with a high cut toward the approaching Ra-Netu. Step past the Ra-Netu on the opposite side while turning the blade to utter the plea for forgiveness. To bring the forte of the blade down upon the Ra-Netu between the third and fourth bones of the neck, shearing through from behind. To utter the humble apology. To collect the severed head, lest it be misplaced in the affray, and set it near the body for later interment. Respectful beheadings. For dummies, right? Wizard of Book, I'm starting Skyrim again, but unmodded so that I can get the achievements on Xbox. Unmodded Skyrim is underrated. I think vanilla Skyrim is actually really, really good still. If you've become used to all the bells and whistles, that can be difficult. But, I think a lot of people are like, oh, unmodded Skyrim looks so ugly. They're forgetting that it's their subjective perception of the thing after they've become used to... Like, I don't know, if you're... I once knew a girl who wore an awful lot of makeup, especially eyeliner. And she was beautiful. But once she stayed over at my place, and I saw her the first time with no eye makeup on the morning, and it was like, whoa! She didn't look bad, she just looked so different. Vanilla Skyrim's a little bit like that.
Over there, and he has put all his faith
You gotta like remember how beautiful it is in the first place. Is that a good example?
Mixing the potion for your initiation. Whenever you are ready, we can begin.
Yeah, but like me, Popsicle, when it's fan-made and not for money, let it go for goodwill. If the devs, like private server people, are making cash, then yeah, loss of revenue or misuse of IP, exactly. Sacrifice, hello there, how you doing? Give it up for Sacrifice, ladies and gentlemen. How's Ark treating you? Anyway, we're ready for the ritual. Let's go.
Very well. Then here it is. Go to the Mikada in the back of the tent and drink. Be prepared, initiate. The potion will bring on a vision of the past.
Okay. She immediately lies down. In the homeland of Yakuda, the precursors to the Red Guards fought long and bitter conflicts with the left-handed elves. When the Brigada came to Tamriel and found elven colonies on the Hammerfell coasts, they set out to eradicate them. Okay, so that was a detail of the history that I missed.
Mir, rouse yourself. Or do you want to miss the battle? Samir, my
So
brother.
they already had
finally
enmities
discovered
with the elves. I
you gained
couldn't
too deeply from the
quite
story
remember
of
if that was a
last
thing.
night. This is unlike you. Quickly, pull yourself together. You can afford no idle time today.
Wizard of Book. I haven't played without Apocalypse and Ordinator in so long. Graphics, I'm not just that worried about. I see. And Sacrifice. No time for Ark with 2 kids. Yeah, fair enough. Barely got time for Path of Exile 2 because I can just stop playing when the cries are on. Yeah. Missing the ESO raids and Splint. Yeah, man. We miss you too. I'm awake. What's going on? You're finally awake.
Warwar's mercy. Maybe you took a head bump too. Did you forget about the battle? The regatta will drive these evil elves from our lands for good.
Polite meat popsicle. Ark might be the only game I've read Steam reviews of players having 30k plus play hours giving a negative review. There must be a few live service games that have that, but yeah, that's kind of crazy when you think about it. Of course I'm up for it. Let's go.
Now, there is the Samir I know. Sometime you will have to tell me what has befallen on this last night. A story of wildness, I am sure. Come now, though. Our father prepares to address the regatta. He is expecting us.
I have some questions first. Why don't we,
Samir, I am really starting to worry. Have you been ensorcelled? The year is 853. Our father is King Jacquan, come from old Yakuta to settle here in the Alakir Desert. I hope this is starting to sound familiar.
that makes absolutely no sense. Why are we fighting the elves? I'm curious to know exactly what they say here.
Because they do not want us here. Our people came across the sea from old Yakuta to settle here, but these elves, the Koralanya clan, they will drive us from these shores. We are making our stand today, letting them know we are here to stay.
I had a dream, something about a tribe called the Ashaba.
The Ashaba? These people I do not know. Are they also elves? If we must, we will kill them too. I need you to focus though, Samir. Focus on the battle today. We should hurry to hear Father's speech.
Alright. Enough.
Praise the gods. It will not...
Man, they sure do love dreams and flashbacks in the Covenant storyline, don't they?
Regatta, you all know that the elves are outside our walls. These infidels call us
Just the one giggling Regatta.
us from this land, but what the elves do not know is that Rupka himself guided us to these shores. He decreed that the Alakir would be our home. Today, the infidels will see the strength of the Shahai. Ansi will guide our blades. Today, the sands will run red with elven blood.
That's a pretty great speech. Good job by that guy.
You look strong, Samir. My heart is proud. I believe this will be a day of destiny for you and your brother. If we wish to remain here, we must cleanse the land of these elves' taint.
What have their taints got to do with it? Come on, dude.
Yes, and much of the glory for this victory will go to you and your... Yes.
Cool.
I know you will be victorious, my son. May Ansi guide your blade.
Once again, the worm cult personality kind of kneecapping the tension of the moment, isn't it?
Come to my tent when you are ready to enter the battle.
But yeah, fair enough, Sacrifice. Glad you're enjoying PoE 2, though. That's another request we've had.
Today will be remembered for generations to come, brother. Lead on.
Whoopsie. So Ark is a game with great idea, but it lacks money, and financial decision making is horrific. Oh no. Also the patches and bugs are just insane gimmicks, yeah. So I hear, I don't have any first-hand knowledge. But I do know that it has very passionate, very disappointed fans. It's kind of hate-love relationship. I love how you... Normally it's a love-hate relationship, but you switch the order. Well, that was easy.
We will stop them.
This filter they've done on the flashback looks awesome. I could almost play the entire game with this on, even though it's kind of sepia and it desaturates everything. I think it looks really great. But like me, Popsicle, I think other game developers should probably take notes on whatever the Ark devs are doing with Ark 2. Sounds like a total train wreck. I'm sad to see it, you know, because it's not quote-unquote my game. There's part of you that's sort of like, but whenever an ambitious project like that just doesn't go well, it sucks. It makes the entire rest of the industry more risk-averse. And sure, yeah, as you were saying, it might lead to better decision-makings by paying attention to a bad example. Yeah, it's sad when these things happen. Yeah, exactly, Sacrifice. And games either die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. Well, live service games. But that's a good quote. I like it. Sacrifice Ark Survival Evolved was out for some years. Survival Ascended, which is just a copy with better graphics, came out, and they tried to fix the Dragon boss for like 3 weeks. Even patch notes were like, tried to fix Dragon, Lamau. Yeah. 3 months, yeah. Tried to fix Dragon. No further elaboration, just... yeah. But the thing is, it wasn't even just one bug with that boss. Some instances it didn't land, so you couldn't hit it. Other instances you couldn't even see the dragon. And some instances it fell through the world map, so it was just rigged. Yeah. These are all familiar sounding bugs, but to have them all ganging up on you at once, fuck that. It just sounds like, again, this is why people become risk averse. Yeah, that sounds like they were just over ambitious. Couldn't get it to work.
Your father is dead. Even worse, some elven necromancer. He turned your father into an abomination.
Here we go. What do you mean?
The necromancer slew your father and then reanimated his corpse. It is the most terrible thing I have ever seen. He is lost. There is nothing to be done for it.
This is actually a thing that I talked about in my, it's over a year ago now, wow. In my Pick the Right Class video, where we talk not about DPS and power, but about the theme and the user experience of each class. You know, both the psychological component, you know, you've read that the Wardens are all about nature, so you kind of feel some elements of that in its gameplay, but mostly about the more immediate things, like the sound design, the animation, the visual effects, all of that stuff. And we talked about that with the Necromancer. That is... what they do is the most horrifying thing. They literally will do what this guy's describing. Slaying someone and then reanimating the corpse is the most terrible thing I've ever seen. It would be absolutely horrific, like a nightmare. Where your friends are being killed around you and they rise up and start attacking you as the undead. Ugh. You can depict it in the same way that all fantasy games do. It's just, it is what it is, kind of thing. Or you can actually get a little bit more serious about it and think, what would that be like? What the hell would that experience be like? And go from there. I have to do something.
Samir, you must not go in there. You would have to strike down your own father. As darkly as these events have transpired...
You just have us flee?
Yes, there is no other choice to be made. I know your father would not want us to abandon our new home here, but...
We should discuss this, Samir. Come with me.
So this is the foundation of the Ashaba.
Fate has dealt us a cruel hand, my brother.
The Alikir would have been driven from... Oh, sorry, the Red God would have been driven from Alikir if not for the Ashaba, right? That's what it seems to be saying. I don't quite remember all the details.
I am willing to do this if you command.
Why would I command you to do it?
Because it is clear that one of us must make this sacrifice.
No, I'll do
You
it.
are in line to... No! No, please! I beseech you to reconsider this decision, Samir. I cannot bear to see you exiled. What will I do? I am not sewn from the same cloth as you and father. I am not meant to be king.
You'll make a fine king. Let's go. Sacrifice. Every time I see a Necro ESO, it reminds me of that healing monk and the glitter dude contaminating a crime scene. Yeah, I just go... I'm just really interested in... movies, books, you know, TV shows, whatever, that ask these questions. You know, like good science fiction. A lot of good, really good science fiction comes from the simple question, what would it really be like if... ... And you can have a lot of fun and actually do something quite profound just by taking a relatively silly idea like vampirism or even something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And think, well, what if that was true? What if that was actually a thing? Let's not come up with a cool adventure, but let's try to think what would really happen. How might people react and behave, you know, in and around those circumstances? I think necromancy in fantasy has not been given that treatment anywhere near enough. Give it the David Cronenberg treatment. Somebody give that guy the budget and a reason to make a fantasy movie. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Just wrecked both of them in 1.3 seconds. Oh, we can't sit on the throne? That's a wounder. Posted it in Discord in case you don't know that gem. Alright, let me check it out. Let me pause and check this out real quick. Oh, I do have Discord open. Yeah, I know. I do know this one. Thank you for the reminder. Right, you guys ready? It's another short one.
We're in the middle of our tournament where my friend John said he found a body in the bushes over there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
It's been a couple of years since I saw that. Thanks, Sacrifice. That's quality. Dude reminds me so much of Seth Rogen. The way he says body. We found a body. I don't know, that's not a very good imitate, but you know what I mean.
I would not have such courage.
Sure, that's how my parents see me, Raptor.
It's done then? I would not have such courage. In my mind, you are a hero for what you have done.
I just did what was right.
No. You deserve to be honored for your actions. But the Vizier says that by law, you must be exiled instead.
I accept it. It's fine.
Courage. Your humility. You should be king, not I. I'm sorry.
Yeah, big love, bro.
Stop acting like a child and accept.
The Vizier actually makes it? That's cool.
Why, Samir? Why? You have broken the most sacred tradition of the kingdom. Nothing can justify such sacrilege. The law is clear, Samir.
Nah, you're an idiot. I accept it.
Then there is nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I find it hard to... I just don't buy it. That it would be such a monolithic belief among the Red Guard. You know, if they treated it a little bit more like, I don't know, Jews keeping kosher. You know, the Green Pact is treated very much like that. There are many Wood Elves who sort of, they mostly adhere to the Green Pact, but in reality, they'll cut corners now and then. There are some who absolutely, no, we must stick to the Green Pact. We will never touch anything vegetable or anything like that. Only animal products in everything. And then there are others who completely don't give a shit. And who just eat and live like everyone else. That, to me, is perfectly plausible. Because we have examples of it in the modern world. Let alone, you know, the distant past when people had much more limited access to information and were less likely to question, you know, long-standing cultural traditions and widespread beliefs. But I don't know, this one is just so fucking dumb in the face of an undead army. I'm not sure I buy it that like the majority of the Red Guard would unquestioningly follow it. You know what I mean? I think just a small stitch of dialogue here and there. So we have no desire to break it. Who knows what the people really believe, but... And it's just people like this Vizier who are like, no, absolutely not. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that...
Welcome back. You were gone for
Could that writing have been strengthened a little bit, or am I just overthinking
I trust
it?
you walked in the steps of Prince Samir of Yath. And
Yeah.
experienced the events that led to his exile.
The first Ashaba.
He was. Samir went on to start a family and a tribe in exile. They wandered the desert as nomads and became known as the Ashaba. Hakmir became king and ruled peacefully.
And
the colony
then-
from Yath would have fallen, but Samir led his tribe against the necromancers. You have now witnessed the first sacrifice, and you know that true honor need not be named. Yes, the words have been spoken.
I will
There's
say
little
this,
we can
though.
do to help out. There is a place to the northeast.
To
I
Akka's
must see
throne.
to the
Off we go. I will say one thing. That is essentially another one of those, you know, the quest phase that delays your progress with the main thing. The thing that you want to do is retrieve the MacGuffin or get from A to B, and then the video game will give you a quest that delays that outcome somehow, you know? And they did it in a way which was, I don't know, it was quite well hidden. I didn't mind. It wasn't transparent. I'm interested. What is this flashback? What was happening? I'm picking up more on like where the writing is working for me and where it isn't so much. And the things that just make you go, no, that's just... I don't believe that would happen. That is just a quest writer doing their job, is what I see.
They will pay for what they have done.
I'm sure they will. And it's relevant that we'll be playing The Witcher 3 a little bit later, because that I felt like that game was full of that stuff. You know, your mission is to find Ciri. And it seems very simple. Track her down. Where can I go to track her down? Oh, in order to talk to the person who might have news, you need to do all these little chores first. And before you can do that, you need to do the washing up and... you know? All the quests actually turned out to be pretty fun. Excited for The Witcher 4? I know I am. Not yet, because it's like 2 years away, probably, but... yeah.
This is not good. Not good at all.
Just anything by CD Projekt. If I were to... If this whole content creation thing just doesn't work out, one dream that I would consider pursuing, certainly if I was younger, probably maybe it's too old, it's too late rather, would be to become a writer for a studio like that. Like, it is exactly the kind of stories that I'm interested in. It's exactly what I think I would be good at. And I could avoid a lot of the pitfalls that weaker video game writers fall into. I see it everywhere, so I know it's not an easy thing to do. But I think I'd be a quick study. Let me put it that way. Yeah. So any game made by those guys. Pretty much Field, yeah. Lena, if you want to do X, you first have to do the washing up. Sounds like being a parent. Exactly. And that's not why we play video games. In many ways, it is realistic, but it is sort of, you know, a tangential quest that's put there for convenience. Just to stretch the taffy. We wouldn't accept it in a movie. And I don't think we should just accept it in video games. It needs to be justified. It needs to be wrapped up in something which is fun or interesting or just something which is distracting enough that you don't feel like the thread of the story is being snapped and that you have to pick it back up again. Nothing worse than that. That's what makes compulsive gaming like really, really fun. You know, that, or just one more delve before bed, or just one more match. That kind of thing. You want that flow to exist, even in story.
You? I'm pretty good with faces, but I don't know yours. You must have just joined then.
I did.
Do you understand why I am concerned? Some of the greatest heroes in history are buried here. Kings, queens, legendary warriors. If they've risen, it is a shot
This guy's line read is brilliant.
Going to be easy.
He's so distressed. Hey guys, exciting news. Maya will be here in about 20 minutes. How exciting. Let's see if we can do this this area first.
I'll mark the graves' locations on your map.
Let's get a healer.
You're brave to cross blades with these heroes yourself. There are many heroes buried here.
I am not going to read all the dialogue there. Sorry, dude. Lena Elvira, yeah. It does sound like being a parent. I completely agree. But not in a good way. Not in a way that makes you think, oh, this is realism. I'm out of food. And Field. Yeah, CD Projekt are awesome. Cyberpunk is my favorite single-player game of all time. It's definitely up there for me. It might be my favorite. It really, really, really grew on me in the last couple of years after they finished, you know, fixing it. It's an astonishing achievement in places. Got a bad rap at first, but honestly, don't think there's a lot of writing in gaming that tops it. Yeah, the writing is excellent. And the way that the quests start, you never, just using the word quest feels wrong. It genuinely feels organic and natural in a really, really impressive way. And the tragedy is, it's like a good movie soundtrack. You know, when this is done well, you don't notice. When it's done badly, you just get really frustrated in a way that you might not be able to put your finger on as a player or as a moviegoer. Alright, Field, and anyone else who played Cyberpunk, even if you didn't play the whole thing, do you have a favorite quest or character or a favorite moment? I mean, not to fast forward too far ahead, in a few days we will be playing. We might even do it tomorrow, in fact. We'll be doing Cyberpunk tomorrow, probably. But yeah, there's no rule that says we can't talk about it already. Raptor Bro, I showed my wife the voice actors and she was shocked at the production of this game. So this is Cyberpunk, yeah? ESO does have some of the best voice acting. You're talking about ESO or Cyberpunk? I guess ESO then. But you're right, it does have excellent, excellent voice cast from top to bottom. There's like the occasional voiceover which I think is either a miss or sounds a little bit bland relative to the others, but it's rare. The misses include for me the Augur of the Obscure. Mostly that's because the character is bad and the whole quest line involving him is awful. The worst kind of video game writing, in my opinion. Exactly the kind of thing we're talking about. And some of the Wood Elf ladies, for example. Not all of them. There are some that definitely do a good job, but there's one or two that are like, I'm supposed to do a Cockney accent to sound like I'm from London. Cool, blimey, Mary Poppins. And it's like, why? Why are you doing that? Why not just give that particular Bosma type a more American or generic UK mid-Atlantic accent, whatever. But I guess it's because Keith Zarabaika, who did the he did such a beautiful job in Skyrim. He's the one who voiced most of the Dunmer males in Skyrim. You know that really deep voice. There's kind of a Cockney accent going on, but a weird one, like a slightly exotic version of a Cockney accent. He did such a lovely job with that. They were obviously thinking, oh, we can do some of that with the Bosma. I don't know. But they underestimated how difficult that would be for American voice actors to do, I suppose. So that's a pet peeve. I think those are the only two I can really think of. And I hope the audio balance is still about right. You guys let me know. The game is feeling very loud at times, but what I hear is not the same as what you hear. So do let me know if it's a little bit out of whack. My favorite moment is the start of the Phantom Liberty DLC when Songbird sees someone you wouldn't think should be able to. Oh, really? That's your favorite moment? That's a really good one. I don't know if it's my favorite moment, but the bit that really moved me was when Judy says goodbye. Holy shit. That really got me. It didn't get me in the way that we were talking about Interstellar the other day and how much I was in pieces the first time I saw that movie, and Ellen Burstyn and Matthew McConaughey have their scene towards the end of the film. Oh my god, it just absolutely destroyed me. And Maya, when we were watching it together the other night, her eyes were just streaming with tears. It's really, really moving. We're not talking that level of gut-wrenching. But, yeah, there's... It's like a game giving itself a high five and then pointing to itself and looking at you and going, huh? Huh? We made a character so good, you're gonna miss them. You know? I think the first time I experienced this was Half-Life 2, when you go to Ravenholm and Alex isn't there anymore. It's a very, very mild version of the same thing, but you definitely feel the lack. You know, you feel her absence. Or just the absence of anyone. You feel really lonely in that terrifying, horrible place. And, yeah. That moment when Judy gives you the bioprints or whatever, the biometrics to go into her apartment. It's yours. I won't be needing it anymore. Fuck. That's tough. By Cockney, you mean like Amy Winehouse sounding? It's like when they fake a southern accent. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, outside of blatantly writing spoilers, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate the way you worded that. It took me a moment for it to dawn on me, and then I realized what you meant. Magnus, hello there. How you doing? I'm about to receive my first order from HelloFresh in a few hours. Thanks to you guys. Well, thanks to you, man. Good on you for taking advantage of it. I hope you enjoy. I've got to be honest. Maybe we got lucky. Maya's a very, very good cook. I mean, she's literally a chef, so she knows what she's doing. But honestly, it looked like it was so easy to do. Didn't really matter. But I really enjoyed all the stuff that we got in our box. So goddamn, this is such good food. That offer is still on, by the way. If you scroll up just a little bit in the channel, guys, stream elements posted. Subscribe to HelloFresh. And you see the link there. I'll just repost it just in case. It's a really amazing offer. It might not be the first time you've seen it. Other streamers have done this before. I'm sure we won't be the last. But it's particularly because we're UK based. I think they are not. They're huge in the US, but they're not as well established in the UK at the moment. And they just want people to try it out. That's why they're doing. They're so confident that enough people will stick with them. They just want people to try it. It's like a free month on Netflix, except you're actually getting something. You're saving a bunch of money that you would be spending on food otherwise. My parents did one. I think they ordered a box worth about £70, and they paid something like £20 for it instead. So even if they never get another one, even if they cancel their subscription after the first box, well, they've saved 50 quid, probably. So, yeah, I encourage you guys to check that out. I'll be going AFK to pick up Maya in about 10 minutes. Maybe have a look at it then. I don't know. Don't worry about it. No pressure. I'm just trying to save you guys a bit of money. But also, you know, we do get a little bit of commission off it. I should say that. I just realized we never picked up the vector quest from there. Oh, and my mouse just disconnected. Thank you for that. It started doing that. When it fully charges, it disconnects from the machine. It's fine, it's back. But what the hell? What's up with that? Ah, so it's not Magnus, it's Maunus, I guess. I picked the dishes. They said were quick and easy. Can confirm they deliver in Denmark too. Mouse just goes, oh, I'm done now. Yeah, exactly. Good old Erie. And a fish, you have to be careful about pre-ordered food company, especially if it came from America. That's what I mean. And the offers and obviously the products will vary from region to region. But like the stuff that we got, the meat and especially the vegetables, like the potatoes and stuff like that, it was all local. Not just from England, but from this part of England where I live. So I'm pretty impressed by their supply chain. I'm sure the company doesn't do everything right. Of course they don't. Like, when has that company existed? But, yeah, and for people that don't have a great recycling scheme in their local area, there is quite a lot of plastic packaging, which isn't great, but so long as you recycle it, I don't see the problem. But yeah, we were really delighted with it. So thanks for bringing that up, Maunus. Now, I hope you have a delicious few meals from that. And seriously, thank you for trusting us enough to make that call and to take advantage of that deal. LeBro, sorry I'm late for the party, folks. Not at all. Maya isn't even here yet. She'll be here in the next 10 minutes or so. The epic dolmen opening up behind me. Love it. Also, it's just the dude we ran past earlier. Interesting.
Satyrkar's wrath, Wayfarer. Unless you want to wade through an army of undead, go no further. These dogs, the Withered Hand, they seized control of Tuwaka's throne, and now they are raising the consecrated dead. How is this even possible?
And yeah, going back to Field's comments on Cyberpunk, towards the end, the ending scenes on the roof with Johnny are very good also. The soundtrack does a lot of heavy lifting. One of the reasons I think the game has such incredible moments, and we'll talk about this when we actually play the game, which, like I said, is probably going to be tomorrow. It has, most of it is complete sandbox. You do whatever the hell you want, whenever you want, however you want. It's almost an immersive sim and an open world game at the same time, which is an amazing, like, both of those are incredibly difficult to do. Doing both at the same time is fucking wild that they were able to make it work. And no surprise, really, that it was released in such a terrible state when they tried to rush it. But yeah, then when they take your hands off the wheel every now and again to give you a more tightly scripted sequence. And because it's first person, it happens fairly seamlessly, but it means you get these beautiful moments where the game controls often what the weather looks like, exactly what soundtrack you're hearing, where the sun is in the sky, what time of day it is. And so you get these perfect scripted moments that are like a movie, and it just means they hit so hard with emotional impact. And usually, because it's cyberpunk, it's usually terribly, terribly sad. But not all of them. There's some really cool bits as well. Cyberpunk 2077 is how I found out that Idris Elba was a DJ for decades. Yeah, man. He actually made a movie, directed a movie back in 2018, something like that, called Yardi. And I haven't seen it yet. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll report back. But it was based on a novel that he read as a kid, and it was like all Caribbean and African immigrants, like first generation immigrants living in London, apparently read this book when he was young. It was super, super popular. And sounds like a really interesting story. And music was a huge part of that movie, so that's one of the reasons he had the confidence to make it. Autocorrect if you want to fight, just come over. Good old Eerie. I'm done. Now you can unplug me again. It's very weird when it does that.
The Ansei wards. Stolen.
Yeah.
Oh. Tuwaka will do the cleansing. We must only clear the way.
Alright, let's clear the way.
Each direction the wind blows, there is a brazier. Light the first 3 and meet me at the west brazier. I will light that one.
Manos, please do let us know in a few days how it actually works out. I'd love that.
And soon see Uwafa and his withered hand destroyed.
And Alan Fisher say, I'm seriously messed up stuff. Food additives that aren't FDA approved, a food crunch for a salad, and a vegetable food additive that killed people's gallbladders. Yeah, you'll have stricter food regulations. Exactly. The FDA is very, very lightweight. I didn't realize you were in the US. But yeah, I do not know much about it. I'm not an expert. But I've seen a few movies about vegetarianism and farming in the US, and there was an interesting was it Farmageddon? I can't remember what it was called. It was one of these slightly over the top sensationalist things. Oh, you're in Texas. Nice. Definitely a lot to admire about the US, even these days. I stand by that. But yeah, the way that food is regulated, I don't think is among them. Capitalism is king in a way that perhaps it shouldn't be. It's one of the low-key reasons a lot of people are grateful to the European Union, because they can be a bureaucratic waste of money and time, but they also tend to be pretty on the case when it comes to regulating this stuff. And we can't always trust our regional governments or national governments to do that. What exactly will Tuwaka's breath do?
We do not know. There is no record of these defenses ever being used. All I can recall is reading that it is
So it's
supposed
never
to
been
help
done before.
cleanse
Good.
the
That
temple
fills me with
and
confidence.
return the dead to their rest.
Hey, Utopian Warrior. Hello there.
Certainty is part of
And
the
Field, there are no happy endings in Night City. I'm trying to think. If you go with the nomads at the end, that's kind of... But it's all bittersweet. And if you take the way out, as it were, in Phantom Liberty, there's an incredibly soul-crushing denouement to the whole story. Everything seems miserable and rubbish and devalued. But then the actual ending... I guess I can say, because I'm not telling you how to get there, where V just sort of blends into the crowd and the camera moves out until you can't see him anymore. That has a... What would you call that? Sweet bitter? Rather than bittersweet? Most of it is bitter with a little bit of sweetness on the end. There are some more positive outcomes, but yeah, you're not wrong. Malnos, you're the only person who pronounces it with a soft G. Feels very strange after years and years of playing with Americans. Oh yeah, that other way out on the balcony. That's not the one I'm talking about. There is a there's an option after the Phantom Liberty storyline. And it's the most underwhelming ending possible. But, anyway, I guess the ending is very mid. Like, nothing awful happens, but nothing really good happens either. It's just kind of... tragic in a pedestrian sort of way. But yeah, we can't say too much, can we? We will be playing that game tomorrow, and I will... Yeah, I'll echo what Field has been saying. It's one of my favorite games ever. I've been so impressed with it. And that is coming from someone who was furious. I pre-ordered it and all of that stuff. I spent all that money, and then it was a big steaming pile of bugs when it was released. This is Cyberpunk 2077 we're talking about. And yeah, I was pissed. And I didn't play the game for a couple of years. I just couldn't be bothered. But I knew they'd said we're working on it, and gradually it was getting better and better. Then that big 2.0 patch finally arrived, and it was like, okay, it is time. Alan Fisher, yeah, profits come first. It's even a law in the US. Yeah. It's because freedom is such an important component in like the psychology of modern America, isn't it? Freedom! And it's definitely a good thing, you know, you're starting from a good place, but the freedom to like abuse your workforce or to poison the population, it's not the kind of freedom we're talking about. So yeah, I respect your comments there, Alan Fisher, thanks for that. Even though I don't know much about this subject at all. Our top problem. Orange at the top. For those who are not on YouTube, just says top problem, then an orange emoji at the top. Is that a problem, or is it the symptom? Nah, let's not even go there. Where are these dudes coming from? Oh, when I finally finish my pre-buff, the fight is over? Fine. Very off topic. Khan, you said until tomorrow, no raid tonight. Yeah, I thought so this is for the Leo group, right? Did I not say? We're not running tonight, we don't have the people. We're missing our healer, and we're missing Manzakin, and somebody else. Tomorrow we're just missing one person. Shit, I'm so sorry, dude. I thought I said we're not running tonight, but we are on tomorrow. Check my original message. I think I did say that. But if I didn't, then apologies, and I'll post it in just a moment. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm off to get Maya I'll flip the screen real quick and leave you with a BRB screen. We'll be back shortly. We'll be rolling the dice on our game, just like we did yesterday, and catching up with all the sub goals that we've missed. I'll be with you shortly. Have fun. Sit tight. Okay. We are back. Sorry about that. Maya wasn't actually quite ready to go. She was still wrapping up some stuff when I swung by to get her, so I had to wait in the car a couple of minutes. But we are here. She's just sorting herself out. And then she'll join us, and we will catch up with our game board. Let me just join the voice chat on Discord. There we go. Alright, where were we? What did I miss? Malnos, I'm pretty sure I've done every ending I could, but not sure which one you mean. Basically, Phantom Liberty, you can get yourself fixed. Not a good result for Johnny Silverhand. If you do that, you get an ending which isn't tragic or anything like that, but it's very muted. Like nothing grand happens, you know? The world becomes a less interesting place if you choose that option. Basically. Egghead ending, I call it. Yeah. And Utopian World Sentinel gives me all the time to prep for a new setup. Yeah, that was why I posted it. It was saying have this stuff ready for tomorrow. And Alan Fisher, take care. Yeah, thank you. Just a few minutes in the car there and back, not even. It's crazy. It's like a 20-minute walk, but if I get in the car.
Go now and light them. Oh yes.
All right, history of the wards. Let's hear this.
Of course. All priests of Tuwaka know such things.
20-minute walk or like a 90-second drive. I love it.
When 3 Anse gave their lives to channel their spirits into their blades. They did this so that the wards would protect the consecrated dead.
So I sometimes wonder, in the same way that I didn't love the Augur of the Obscure because his Kiwi accent is slightly off, like it's too off for me to enjoy it. And the same way that those Cockney Wood Elf ladies, it's too weak as a representation of a Cockney accent. It's not good enough for me to really get behind it and just let it go. Like, it sort of grates when I hear it. I wonder if there's anyone from, like, Eastern Africa or whatever who would be slightly bothered by this accent, which sounds great to me, but, you know, my ears don't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? I sometimes wonder. So, how is Uwafa raising the consecrated dead?
In the hands of these necromancers, the strength of the Anse wards is much weakened. With some magics, they might even be able to pervert the ward's power for terrible ends. It is good that we will soon have them back.
I think he sounds awesome. But I'm just allowing for that fact that depending on what we've been exposed to, we'll have very different reactions to these kind of things. Right, here we go. This is a real set-piece moment.
Tuwaka, keeper of souls, hear the prayer
This would be
of
such a
your
tourist
humble
trap, wouldn't it be?
servant. Your sacred grounds have been defiled. The rest of our ancestors have been disturbed.
There would definitely be a little gift shop down where that dolmen is.
To cleanse the temple and give us your blessing to destroy the defiler. He has given his blessing. Go into the inner sanctum and kill Uwafa.
Really trying to climb on top of this fireplace. Can't do it. Alright, here we go. you see these loading screens and you imagine that the team at ZOS had more of a horror zombie movie meets Indiana Jones type vision for this stuff. Man, if I still had necrotic potency slotted, imagine.
Thank you. The corruption in my ward is gone. But the other wards, we must find them.
So what about favorite moments in The Witcher 3? Guys, or just any, they don't have to be favorite or best, but just standout moments in that game. Because that is what we're going to be taking a look at a little bit later.
I am very proud.
I'll see if I can get us started.
Tuwaka says that you smote this Uwafa mightily. You recovered the ward of Anse Radan as well. The temple is restored, and Alakir is safer. Tuwaka is pleased.
Tuwaka is pleased. That's all I needed to know. I just gave the dog a treat. I expect you can't hear it. But if you can hear crunching in the background, it's just the dog. She's been given a special treat.
The Waka says you should not worry.
The three witches fight. I think that's one of Maya's favorites. That whole bit with the three crones. The Crookback Bog. Yeah, Crookback Bog, she's saying. Two of my favorite moments both involve drinking, which, you know, interpret that as you will. But, oh, is that a Maya I hear? Welcome on in, everybody. Give it up for Maya. Here she is. We've been waiting for you. How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Busy day?
Yeah.
Physical, by the look of it.
Yeah. By the look of it, what does that mean?
The ending you can, by the sound of it, sorry, is what I meant. A field, or the ending in Witcher 3 you can get if you get with Triss and Yen.
Ah, thank you, Field.
Yeah, I've heard all about that one. I haven't actually experienced it. But, yeah, the two that come to my mind... I'm not going to be able to tell this story now, am I? Now that Maya's here. There's the piss up at Kaer Morhen where the witches get back together and they get drunk and they take Vesemir's hat and stuff. That was really fun. I was absolutely cracking up watching that whole thing. It's just such a nice break from all the... It felt like one of those moments in a Tolkien book where, you know, in The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, where they finally get somewhere safe and they can relax for a little while. You know? Especially The Hobbit has lots of those. And then there was the party near the beginning of, was it about halfway through Hearts of Stone? Where, what's Olgierd von Everic's brother? Do you remember his name, Maya?
No.
Oh, what's his name? But his dead brother inhabits Geralt's body in order to have one last party. One last night out.
Well, I hope I don't empty the chat like I did yesterday. All right. Hey, Belorda. Hello. We need an alternative Maya whisper as well. So it's not like too shouty. So like it's just a hello little background. Maya.
That's an idea.
No, Tuwaka is quiet now.
Bergama. Hey Maya, you joined us. We're just about to go off and do some dueling. We've been sent to Bergama.
With whom?
Well, we're not actually doing any dueling. We've just been sent to Bergama by the Red Guards. And we found Tim Russ, by the way. You want to hear him?
Sure. I mean, no, don't worry about it. Not for me.
No, I'm definitely going to do it. It's Morwa's bounty, right? See, there's a General Thoda, which made me listen for a moment. I was like, hang on. That sounds a lot like old Tuvok in the new Star Trek, where he shows up much older as Admiral Tuvok or whatever. But it wasn't him, I don't think. It's definitely this guy. Are you listening? I'll just wait for Maya to get the earphones in. And hey, Belorda. Yeah, Field, that is properly funny. The drinking Cameron.
Yep.
I think the best drinking missions in a game has to be Red Dead Redemption 2, though. I haven't played that. I haven't played that one. Oh, Magnus, I just finished Witcher 1 and I'm in Act 1 of Witcher 2. Well, we will be careful not to spoil. Luckily, the bit I have lined up for Witcher 3 later is very non-spoilery. In fact, it's from an expansion. It's from Hearts of Stone early on. So I tried to pick something that was not spoiler-tastic. Anyway, Maya, here we go.
It is our duty as a Shabbat to assist the king if he calls upon us. I only wish he had
Oh, yeah.
us earlier. Perhaps this terrible poisoning could have been avoided.
How good is that?
It is our duty as a Shabbat to assist the king if he calls upon us.
Razum, hello there. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. I'm kidding. Meow. Magnus. Oh no, I've played through them all before. I see. Right, yeah, you're just redoing it. Yeah, we did the same a while back. We, it seems like not that long ago, but it was like at least 3 years ago now. We replayed all of the Witcher games. Couldn't remember Witcher 1 at all. Yeah, the DLCs for Witcher 3 was so good. Blood and Wine had some of my favorite moments in as well. And like I just said, Hearts of Stone, sorry. Anyway, let's flip on over. Speaking of...
We ain't found shit!
There we go. A nice one, Maya.
That's now redeemable for channel points.
Hey! So that's a particular Tuvok or Tim Russ celebratory day. While we're here in Alikir. We'll be doing Bankarai later and tomorrow, so I imagine we'll still be hearing plenty of Tim Russ. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the game. How many rolls do we have left over from yesterday?
We didn't have any rolls left over.
We did all of them, did we?
Yep. Yeah, I did all of them, yeah.
Are you? Yeah, but
I'm 100% sure.
But
yes.
I got some more stuff after you left.
Well, then obviously not that, because yeah.
So yeah, let's do those.
So how many of those?
It was a lot. It was like 20.
From what?
From subs mostly.
Okay.
And then we had 8 more today.
Lovely.
So for those who don't know what we're doing, this is part of our September Ninja Balls Gamesfest. This is a little, very, very simple board game that we made for ourselves. That's why the pixel art is so basic. And yeah, we're just moving the little ninja guy. I keep meaning to make a brighter, glowy version, but he's on square 89. Oh, he just moved ahead to 91. And we landed on a question mark square.
Yeah, we did. All right, Khan. Quick fire. What's the color of my eyes?
Blue.
What's my favorite color?
Purple.
Seaside holiday or forest holiday?
Forest.
Okay. That's enough. All right, we're rolling further.
Was that 3 for 3? What is your favorite color? I don't actually know that.
I'm not sure, but it's around purplies, turquoises sort of thing. It changes. So yeah, good call. And I rolled a 3, 2, 3. Oh, we're not landed on anything fun. We're right next to the wine. Darn it. Okay, I rolled a 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's beer. It's beer.
We landed on the beer square. Let's go.
Ooh.
I came prepared. Pass me your glass.
All right, so next one. I rolled a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey! And there is a portal.
Jumping us forward to a cocktail square.
Oh, shit.
That is the skooma square we just landed on. That means we have to do cocktail. Let's
wine.
Let's cheat a little bit and just have beer and then a wine. Jeez, this is going to be dangerous. Don't hit any more boozy squares. Thank you very much.
I mean, not much I can do about it. All right. Okay, I'm gonna roll another one, and that's 3. Which way are we going? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're right next to the bear. Sag.
It's tempting. You'd almost reach over and grab it.
And cheers, everyone. Okay.
Yeah, cheers. One and all. Hope you're having a lovely week so far. Happy Tuesday and all of that. Welcome if you just joined us. Maya and Khan from Ninja Balls are both here. We're just catching up on all of our subs and cheers and whatnot. Every time anybody subs or cheers or donates on Ko-fi, we roll the die on this game board.
Got a reading.
Where have we landed right now? So we're on 158. We landed on the Eye of Mora. That means law. Specifically, I'm supposed to read something from a law book. We'll see about that.
Oh, next to the bear again. We're very unlucky.
Tell us how many you're rolling. So we're in 163 now.
So we just landed another 4, so that's another crowd control. So we're adding that to the list.
Yeah, that'll be like Baldur's Gate or Skyrim or Vampire Survivors, a game that supports crowd control on Twitch. So you guys can like spawn in dragons or if we're playing Baldur's Gate, you can turn me into a wheel of cheese. All these kind of crazy things.
Yeah, I just rolled a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 173. Oh, that's good. We're not being thrown back. That's a first.
Yeah, we've only got one more dangerous one.
Yep.
2 more dangerous squares on the way. Let's go.
Well, I skipped anything dangerous and horrible.
176.
Right, I just rolled a 6.
So 182.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, we're skipping all the scary stuff.
We're right next to Zamaja. If we land on Zamaja, she will do her channel and drop us through the floor and drop us onto a random place on the game board. All right, we landed on the Rush of Agony square on 188.
Back to 150.
Going back all the way down to 150. How many rolls have we got left?
A few.
All right, keep going.
I am.
And cheers.
152. Cheers. Okay.
Hello, Zim, by the way. Welcome on in. How much wine and beer? We're not talking a lot. We're talking a double shot of wine. The beer is a bit more flexible because I'm opening a small can.
Okay, another story. Okay, I've rolled another one, and that's a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's beer. It's beer.
God damn it. So we need 2 more drinks after this one. All right.
Yeah.
164. Let's get to that giveaway.
2, 3, 4. Okay, we skipped anything dangerous.
168. What's the next roll?
It's a 4.
172.
Oh, we just missed the portal. That's sad.
Are you guys able to follow this? Since I'm calling it out, you can see the little ninja teleporting around on that. He's one line up from the bottom.
178. Oh, yeah. In between anything dangerous. Guys, we're on the home stretch to a nice giveaway.
All right, 178. What's the next roll?
It's a 4. We are on 182, and the next roll is a 3.
So 185. Nice.
Oh, why does that portal take us back?
It doesn't.
That's not how portals... Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. It doesn't take us
Oh,
anywhere.
that's the end of it. I suddenly panicked. Like, no. All right, a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, nothing dangerous, ladies and gents.
We got one threatening thing left. That
Okay,
wait before
6.
you roll. Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, another law.
Right, so we're on the Eye of Mora on square 196. 2 squares ahead, we've got a Barse hard mode. That's Flame Herald Barse there with her dual weapons and her little tail. That's the best I could do to create a...
Cute.
Yeah, it's pretty cute. Only going to move the ninja?
He's been moved.
Onto
Have I
196?
not saved it?
Yeah, there we go.
No.
So, yeah, if we hit that one...
We hit 3, it's fine. We're safe. 199.
Well, the bar say hard mode wipes the group. That's what happens, right? So, yeah, one more roll and we're done. That's a giveaway. Guaranteed, and we'll do it right now. And how many rolls do we have left? 4?
Yeah.
So, let's do a giveaway right away.
What should we give away? Hang on, ad is on. No, it's not. What should we give away?
1 million gold. Or have you got...
Okay.
Have you still got other things?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let's explore the options then. Quickly.
Everything. Crowns, ESO Plus, Torch Bugs, everything.
Let's give away some crowns then. We got a new bunch of crown crates arriving in like a couple of days. So that
We
could
should
be perfect
have,
time.
hopefully, all platforms. So, yeah, let's do 1,500 crowns.
1,500 crowns is pretty good. Alright, so how... you guys don't need to be subbed or anything to enter this giveaway. All you need to do is guess a number. Since we've got 226 people watching, I say we go for a relatively large range. So anything from 100 to 200.
Let's go from 1 to 200.
So anything between those two numbers.
And it's live now.
You can guess as many times as you like. Start spamming the numbers you want to guess. The first person to guess the correct number will win 1,500 crowns to use in-game in ESO. This is only on Twitch. I'm so sorry, YouTube. It doesn't work on YouTube currently. But yeah, first person to guess, you can guess as many times as you like. Go, 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 go. It could be you. I know I could use 1,500 crowns for something. Anything between 100 and 200. Keep it going. We've got some excellent guesses going off here. Good old Airy with a brave 101. Zim the Bard with a 200. Xerox with a 120. Balorda with a 4. Interesting. Kiddings with a 189. Lebro with a 122. Zdenya with a strong 32. Some of these numbers are not in the right range. I'm guessing they are typos. What are we guessing, Crimson Phoenix? You're trying to guess the right number between 100 and 200. So you probably already knew before I'd answered that. Oh, we're getting close. Somebody's going to get it. Keep going. Just to up the tension, I'm going to move closer to these duelists. Just started guessing. But yeah, this is for 1,500 crowns. Should work on any platform. We have codes for all platforms. Oh, I got excited for a moment. Thought somebody had won. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. We'll get it. There's nobody out there who couldn't use 1,500 crowns. Wow, this one is taking a little while for us to land on. If you haven't guessed yet, if you're being coy, jump on in. Your first guess might also be the last. Okay, I'm just checking with Maya. She's confirmed the number is active. None of you have guessed it yet. Anything between 100 and 200. Including both of those numbers. Loads of people immediately guess 100 and 200. Also, I popped over just because I saw Combing the Desert. Well, that has been added. We ain't found shit has been added to the blurb. So you guys can summon the spirit of Tim Russ whenever you want.
We ain't found shit!
There we go. Oh, man. We could be moments away from this. Someone is going to get it. This does happen from time to time. Sometimes we'll get... The giveaway will be won in a moment, in a matter of seconds. Sometimes it can take minutes. It wouldn't be the first time.
I'm just going to give everyone a little tip. All of these numbers are too high.
So it's a nice low one. So it's below 150 is what you're saying. replying to Zim the Bard comes in. Oh, close. So it's still over 100, but below 150. Wow, I'm really surprised no one's got it yet. That's.
We've had that once, I
what
think.
What are the
That's
chances? Yeah.
Oh, that was one close. Oh.
Oh. Well, you got to get it before the ad break. Guys, let's go. We have 1 minute to go. Do you want to refine the range even more, Maya?
No, that's all I can give you. I'm trying to look. 'Cause I don't know. Below 110. I think. Jesus, this is crazy.
It must be bugged. People are now are just going through 101, 102, 103, 104.
Yeah, but if it's below 100, then that's not going to work, is it?
No, 101, 102, 103, 104. What's the like? Do we need to do this again?
I don't think so. I think it's below 100.
It can't. What we said, the range is 100 to 200.
I know, but I'm just giving a guess of where the number is. Of course, the range is between 100 and 200.
But then it can't be below 100, can it?
The number can be 1, so that's below 100, isn't it?
But how could it be if you specified a range of
Danny, if it's a range between 1 and 200, then it could be 50, right?
100 and 200.
No. I specify it's between 1 and 200.
Oh, so
1 and 200.
Well, all right. Well, that's our fuck up then, guys. So it's below 100. That
It is not. The range is 1, the number 1, and the end is 200. There we go.
well done, James TLW. I did say to you, Maya, between 100 and 200, but then obviously we missed it in communication back and forth. So apologies for that, and I didn't pick up on that until just now.
I'm fairly certain people were guessing under 100 as well, so some people got it right. If you know what I mean.
Either way, that was fair and square.
Congratulations, James!
We misled everyone equally, and then corrected everyone equally. So congratulations, it has been won now. Sorry about that, guys. That's the first time we've actually done that. But either way, the point was just to give away 1,500 crowns to somebody. So all you need to do is whisper Ninja Pulse.
No. I already sent a whisper, so you just need to respond with which platform.
Yeah, respond to Maya's whisper with which platform you want it on. And the
code... Zim, then somebody, James must have said it twice or something, because the Nightbot knows. It's not... It genuinely does, like the times.
It never gets it wrong. We've checked.
Yeah.
But it is possible that you will guess 52, and then, like, 10 seconds later you will see such and such won the giveaway with a guess of 52, and it's just a lag.
Yeah.
But it is trustworthy.
But I listened to what Maya said, and Khan called me out for typing 4. See? So that's funny.
What we need to do is find a way to hyphenate our speech, so that when you say between 1 and 200, 1 and 200, rather than 1.
I mean, Belorda got it.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, we got there in the end.
But I'm the one who picked the range. Aren't I? So...
Congratulations.
So I
got there in the end.
Yeah, that's why I was stating it with such confidence. That was pretty funny. Anyway, congrats and thanks. Thank you for playing. All right, so we've got 4 more rolls on the game board. Let's get that done while we're here. And we are now back to square 1. Well, square 0, in fact.
All right, I just rolled a 6.
4 more rolls, and if anyone wants us to keep going with this nonsense, so we've got another random quickfire round. Okay, Maya. Do I prefer American whiskey or Japanese whiskey? Stupid question, but...
American?
Correct.
Well,
correct.
Yeah.
Do I prefer Lord of the Rings or the Silmarillion?
Lord of the Rings. Or Silmarillion.
Actually, I'm not even sure. I think the Silmarillion.
Yeah, okay.
Dream Theater or Iron Maiden?
Dream Theater.
Correct. All right, there we go. If anyone wants
I
us to
actually was going to say Silmarillion, but then I thought, but come on, Lord of the Rings, it just is a bit more cohesive.
It is. It definitely is. Right, so if anyone wants us to continue with this nonsense...
I rolled a 2.
Any subs, any donations on Ko-fi, any bit cheers, anything like that will force us to roll...
Bitches? Any bitch? Oh, it's beer time.
Bit cheers will force us to roll the dice again. DT over Maiden is blasphemy. No, it's the truth. Deal with it. How many good albums have Iron Maiden actually done? Okay, it's a lot. But how many albums have they done which didn't sound like every other thing that they'd done? It pains me to actually... Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to have this argument. Because I really like Iron Maiden. And I respect the shit out of what they did for heavy metal in the early days. So, yeah, I don't want to criticize them. But I will if I have to. I stand by it. It was still fun. That's what all that matters. Thanks, Crimson Phoenix. And LeBro, take it easy. Hopefully see you when you get home. Do you have any news on the miniature contest? What was that, Zupmao? The miniature contests. Iron Maiden cover art alone, 10 out of 10. That's true. Yeah, Dream Theater album cover art? No, that's like a 4 out of 10. On average. Some are really good, some are really bad. Maybe 4 is a bit too low.
If you check on the Discord, the date is right there. In 12 days, exactly, the miniature contest.
That's the housing.
Not changed. Yeah,
housing,
not changed.
Right. Maiden Dance of Death, maybe not. See, one of my buddies thought that was like one of their best albums. I was like, you are crazy. Anyway, so was that all the 4 rows that we had left, Maya? So we're all done, yes? Square 16, top row.
Yeah, done.
Cool. So we're well on our way to our next giveaway. Nice. And since we're on the subject, Maya, what about these sub goals? What do we have coming up? So this isn't 100% up to date. I need to update it as of yesterday, because we did unlock bingo and roleplay, right? Sorry, mine just needs a moment to compute the outcome. Meanwhile, let's press on with this story.
Roleplay, 50 kills in Doom, and Left 4 Dead speed run.
So we're down to 170, so we're on to page 2 now. And the tier list with chat is going to be what? Zones?
It's going to be a surprise.
Ooh. Do you already know what it's going to be?
That's the one what bested Captain Blackheart and banished.
Sounds like you do. Oh, nice. I like this. I like it when Maya has stuff planned and she doesn't tell me about it until it's time. That's always a lot of fun. Right, what else have we got coming up? Change PFP? Explain.
Profile picture.
Oh, that's what that means? I had no idea. Cool. Blindfolded gameplay, that's going to be fun. Maya's going to have to like call out left, right, straight ahead, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's still plenty of September to go. Let's get all that stuff lined up. Anyway. Let me hide that again. That's just so... that honestly, that overlay is just as much for me as it is for anyone else. To help me keep track of what we are what we're going for. Only 3 on the meow counter? Oh no, sacrilege. Oh, Musa, you're just talking about the art. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, you're... People using digital art to create album covers. It's a very... That is a quagmire. You can easily lose yourself in there and come up with something absolutely awful. There is a... I think it's called Travis Smith, who created a huge amount of album arts for a load of metal bands, mostly on Nuclear Blast's records, but loads of them. And he made liberal use of Photoshop and stock imagery and things like that to combine and overlay and combine interesting things to create really striking artwork. And some of them are really good. Others are absolutely dreadful. And you just think, you could have spent £1,000 just to get an actual artist, a painter, to create something cool. Maybe 2,000-3,000. That's not a lot. Come on, get with it, guys. I always love it when an album cover is like properly illustrated. It's in the bud. What? Moose, Dance of Death has a baby standing on or in a dog. Why is this thing still here? There we go. Sorry. One person's arm looks dislocated. Probably other things I can't remember, but it looks dumb as hell. It wasn't meant to be the finished product, but Steve saw it and said, that's the artwork. Oh, really? I had no idea.
I see you there, but you must wait. A scholar's work is seldom urgent, but I have a request from the king himself. It seems the Anse wards have been misplaced. Wait, I should not have... just forget I said that. You did? It has occurred to me that the Withered Hand might seek to use the wards to raise the consecrated dead at Tuhuaca's throne. I am relieved that you stopped them. So now we just need to find the other 2 wards. My apprentice Shiri is traveling with Prince Azar, trying to...
Okay. I don't know, I'm finding... What do you guys think of the Alligator story? I'm finding it a little bit better than I remember. It definitely suffers from its proximity to Rivenspire. Oh, so... And it doesn't seem to have many vector quests. She just kind of tells you where to go. That's a little strange, isn't it? I mean, in many ways, that is the kind of game I like. When a character will just tell you, hey, head to Balmora. There you'll find Caius Cosades. Or how it's supposed to be pronounced. And, yeah, you just have to figure out how to get there. That's awesome. But when everything else in the game is compassed and telegraphed and whatever else, it's kind of disorienting. But Order, what would you decide when a person asks you take over their raid lead position after the last raid went terribly wrong?
I mean, Khan had to do that because one of our raid leads couldn't quite get the group to do stuff, and then after a while decided to can it, and Khan was like, well, I'd rather just take over because I think they're good people, good potential, and, you know, fun to hang out, and yeah, there's that.
Yeah, it's true.
Depends on the people.
I've had to do this many times. Well, I haven't had to, but I've chosen to do it a bunch of times.
I've done all that I can.
Hey, it's Talia again.
Tuaka guided your footsteps here at the perfect moment, sister. There is a shadow work to be
she's
done.
calling us sister.
The Withered Hand has taken
What's
over
the
fort.
sitch?
The Withered Hand launched a surprise attack against Tava's blessing.
I would...
They killed everyone and
honestly,
everything,
Belorda, I would
even the livestock.
see if I could figure out a way to
The
do
strange
it.
thing is,
But
they have not raised the dead.
you gotta believe that the people are worth it, and that the group has the raw materials, if you like, to get it together and have fun, get stuff done, and have a good time, and that you can help get them there, because that's an awesome thing if you can. But if the group is kind of the problem to begin with, which can sometimes be the case, yeah, I don't know. So obviously tread carefully, but yeah, see if you can find a way. Think about it. Would be my advice. But yeah, tough question. What do you guys think?
Prince Azar and his men.
Even if you're not offering advice to Belorda to actually follow, what do you think you would do if you were in a position to raid lead a group, but the raid lead then turned around and said to you, well, I'm not doing this anymore. Last time went really, really wrong. You take over.
I wish I...
Honestly, it's kind of... I'm hit with dismay whenever this happens, because it sucks to lose a raid lead, and I already don't have time to do the things I'm doing. So before this summer, I was leading teaching trials and 1 organized raid a week. So often I would do 3 raids a week. That's fine, I can do that as raid lead. And then I had 3 other sessions where I was not the raid lead, and I was very grateful for that. Now, both those raid leads have taken a break from the game for perfectly legitimate reasons. But it means I now have to run 4 sessions a week, plus any teaching trials that we want to do. And, oh yeah, there's Gomez as well, actually. So Gomez is the one time I might get to raid during the week where I'm not the raid lead. And I don't know, back in lockdown when I had all the time in the world, I probably would have been fine with that, but I really just want to raid. I want at least 50% of the times that I'm raiding to not be the raid lead. Do you know what I mean?
I heard the commotion out there and somehow knew it was you. It is
whoa,
good and good to see you, my illustrious friend.
That's not Prince Azar.
Your arrival comes at a fortuitous time, as we are indeed in dire straits, and it will soon get much, much worse.
That's... what? That's not him, is it? He looks completely different.
I heard the commotion out there and somehow knew it was you. It is good and good to see you.
Yeah, let me just,
I heard the commotion out there and somehow knew it was you. It is good and good to see you, my illustrious friend. Your arrival comes at a fortuitous time, as we are indeed in dire straits.
Do you know what I mean, Maya? That doesn't look right to me.
Much worse.
We literally just saw Prince Azar.
It just made him look a bit more... he looks fairly generic.
I muted you while I muted him as well, so go again.
I mean, he looks quite generic here, so they probably just wanted to give him a bit of an upgrade.
No, but we saw him earlier in the zone.
Well, I didn't, so I'm sorry, I can't really help.
Moose saying is don't do it if you want to stay sane. Kalan text, well, if the group is Pepega and can't go on, just keep doing casual things. Yeah, that's definitely good advice. But it was really hard last time. One tank even left before the end of the run because of it being too much. Too much? I mean, it sounded like this is something you should say no to. I know that my buddy Sin stepped in to lead a German group of very casual players for a really long time, and they had a lot of fun, but as soon as they got into veteran stuff, he just started to hate the experience. Because they wouldn't listen to him, they wouldn't prep, and there were too many players that were just not up to it or not trying. So nobody was getting anywhere. Yeah. Utopian, I wouldn't immediately do it. I feel the raid lead should talk to people, acknowledge it wasn't great, and say they want to improve. Ask for feedback. Raid lead already dropped a message to everyone. This is the Vast 2 group. No discipline. People trying to take over my calls. Everyone dying. Standing in stupid. Sounds like you should walk away. If it's not going to make you look awful or upset anyone too much. But yeah, I mean, we're only getting scraps of information. Yeah, exactly. We would say, how good is the group? Is there one player in particular that's a total blind dumbass? Stuff like that. Alright, Prince Azar. How will it get any worse?
That fiend Alasan is here. With Uafa dead, he has the withered hand twisted to his own designs. He seeks power. The reason they aren't raising these people, it's because Alasan plans to turn himself into a lich.
Ooh, here we go. I'd forgotten this. Do you remember this, Maya? How would he turn himself into a lich?
He corrupted one of the Ansei wards, using it as some sort of necromantic focus to channel energy from the dead. He's performing a ritual in the lighthouse. He says this ritual will transform him into a lich. I believe we must first destroy the focuses. Alasan's minions have been piling the dead around them so they can channel energy for the ritual. Destroy the focuses, then go to the lighthouse and find a way to disrupt Alasan's ritual. When we arrived, the necromancers had already killed everyone. We cautiously crept closer, and I spotted Alasan. Evil has twisted his features, but I recognized him. We attacked, but you see how that turned out.
You knew Alasan before?
Yes, since we were knee-high to a dune beetle. He and Uafa both. We studied together. But they were sadistic little cretins obsessed with death in all its forms. That was before their father turned. If only we had killed all of them back then.
Geez, that's pretty dark. Why are they here?
My father sent me because he feared the withered hand might target our navy. I don't think that's why the necromancers came, though. Many centuries ago, this was the home of one of the Ansei.
Okay.
I suspect it has something to do with Alasan's plan to become a lich. If this is where the
How are things in
was
Sentinel?
born, not good, I'm afraid. Rumors about someone stealing the Ansei wards run rampant, and every day there are new reports of risen dead. The Crowns and some forebears are calling for my father to step down. There's even talk of rebellion.
Wow, okay. Pretty heavy. I just want to... Oh, hello. I think I might actually just go to Davin's Watch and see if we can run into Azar.
Yeah, there's lots of suggestions about if the group can't do it, you know, just take them to a lesser.
Yeah, I was just going to read
but
that.
I mean, but that sort of that's fairly obvious. Good advice. But I'm sort of wondering if the question was more, look, if the group is falling apart, there is a lot of stress because things aren't happening. The raid leaders probably quit. Would you take over? That's sort of step one. Then what you do after that is a different matter. Because to be honest, sometimes people you just need to tell them, all right, guys, let's get into it. Let me explain to you what's going on, and then the group actually cracks the content they're doing. So moving them to, you know, doing something easy isn't necessarily the issue, and that might sort of demoralize people even more. But yeah, it's if the group is sort of, that's what I was sort of saying. If the group is fun and having a chill time, nobody's really sort of perhaps trying particularly hard, then taking them to something easier is absolutely an option if that's what the group wants to do. But it's more about, you know, do you want to lead that group? Do you want to? But if it's just people who just don't give a crap and they don't listen to the raid lead, then yeah, doesn't really matter. Frankly, if the group is freaking amazing, trifecta level amazing, I still wouldn't want to take it over if they're not nice people. Do you know what I mean? So for me, it's what's the group like? And then, you know, either do some easier stuff or, you know, crack the whip a little bit, help them out.
Yeah, great advice, Maya. Completely agree. Completely agree. Now look, that's Prince Azar. That's not the same guy.
But that's what I mean. He looked a bit generic, so they obviously just upped him a bit.
He looked like this in the previous quest.
Oh, okay.
Or at least I'm sure he did, because I recognized him. Whereas this guy, I immediately thought, that's not the right character model. But yeah, Utopian saying, feel free to DM me. Meet Popsicle on the group is hit a raid, part of the raid. Undergeared, underexperienced, isn't synergistic. Time to reevaluate. Yeah. Sometimes there can just be just getting a couple of people to rethink what their priorities are in a given fight can help a lot. Like once I said to a healer whose HP, like healing per second usually is a terrible way to measure a healer, right? It is their uptimes on debuffs and stuff like that. How many people are they hitting with their heals, you know, and how much, you know, what are the tooltip values on their heal over time and stuff like that. Just looking at raw HPS is not the way to do it, but I did have a group that was complaining regularly. I was getting DMs about people saying, I'm dying to stuff, there's just no heals anywhere, what the fuck is up? And all I said was to the two healers, I just sent them screenshots from other logs of just the amount of HPS that other really good healers are capable of and the huge gap between them. And, you know, very politely, obviously I didn't just say, do this. You know, I suggested, here are some of the things that, you know, sort out your tooltip values. Make sure you're focusing on this, and that, blah, 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 blah. Heavy attack for resources with your restos, so you get that major mending. All of these things. And the group heal absolutely smashed it. I didn't even have to tell them anything specific, no coaching required. It was just, I gave a bunch of suggestions and showed them how far below the standard I was expecting they actually were. And that was all that was needed. So you can sometimes get very fortunate, and simply the act of saying you need to do better, so long as it's worded in the right way and you don't piss people off, get their back up, make them defensive, that can be enough. But most of the time you do need to be ready to fall back on some real evidence. You need to explain exactly why their job isn't being done sufficiently well, you know? And if you don't have that information to hand and you're not sure how to go and get it, it can just be a one-way ticket to nowhere. Because they're sure as shit not going to bother to find out. You know, they're not going to put in the research to figure out what they're doing wrong. Manos, food arrived. Hey, Maya, Manos is saying they ordered HelloFresh and it was due to arrive today.
Oh,
so it literally
nice.
just arrived. And I have to say, I really like the recipe sheets they've included. Yeah. Daddy Khan is disappointed in us. And that was one of my friends. I can just say it. That was Sin's strategy or his tactic for dealing with the group when it just wasn't performing at the level he expected and wanted it to be at. He would get sad, and he would telegraph his sadness. Oh, guys, you know, this makes me sad. You're better than this, and it kind of worked. Most raid leads tend to go, all right, guys. What the fuck is that? We are better than this. And, you know, they will telegraph their frustration or annoyance. But there are options, you know? There's not one way to do it. And people who just lose their shit and start swearing at everyone, I don't know. Different horses for different courses, but to me, that's a bad raid lead. someone who doesn't actually know what they're doing and who believes the reality TV shows of Gordon Ramsay striding around the kitchen, swearing at people, and just being a dick. No, that's not what makes you effective in any way except as a celebrity on TV. Like, in no workplace has that ever been an effective tactic for motivating people, you know? So yeah, I think the aggro raid leading often masks an insecurity that they think they're not actually up to the job. And by the way, Mr. Luskin, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, we were deep in conversation when that happened, so. Yeah, it definitely depends on how that's worded. And Moose is saying, if someone can't handle hearing you're doing something wrong, they shouldn't be doing group content. I kind of agree. But we do get people like that.
You've come too late.
And
the ritual has begun and you cannot strike me down.
It's not the same. Like, every version of that sentence isn't necessarily
You are the one who killed my brother Uafa, are you not?
Yeah, I am.
The ritual has begun, and I am already bound to the... What?
You broke the Ansei ward. You think that will stop me? I am not finished.
Uh-oh.
After so many centuries, it is a wonder I can still be surprised. I could not abide the necromancer corrupting my ward, but I was powerless to stop him. Your actions have shattered the blade, but you made the right choice. You have my gratitude.
Yeah, you can definitely help by wording it in a particular way, but then that's even more work, you know, and it can take 10 times longer to write the message you need to write, because if you feel like you're dealing with someone who's a little bit delicate or a little bit, you know, liable to fly off the handle, it can get to a point where it's more trouble than it's worth if there are people you have to tiptoe around. So yeah, you know, look after your own sanity, which it seems to be the prevailing response to this question. Yeah, Moose, obviously don't be an ass about it, but a crazy amount of ESO players get defensive when being calmly called out on something. Yeah. They can't handle the exact quote of "you are doing X wrong, get out of my group." Thank you very much. Who's the idiot sandwich? I'm the idiot sandwich. Last Saturday I was close to shouting at one guy who was so disrespectful. Ugh. Yeah, try a drawn-out sigh instead. Seems to work 50% of the time. Hey, Maya. Oh. That wouldn't work.
Okay.
It wouldn't work at all, would it?
No.
What about you? Like, what? When a group isn't doing... Because you've done plenty of raid leading. What's your...
Well, my patience isn't great. To be fair, so...
But you hide that pretty well, don't you?
Yeah. So I just go extremely nice. Like when we had one person who just wasn't getting it, and I said, look, we've really, really, really tried. We've spent, 2 hours just practicing this one little thing. And I think it's getting to the point where either you come here and practice or we might have to replace you. Because literally the whole group will not be able to move forward if you don't get this. And they were chill about it. And it was genuinely after like 2 hours of practicing one mechanic. So, took to them like a child. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. No, I wouldn't say passive aggressive. It's more just sort of I express the frustration. There's no point like sounding pissy. Do you know what I mean? Like the tone, like, so I just try and say it rather than saying, well, it's okay. I don't want to say fuck off, but I want to say it's your decision. I'm done. And now it's up to you. If you want to continue the group having a shit time, go for it. Stay here. But then I also have no issue saying, look, it's obviously not working out, is it?
Yeah, you're a pretty straight shooter, actually. But you're right, you did keep it calm. I think there is wisdom in that response as well. Don't try to use trickery. Like the guys I was just talking about who are a little bit insecure about their abilities as a raid lead will often mask it by being super aggressive. And it's transparent. A lot of people we know enough pop psychology to read that and get suspicious about what's really going on inside that head of theirs. Okay, what the hell is that, Maya? She just showed me the cat bowl and the stuff that she's giving Teddy for breakfast. There's a giant piece of herring. Or is that mackerel? Just a fillet of mackerel. Looks like the kind of thing I might get at a restaurant. What? And now you're like trying to mush it up for him. That cat is such a fancy pants. We need goat's milk. Reforge the blade. Yeah, don't try and play games. Don't try and trick anyone. Like, you know, that does work. Obviously, it can work, but you have to be an absolute master of neuro-linguistic programming, or you know, just a real incredible charm. I don't know what to call it. You know what I mean? Just you have to have great confidence and force of personality to effectively just manipulate people with trickery. Much better to actually just be real. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Dreg wax comes from breaking down. Well, you can farm it in 3 ways. By refining raw materials, so leather, silk. So you refine those things, and dreg wax will often drop from that. And yes, by the way, it is pronounced dreg. Just to be clear, it's in the game. Doesn't make any sense, but whatever. That's, the other way you can do... You can get your hireling males like that. I don't think I got any just there. No, I didn't. But if you grab your crafting skill lines here, outfit a hireling, and put 3 points into that once you are able to, and then you will get a little mail from a hireling each day, and there are some fun little stories you can read as well. They eventually stop. And the third way is to do your writs, so daily crafting writs in whatever city is your home city. You can pick up crafting writs and do them there. And occasionally you'll get a little bit of dreg wax as a reward. But honestly, don't worry about it. If you don't have it, you don't need it. That's the golden rule in the Elder Scrolls Online. If you don't have a thing, you don't need it yet. And I wish new players would realize this before they waste hours of time trying to get through Maelstrom Arena or trying to pug a particular trial to get an Unsul piece. Like, if you don't have it yet, or if you can't easily go and get it, don't worry about it. You don't need it yet. But yeah, I hope that helps. You're welcome.
Long enough.
Mountains.
Yes, the time has
That's the real pronunciation of dreg, yeah.
What are you doing?
Look at the little kitty, Maya. Look.
Your ward is broken, Ansei. You are no threat to me.
Oh, there! I couldn't see him. Oh, cute.
Use it to trap Alasan.
He's like, can I have the blade? Hey, it's Ansei Maya. Look. Spelled with a J. But that's how we'd spell Maya in Danish.
Oh, yeah, fair.
So being worried. I feel at times a well-placed whisper can do miracles. That's almost certainly true, yeah. But if the person isn't susceptible to it, that won't help regardless.
No.
Yeah, that's also true.
I feared that after all these years, my sacrifice would prove to be of no avail. But you performed admirably.
Hey, you hear that, guys? We performed
cannot kill
admirably.
that necromancer. But he
If somebody told you that after sex, you wouldn't be celebrating that, would you?
I sense the sibling.
Yeah, I would. You performed admirably.
Okay, I thought that was a little bit like nice.
Adequately, yeah.
And well, no, I understand it's not the same word, but I kind of still feel that you performed admirably. Still feels a little bit
formal.
Yeah, like grading.
Moose was saying, my patience is there if people show that they want to learn. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
That's what Maya was talking about. This is a person who was... We actually found out she was playing on a shitty laptop and a tiny screen. So she could barely see anything. And she wasn't that much of a gamer. This is probably the sweatiest game she'd ever played. And it hadn't really occurred to her that she and her husband, that was why she was struggling with the game. She just couldn't see anything.
I was like tearing my hair out. I was like, how I don't know what else I can do to help.
And sadly, we only figured this out after she'd stopped progging with us and had gone back to just playing on a more chill basis. She was still hanging out with the guild and everything, but she wasn't in any of our groups anymore. And then we were talking about it one day, and I was like, hang on, your monitor, your screen size is what? It was a teeny tiny little laptop that could barely run the game. And that's what she was trying to do Sunspire on Veteran. And yeah, so... But because she
wasn't even on Veteran. Sorry to interrupt, but it was normal.
That group did do Veteran. But... in any case, the one we're talking about wasn't even Sunspire, wasn't it? It was Cloud Rest and Sanctum Ophidia. She couldn't do the bar swap mechanic, the voltaic overload in Cloud Rest. She would stay on the wrong bar and just killing people. And yeah, that was on normal, you're right. We went in there on normal and we just stood around with Reliquien dead, or Reliquien like off with the tank. And we just stood in a circle while the Griffin cursed people one at a time. Then two people would go in and close the portal, come back upstairs, and we spent minutes there just trying to teach this person to recognize.
Half an hour, like not even kidding.
It was ages, yeah. We just spent that time trying to make sure she could see and understand what the voltaic overload was. Never occurred to me to ask her, hang on, are you playing on a real potato and a tiny screen? If only I had, that would have all become clear. But every mechanic, she needed like 10 times the training of anyone else to see it. It's crazy. I guess it just reflects the fact that we often we're often limited by our own frame of reference. Because I would never try to play ESO on a machine or a monitor like that. I just wouldn't do it. So it never occurred to me to ask that might be the reason. But yeah, Moose is saying when they pretend to know because they don't want to look stupid and because of that make themselves look stupid by obviously fucking up, that's when I have zero patience. Yeah. Just type in all caps. People love that. Polite me, Popsicle. Absolutely. Malnos out of Gildy, who leveled his first character to a Maelstrom. My mind was blown when he told me what he was doing. It's like doing Alikia Dolmens. Yeah, it's boring and bad. Crazy. So we're back here again. Or is this... Actually, no, that was Tuwaka's throne. This looks pretty much the same, Hunding's Watch, doesn't it? Tell you what, when the sun is going down over Alikia Desert, and you see this in the distance, or when the when that nearby dolmen is up, and you view it from the other side, it looks incredible. It's like actually one of the most breathtaking zones in terms of the vistas that you get. It's just when you're in it, you don't really look around and think, oh, it's beautiful here. Blight meat popsicle is fillet, pronounced in England like a hard T. It's fillet and fillet. They're two different things. Don't even ask. So fish is not a fillet. That's a fillet. But you can have people talk about... I don't know, actually, Ma, you're the one to ask this. Fillet versus fillet? It's generally fillet over here, isn't it?
Yeah.
But because the French would say filet, in Denmark we say filet as well.
Yeah, you don't really say that here. It's not, unless, you know, you're being posh.
Yeah, it would be quite a pretentious thing to do, I think, in England.
The withered.
But because Americans use it for certain things, I feel like it does get used, but probably not for fish. That's an interesting question, Popsicle. You did the best you could. A for effort. Malnos is better than... Was that it? You're just making me think of the Flight of the Conchords now. I know what you mean, baby. 2 minutes is all I need, because I'm so intense. Or whatever the lyric is. Popsicle play on a 7-inch Steam Deck half the time. Yeah, but the pixel density on that thing is massive. This was...
It is good to see you again, my... Yeah?
I think it was more that her PC... The laptop couldn't run it, so she was running it in... Let's do a horrible experiment. Where is it? Subsampling quality. Yeah, look at that. I'm guessing she's... Oh, you can't really see on stream. It doesn't make that much difference. That sucks. But you could just about see it, right? How everything is super blurry and pixelated now. And horrible. I'm guessing she had to do that just to make it run. Run it in super low resolution. Yeah, like this. Look at that. Isn't that just nasty? Imagine trying to see anything. I think that's what she was doing, this player. Oh god, now I can't even see what I'm doing to turn it back up. Anyway, enough about that. Enough of that horror show. It's business. It's business time. Yeah, exactly. That was funny, wasn't it?
You mean just the video, or did you guys do something fun that I missed?
What do you mean?
Oh, when you were business time singing.
Oh, good old Aries just quoting it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I love Mountless as well. I love Flight of the Conchords. But Lord, I played WoW on a laptop. I was glad I didn't have a shitty one. Globex, I sure wish I could find a guild that helpful on Xbox NA. I mean, this is like absolutely... I don't think I would have done what Maya did. So even within the guild, that was an unusual thing to happen. To devote that much time just to helping one person. But, you know, her husband was in the group. We're all friends. So we definitely wanted her to get it. And like Moose was saying, she had the attitude of, I absolutely want to learn. Teach me. It wasn't one of these, like, I know, just get me the clear, bitches. Then we would have told her to go fuck herself. Frankly.
You are not welcome here. We will defend our land.
I'm blanking. What's the studio that did Dune? And,
Funcom, are they called? Dune Awakening?
Yeah, that's it.
Pretty sure that's Funcom, isn't it? Guys, help me out here.
Or Funcom?
Ooh, I want to say com with an M for mother. Funcom, but check it out.
That's a Funcom. It's business time.
Use a fillet soft tea knife for cutting. Yeah, a filleting knife. Yeah. American mind cannot comprehend. Well, it's not right or wrong, is it? Like, the Americans get a lot of shit for saying aluminum. You aware of this? Like, the Europeans and the Brits especially laugh. They mock the Americans for saying aluminum. Oh my god, that's so much. That aluminum's so shiny. It's actually correct. Aluminum is correct. Aluminium is wrong. All the Europeans in chat just go crazy. Throw, kill the stream and throw their PC out the window. Yeah, aluminum. That's correct. Aluminium is the wrong one. It was named aluminum, but it's just because it sounds like it should be correct. It's one of those things that when you hear someone say, the phrase, to all intents and purposes. And a lot of dumb people in this country will say, to all intensive purposes, because they've just heard the phrase used, but they never really thought about what it means or how it's constructed. So people who say aluminium are basically just doing that. We're just repeating blindly without knowing, but it's become such a common mistake that it's in textbooks at this point. I sense words of heresy, right? Nice to have you back with us, Anox. And Belord, I was a little bit shocked after Saturday. One guy asked, can I disable more effects? I can't see the AoEs. So he streamed his screen for me so I could check his settings. And the custom settings disabled, and his AoEs weren't showing at all. Whoa, like, why would you do that? I have done that. Yeah, 480p, 30 FPS, let's go. Exactly. I have done that, Belord, but that was because I was trying to get footage for a video, and I didn't turn the telegraphs back on after I was done. So yeah, a little bit stupid on my part. It's a bit more interesting. Google says fish fillet is fillet for AE and fillet for UK. Then there's similarly, do you fillet a fish or fillet a fish? Gotta love English. Well, this is a borrowed word, isn't it? It's definitely just to do with the dominance of the French language and French culinary tradition when it comes to food. Subtlety, how fast your new shoes make you run?
In our fights,
depends how angry your mum sounds when she's chasing me. Oh! I don't know. You tell me, Subtlety, how's it going? Alright, that is my favourite voiceover so far. I almost feel bad for killing him so quickly. That was incredible. Shit, we need to... Oh, I need to do this quest on another character and sample that guy. That was amazing. Suddenly, sit in the office thinking about this piano I ordered. Looking forward to learning a new skill. No shit, that's amazing. So you just ordered yourself a piano and you don't even play yet. Oh, that's gonna be cool. You're about to become 75% more shaggable, my friend.
Wow.
Don't you think? Like, the ability to play the piano is awesome.
Yeah.
And we all know Subtlety is a sexy guy. So if you're not, if you got nothing in that department, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna change that fact. But sexy people get sexier when they can play an instrument.
That is true.
Good luck, have fun. Part of me, I think, will miss being so overpowered in overworld content. What about you guys? But they also released the Secret World. That's it. Yeah, if the gameplay and everything would have been better, would have been such a good MMO. Now do full fat Coke. Drives me wild when the UK folks say it. Full fat Coke. Is that a thing British people say? I've never heard that. I guess I would say regular Coke and Diet Coke. People say full fat Coke. That's because we talk about full fat milk, I guess, as opposed to skimmed or semi-skimmed. Gloomvex, I'm just looking for a guild that runs semi-regular training trials. I mean, having to pug, and I'm not sure what I'm learning. Oh no, except misanthropy. Those are my words, not Gloomvex's. Would like to be successful purposefully rather than accidentally. That is a great phrase. That is a big part of what I enjoy about running with semi-regular or fixed groups.
That we came to love the desert and its
the success
beauty.
Is absolutely not an accident.
You must face the
it is something you've worked towards.
Of ancient Orsinium.
It's suddenly correct. I'm essentially the Dos Equus guy. What features are you hoping the ESO dev team implements in the next 2 years? Oh, that is a... We'll have to circle back to that one. But like me, Popsicle, there is a region in England that refers to non-diet sodas as full fat. I guess it's not the one I live in. I live in Somerset, in the southwest. But yeah. Hey, I just looked over at Maya's screen. She's doing something very exciting. She's
maybe
pre-ordering Borderlands 4 so we can play it later this week.
That's so not true, but yeah.
Is that not what you're doing?
No.
Oh fuck, sorry. I did see the Borderlands logo on your screen. I thought that was it. But I was asking which platform and server you're playing on. Xbox NA, and I fight the urge every day to switch to PC. It's having a hard time leaving all my progs behind, or progress and crown purchases. I see. Yeah. Does British English pronounce the T in B-Day? No, it's B-Day. But the Brits don't have B-Days, so we circle around that problem most of the time. It's like valet. Like most people in England nowadays will say valet, you know, in terms of, you know, a servant or a butler or whatever, but that's not correct. The original English version of that would have been valet. It's just that it's never used anymore, so the only times we hear about it is, you know, via American pop culture, where you talk about valet. So it's sort of, it went out and then re-entered the English language via American, whereas fillet never did that. Does that make sense?
Valet.
Yeah. Valet parking. Like, we don't have valet parking. Well, it's not a thing that we talk about over here. But if people do use the word, they will almost certainly say valet. Whereas if you were to go back in time when people actually had valets over here, they would have said valet.
I'd love a valet.
Yeah, not gonna lie. A Jeeves.
I feel that I would always be judged.
What, for being a rich asshole with a valet?
No, by him, if it was actually Jeeves.
I can't be bothered fighting all these clowns. So what's the deal here? These are Red Guard and these are Orcs? Yeah, Orsinium Duelist.
Well, I'm afraid with this, I do have to dash.
No!
I know.
That's not true.
But thank you so much for another fun one.
Quickly, before you go though, Maya, Subtlety did ask, what features are you hoping the ESO dev team will implement in the next 2 years? Let's think about this while Maya gives us a response, and then she and I will head off, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Maya will be back later today, but the stream may well be over by then, so say your goodbyes now, and Maya, tell us, give us a few ideas to discuss. So we know higher difficulty overworld is coming, what else?
I mean, high difficulty or, in between difficulty, like bring some more. So there are more levels to hard mode dungeons, make the dungeons a bit harder to, with all the power creep. We want a bit more of that. keep updating the zones the way they did the base game zones. That would be very, very cool. Other than that, like I can't, off the top of my head, things are getting stackable. I mean, maybe crossplay, that actually would be quite nice. Just, you know, only giveaway on this platform. So yeah, if we could...
Yeah, wow, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
That'd be
but
so
I
cool.
do have to dash. Thank you so much, guys. See you later.
All right, with that, I will flip the screen on the BRB screen. And I will be back with you guys in 5 minutes. Grab yourself a drink of water, stretch your legs, all the usual stuff. I will be right back, and we'll be doing some Doom Eternal on Nightmare difficulty and The Witcher 3. See you later. And I'm back. Apologies for that. I know it's a little bit disruptive in the middle of the stream. Want to go AFK twice in a row? Yeah, but what I heard many times, Xbox population is very low. Definitely matches what I see. Might just have to make the switch. Kinda sucks. That's one of the reasons. That's the best argument for crossplay that I've heard. Is that. English in its many forms is truly cursed. English grammar is still easier to learn than German, at least for me. English grammar is not that hard. It's not that complicated. It just has exceptions everywhere. It's like, what's the point of having any rules? There are just so many. Whereas, you know, German, Latin, Czech, they are much more, you know, when they say a rule exists, they're much more likely to stick to it. Latin and Czech especially. Very rigid.
Your purpose. Now you will die.
Boom. Rules are more suggestions. And hey, Gilly, thank you. How's it going? And Belordo, welcome back. Thank you very much. Most the at pronunciation of 8 annoys me more than it should. You mean when people say I ate something? Yeah, I don't know what that is technically. If that's just them not knowing how to speak, or whether it's an accent or a dialect. Oh, I genuinely don't know. But you want to be careful. Like, it's very easy to fall into that trap of, I don't mean you, Moose, but one should be careful with certain things that get on our nerves. That, oh, they're saying it wrong. Like, a lot of dialects are wrongly considered to be, like, you know, poor people being stupid and speaking the language wrong, when in fact it's just a dialect or a patois or something. And it's yeah, I don't know how big a problem it is, but like in French politics, politicians from the regions often have a terrible time to be taken seriously because they don't have the accent that the Parisians expect. But that's a completely arbitrary standard. It means nothing. It's got nothing to do with intelligence or capability.
Joal's betrayal taught us yet another virtue.
Interesting.
Caution. Wariness.
And yeah, Maunus, the crossplay thing, no, they did not say that. They said they would like to do it if it were possible, and they were investigating to see whether it is possible. The likelihood is that it is technically possible, but an enormous, enormous expense and simply not worth it. So, I don't know. I do not know the answers. I'm not an expert, but everyone who has an informed opinion on the subject is saying that that would be an extraordinarily difficult task, and would it really be worth it for the small populations they have on console? I mean, who knows? And the other thing, and Rich Lambert himself made this very clear, he was actually in our chat when we were having this conversation just at the start of Tenfest, and he said, that's not what I said. At no point did I say we are doing this. So yeah, take it with a pinch of salt, for sure. Moose, they said something we've looked into, then everyone else added their own meaning. Yeah, exactly, yeah. When you hear something that vague, I assume ESO is getting a mobile port. Probably not a mobile port, but can play anywhere through the cloud. They have said they've... to be fair, Rich did also say they looked into things like being able to play Tales of Tribute on your phone and, you know, have it count in-game. You can collect the rewards in the... You know, like World of Warcraft have done this. They've looked into that. Again, it doesn't mean that it's coming, or that they found anything and they're making any progress doesn't mean anything like that, but it just means that, you know, they're not closed to the suggestion. You know what I mean? Yeah, irregardless is a good one. That's true. I plan to think about doing the laundry later. How come Khan knows so much about Denmark? Oh, did you not know? I'm Danish. I feel like I mention this all the time because everyone's like, oh, it's an English guy. Actually, no. Try again. No way, bro. Yes, sis. German is already hard for a lot of Germans, and nowadays they're adapting English phrasing and just translating it. There's so much which doesn't make sense in German. Thanks, Subtlety. Goodbye, Chef. One of my fondest gaming memories, setting up some PCs on my dining table with my best friend and others, then LAN party Borderlands. That does sound like fun, yeah. Well,
the greatest. Your valor.
I'm half a beer and 2 shots of wine in at the moment. The rest of the beer is sitting on my elbow. So I guess I'll finish that as we go. But we landed on way too many drinking squares on that game board today. But yeah, I really appreciate the subs, especially
We must not use them.
Without them,
especially today.
Our civilization will die.
Taking up those blades may lead to something far worse than death.
I before E, I think. More words break that rule than follow it. I before E, except after C. Is that right? I don't know. There's no accent at all. Very impressive. Well, I grew up between... Like, I went to school in Denmark and the UK at the same time. We'd go back and forth, so I shouldn't really have an accent.
Some linger for generations. I was forced to drink from a bitter cup in my time. Giant goblins. Beasts thought conquered by Divad have returned. The fight goes poorly. You know the location of powerful magicked blades. But they are dangerous. They were hidden for a reason. Do you seek out the blades?
And Wizard, I'm not sure I understand the question. At what CP level do I start unlocking other abilities on the CP skill tree? Just unlock them as you go, all of them. There are some bits that are blocked off until you put points into something else along the chain. You won't be able to access it. You know, like a lot of skill trees in video games. So if you're looking at CP and you're not able to put points into it, that'll be why. You need to create like a stepping stone to get there. That might be what you're asking, but otherwise I don't understand the question. Sorry. Borderlands 2 is peak Borderlands, is that right? I lost interest after the second one. I never even played. I didn't even buy the third one. Gilly, I'm good. I was grocery shopping until a bit ago and then had coffee with my mum. How's she doing? Balorda, like for example, we don't say makes sense and they will say it in German now. Right. Moose, I give you random pretend shit for being Danish sometimes, but if you'd had that typical Danish accent, I would not have followed. Oh, really? Well, Moose, welcome to the stream. How are you today? This is a very old-fashioned Danish accent. Really, nobody talks like this anymore because the younger generations, they have absorbed a lot of English through television and so on. Yeah, you am I just... Moose is about to quit. But yeah, when I was a kid, that's the accent that we would hear. Not so much these days. You get like a much more subtle. Well, you guys have heard Mo. He's been on the channel many times, and yeah, we're all converging on like a pan-European accent, aren't we? It feels like sometimes. Do you seek out the blades or fight without them? I'd take out the blades.
I acted as you would.
We chose the blades and destroyed the beasts. But as a result, the Shahai, or spirit swords, were forever destroyed. Centuries of wondrous tradition was snuffed out.
Popsicle, Borderlands 3 was mid. Borderlands pre-sequel was okay. Was that Tales of the Borderlands? Man, I don't even... I was really into the first one. And I bought the second one without thinking, you know? Just immediately, yep, get in my Steam library. But I found myself not playing it that much. So I just kind of... Or I did go back to it at least.
As early as I can.
So I kind of let the series lie for a while, but I heard very good things about some of the more recent add-ons.
Won a great battle and covered yourself in glory.
You know what I mean, like the bolt-on bits. Like what's the name of the most recent thing they did? Which is completely insane, like Manic Pixie Dream Girl type
or do
thing.
you immortalize your beloved family?
Yeah, this quest is not really getting me. Maybe I'm skipping too much of it. My family.
Family is paramount.
I don't know, man. Moose, I had a guy on an old prog who sounded exactly like this. Even the voice is the same. And maybe it was me. Maybe I was just doing an impression. It was undercover.
We must consider negotiation, my son.
To the dogs.
Got a Danish exchange student, Balorda, at my workplace. Her accent is so cute when she's speaking German. Oh, really?
But many more wives and sisters.
Not Tales of the Borderlands. The pre-sequel is a separate game. Tales is a Telltale game. Yeah.
We must fight.
That's start, if not actually buy them. Okay. Alt account just a troll, yeah. Frandar Hunding himself.
To choose for oneself is simple. To choose for a nation is hard. The heaviest blade, a tyrant threatens your people.
What do we do?
If you submit to him and become his willing thrall, your people will be shown mercy. If you attack, you and your people will be driven from your homeland and exiled to the sea. What do you do?
Oh, you're talking about deciding for a nation, isn't he? Not for yourself? Yeah, you submit.
Submission would have brought peace, yes, but at what cost? All that Yokuda was and is finds its source in the blade. We could not waver. Even so, there is always cost.
The problem is, you don't make that decision knowing the outcome. You make the decision not to submit, hoping you can fight back and win. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of a bullshit question. Yeah, that Frandar. So many Hundings. Where's Batra at Hunding when you need her?
Slaughter our scouts.
An old account just as troll another Swede on another platform, that's got to count as harassment. Yeah.
Will be remembered always.
Many of our noblest warriors will be slain. How can you turn your back to them?
I know we're not giving it quite the justice, the hearing it deserves, but what do you guys think? Like, so those of you who were here for Riven Spy yesterday, how do you think it compares to the Alikir?
In the pass below, a band of enemy soldiers slowly approach the position of your dearest friend. Do you abandon your post to help your friend, or do you remain hidden to report the attack? So, you place duty above personal concerns. Your superiors would be pleased, certainly. But could you bear the guilt?
I don't know, I think this is a bit thin. It doesn't feel like real people, you know, real issues. It feels like a video game. This particular bit, I'm not talking about Alikir in totality, but yeah, it is better than I remembered, and it's interesting. It's a little bit like when we finally get to Reaper's March and we learn a bit about the Khajiit. Finally, it feels a bit like this. You know, we've gone through so much of the stuff. There's a little bit with the orcs. There's a little bit with the Red Guards and the Orcs at the beginning. Then it's just Bretons, 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 Bretons. That's how Alcast used to pronounce it. When he was like saying, if you wanted to be a healer, I definitely recommend being a Breton. You guys remember that? Anyone remember Alcast? Yeah, then we finally get here towards the end of the zone and we get some real Red Guard action. So that's cool. Like lifting the lid on that culture and giving me a sense of like who these people are. But I don't think the individual stories are anywhere near as well told as Stormhaven or Rivenspire. I don't know. Don't want to answer the question for you guys, but Manos, I haven't done those zones since release. Wow, so my memory is pretty vague. I didn't do them on release. I did Ebonheart Pact first, and I was very, very non-committal to this game when it came out. I just played it as a single-player game, bimbled around. Didn't do Cadwell's Silver or Gold until 2019, something like that. So I did these about 6 years ago. Moose, I don't like the visuals of Alikir. I know the zones are true one-to-one as if they had been real. Yeah, that's crazy, but making a desert zone this small makes it look like a theme park. Yeah, makes it look like they shrunk a big desert rather than designed a small one. I see what you mean, yeah, aren't true size, yeah. But Lord, are the Swiss living in Germany and some people thought he was like 60, 70 years old? No way. Hey, look everybody. Everybody hide. Freeze. It's Kamul. Kamul. How's it going? Kamul, give it up. Give it up for the man himself. 1 year on Twitch yesterday. How's it going, buddy? You were very, very philosophical and profound towards the end of that stream. That was very sweet. I thought Alcast was Dutch. He was Swiss, wasn't he? Hide, does he smell? No, but he's a PvPer. He'll kill you dead. He's like a T-Rex. If you freeze, he won't see you. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Ah, only Tuwaka has such knowledge, my friend.
Yeah, he is Swiss. That's what I thought.
Hear you from here. Luckily. What?
Yeah, quite the accent that guy had.
Tuwaka extends his hand. You need only enter the portal, and you will be transported back to the desert.
But mad respect. I don't know. I mean, he stopped playing the game a long time ago, and I'm not sure that he should have kept pumping out guides and info on the game after he stopped playing it. I'm not sure he would have appreciated that when he was a player, if someone had been doing that to him.
Yes, I do not know.
But, nevertheless, he was great, and kind of showed us the way in terms of content creation for ESO. But yeah, what an accent. What a voice. Such appreciate. Yeah, no worries, Kamul. Kitty-chan, what? Talking about Alcast, exactly. Mauno, stand completely still. They won't see you, exactly. Keep absolutely still. Its vision is based on movement. I haven't seen Jurassic Park in a while. Maybe we should fix that. What are you up to, Kamal? What sort of day have you had? Are you back home from work now? I guess you are. This one welcomes you back. We've been having a bit of a chill day. Day 12, would you believe it, of the September Ninja Pulse Gamesfest. We are going to be doing The Witcher 3 shortly. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I was supposed to be doing Doom Eternal. Maya said she's going to be with us tomorrow, and she wanted me to wait so she can be here for the Doom Eternal Nightmare stuff. So I'm sorry, we're going to have to kick the can down the road again and do that another time. Did someone say that was a myth, that T-Rex can see you when you're standing still? I mean, almost certainly it's made up. It's possible. But yeah, I mean, what possible evidence could there be for that when there's only a fossil record? Is that the Dilophosaurus? There's no reason to believe it had a frill around it, you know, like that frilly collar that comes up. But it's a cool cinematic moment. But yeah, Meat Pub Squad, I always assumed, even as a kid, I assumed that wasn't real. It was just a cool thing in the story. And you can headcanon it that the cloning process wasn't perfect, or whatever. So maybe, you know, the original T-Rex back in the Cretaceous period. Or maybe we should read this. I was supposed to read you guys a lore book earlier, wasn't I? We've got 2 of those, in fact. So here we go. Someone has a time machine, obviously. Yeah, clearly. Gilly, you heard the name before, didn't know he was Swiss. Maybe he was nearsighted. My bet is all dinosaurs look like giant chickens. Well, pretty much that is the prevailing opinion. They were feathered. And the whole thing in Jurassic Park is how closely related they are to birds. And the fact that this is a relatively new concept, and you know, the main character, the Grant character, is kind of laughed at for putting forward this argument. Definitely accepted. But what they didn't know is that dinosaurs are feathered as well, which seems to be the prevailing consensus now. Anyway, we did land on a couple of Hermaeus Mora squares, so I'm going to have to do some reading here for you. Nahira's journal. My cousin Shiri sent word that she will be visiting today. To hear from her after so many years was quite a surprise. She's looking for some of her father's old books, which worries me. Shiri was always such a sweet little girl, and I pray that she is nothing like the rest of her immediate family. Her father was a monster, so much so that my mother changed her name and moved to Satakalam to distance herself from Sutura's infamous name. Shiri's brothers, Uwafa and Alasan, seemed to have inherited their parents' twisted minds, but Shiri was so innocent. I pray to Zet that she has simply avoided magic, lest she too give in to the strange allure that's drawn the rest of her family to practice the dark arts. Despite my concerns, I look forward to seeing her. There we go. 1 down. What else? Beginning Bladecraft. This definitely sounds like a masturbatory manual, doesn't it? Chickens are dinosaurs, that checks out. What do you think, Moose? Is this a manual of masturbation? Do not strangle the grip. Hold it firmly, but lightly in your palm. The blade curves. The edge is rigid, but the flat is flexible. Learn to feel your sword's range of motion. Your sword is not the weapon. It is only the point of the weapon. Your entire body is the weapon, and it must move as one. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, I'm such a child. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry. Moose is in on it. It's fine. You expose yourself only when you attack, but if you do not attack, you cannot hit. The strongest slash is with the forte of the blade. Move, always defending with stop thrusts, parries, back steps, and side steps. To stand still is to die. And finally, know your lunge range and your opponent's. Learn to sense it without looking down. Alright, I began that just as a throwaway joke. But yeah, Maunus, I think that might have been written with exactly that in mind. It's almost too perfect. Oh dear, they definitely fill this game with innuendo. Definitely, definitely. Alright, Zora, how's it going?
What happened here? This is terrible. Did the Imperials do this? I hope Shiri was not here. Did you find any evidence that she visited?
Shiri is the sister of Uwafa and Alasan.
The leaders of the Withered Hand?
Yeah.
But that would mean Shiri is one of them too? A necromancer? You think... Tears of Set. This is unthinkable. Shiri came to me only a few months ago, but she seemed so dedicated.
Oh, her
Of course
face.
She was studying the Ansei wards. How could I not have seen this? I hope we find her before she does something terrible.
Now, I'm pretty sure Shiri is very, very bad news. I'm fairly certain I remember this. However, I also think I remember feeling what I'm feeling now. The faint hope that they would have not gone the obvious route, you know? And have her actually, she's learned who she is and she's trying to I don't know, do something to stop the withered hand. Tickle redeem. Oh no, Skylar Mina. That is for when Maya is here. She just left. Like 20 minutes ago. Or, well, more like 40 minutes ago. But I'll bank that one for tomorrow. Tickle redeem. Tickle redeemed for tomorrow. Alright, I've written it down. That's gonna happen. Oops, I just got in. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry. If I were a little bit more organized, maybe I'd like toggle those on and off, but it's fine. Maya's here regularly enough that we can always like kick the can down the road and do it in a few hours or next stream or whatever. But it is very funny. The tickle redeem is very amusing because Maya's a real giggler and a squealer and she's very, very ticklish. So, yeah. Alright, what do you think Shiri is planning? I'm surprised my phone isn't going crazy with all this Shiri nonsense.
Have the third? Is the withered hand now under her command? Was it all along? There are so many questions.
Alright, let's get going. Enough questions, more action. I'll just... Hang on, what? Again, with the quest chain just ending. It's just not what you expect, is it? Oh, there we go.
You here? Thank the gods. We need you.
Yeah, so they're not doing...
Third Ansei Ward.
They are just taking the obvious route. Oh, she's the long-lost sister. She's also bad.
Scholar's apprentice.
That would have been cool, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it that have been interesting? If the long-lost sister is actually Auntie, and we're like sent there to kill her, and it turns out, no, actually, I'm on your side. I just learned of my relation to these folks. I don't know. But that would be cool.
Raising the dead. The consecrated dead.
Where's the prince?
I fear he is either dead or taken captive.
Well, he's not dead because he's in the game
Hurry
later.
to find the prince.
Don't worry about it.
She is not who.
Alright, let's wrap this up. I know this place so well because of the enchanting survey that spawns here. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Ah, yes, the location of one of the worst enchanting surveys is a little bit annoying. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you're kidding. She's actually well enough to come with us. I thought she might be dead, like, you know, mortally wounded. Oh, that's a relief. She's cool. Yeah, someone's leveling. Oh, for necrotic potency. I just ended up just destroying those. I think I always did them. Doesn't take that long. Oh, we need to go in there, don't we? What are these people doing? Do they think this is a good method of farming XP? Maybe it's just for kills or for Fighters Guild? People doing the zombie grind, yeah. Like, why? They must have seen a YouTube guide somewhere that said it was good.
Tava, damn me for a fool.
I can't believe I let
Yeah,
you
but
find
Lord,
me
you can
like
reset
this
it fast. I don't tend to
Once
mind it
was
either.
humiliating
It
enough.
feels like
There's
more
a
hassle
few
than it
days
is, because you have to go through a door, you know? Grinding Fighters Guild, maybe it's that. But then Dolmen's would be better, surely. Whatever.
Thanks to my sister, I am restored.
Sorry, what were you saying, Alasan? Alasan-san. Dolmen's are worse because too many people? You sure? Remember, you get 20 Fighters Guild at the end of each Dolmen. Alright, that was fun. That was 4k XP with one ult. Well, whatever their reasons for being here, they sure as shit don't need to be grinding. But people like that. It's funny, isn't it? It's like survival games. These, in many ways, these are simulations of gathering firewood and doing the washing up and repairing the car. These are simulations of chores, and yet I say we, I don't really, but loads of people play them compulsively. And there's plenty of chore stuff going on in ESO as well. You know, like Ritz. Then again, I suppose I wouldn't do them if all they did was grant XP. It's the gold and the rewards and all that stuff that I'm interested in. But it is funny how we can easily derive a lot of comfort from just a routine in a game. So I think a lot of people seek out the grind, and when you tell them they're wasting their time, it is absolutely unnecessary, they're kind of sad. It's like, well, I want to do it. I just wish it was more worthwhile. Maunos, well, it was also that the enchanting servers don't drop the mundane runes, so I rarely bother with them. Fairly enough. Fair enough.
What have I done? What have I done? I have struck down one of our ancestors.
I think you're fine.
No, I am not all right.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Well, perhaps.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
The dead. That witch, Shiri, has set them
I'm ready.
against
Let's do
us.
this. I like that line.
I will cleanse the blade. You keep them off.
I love the architecture. That might be my favorite thing about Alikir so far, is the playset.
Tuwaka says to keep it up. You are doing a good job.
Tuwaka says to keep it up. It's funny, that's what your mum said to me as well. Oh!
Yes.
Sorry, I'm feeling very juvenile today. Maybe it's because I'm tired.
That's it. Just a bit more.
I'm not even going to say it. Too obvious.
It is done. Come, quickly now. We must stop this woman, Shiri. Meet me at the central tomb.
You really think going here to grind zombies is faster than just doing dolmens? I find that very hard to believe. It's certainly not faster than just going to Skyreach. So I don't think anyone's here because they've tested it, or they're following the results of anyone who has tested it. Like I said, people who are grinding generally aren't interested in the actual efficacy of what they're doing. In my experience, they're just doing it because they want a simple, repetitive task which is comforting.
I am glad you caught up. I am glad you came to the necropolis in the first place. Tuwaka says...
Oh, he's so happy. Look at him.
Stop Shiri from doing this dark...
Alright, what's the dark deed?
She is planning to resurrect her father, the necromancer Satura. I was much younger when this man tried to turn the Alakir into a kingdom.
I'm shocked and appalled. Oh god, not Skyreach.
The terror.
Yeah, but for XP it's not very good. But for Fighters Guild, it's pretty awesome.
He was the one we will kill him.
But then again, when has anyone ever actually needed to grind Fighters Guild? I'm skeptical.
You know where I stand. We have sliced through the enemy's ranks to get this
We're
far,
far too eager to take an entertaining game and turn it into a chore, aren't we?
I do not relish fighting.
Well, some people are.
But I have trained since birth for this kind of thing.
You think you're well suited for the fights?
As well suited as I have been for the others. I am trained to fight necromancers and undead.
Then let's do this together. I don't even need to hear from the others.
We shall put down Shiri as my father put down Satura before.
Tuwaka demands justice be done. This wall will not stand before the power of an Ansei war.
Ah, it's cool.
It is done.
It's a climactic moment. I dig it. Where did this heat come from? It's 27 now in my apartment, only 20 outside. Is your PC melting? Yeah, I mean... What have you got switched on? Did your leg wax heater thing, did you remember to switch that off? Because that generates a lot of heat. My oven's on, nothing else weird.
My father will soon be raised. There is nothing.
Oh, we can't kill her. Great, an immunity phase.
This is for all my family.
But she's a hottie. Look at her.
Avenge me. Satura will avenge us all.
Satura ain't gonna do shit.
It is done. Alakir is safe again. Come, hero. Gather my ward.
Oh. I don't know, like, could they ever make these fights live up to the promise of the premise? Oh, it's this necromantic family, she's raising her father, it's a terrible threat. Can they ever make the combat difficult enough that it will actually live up to that proposition? I'm not sure that it's possible. They can certainly do better. What wax? Leg wax. I was just being silly. Moose is genuinely like, what? I'm just messing with you, buddy. But yeah, that is weird. It just suddenly got really, really warm in your room. I think it's quite a common thing for men to have a faster metabolic rate than women, on average. So we tend to run a little bit warmer, and we just feel, I don't know, 1 degree, half a degree warmer
You three may enter.
than
Speak with your friend.
the average female who's in the same room as us. Now, this is the thing we've all seen working in office environments, right? That men will turn up the air conditioning nice and chill so it's a comfortable temperature, and the women in the office are freezing or putting on jumpers and stuff. I feel like Maya and I have this, but it's more like a 5-degree difference. Obviously, I exaggerate. That's massive.
Is matched in measure only by the length of your journey. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you, the Ansei wards have been recovered.
Hurrah!
You have accomplished a heroic feat today. Return the Ansei wards to their rightful place, the Impervious Vault.
Let's go. And I believe this is the end of the Alikir storyline. So we are one more zone down. Or we will be shortly.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's often a struggle, Moose. I feel your pain. I'm often like really, really warm sitting here in the room, and I just crack a window and Maya turns around and says to me, "Are you insane? I'm freezing over here." And we're just like, how is this possible that we have such radically different perceptions of temperature?
Without first being an impeccable judge of
At what temperature do you stop wearing shorts? Pretty much
palace
never.
But I trusted you immediately.
It probably doesn't
You have
help.
proven that
My
my
dad's
faith
always
was well
cold. Oh,
placed.
okay. I mean, that changes as we age as well. Don't know how old your dad is, but I know that old people get colder much more easily. But then it also varies from person to person. But I'm a shorts all year round kind of guy. It has been an honor, Your Majesty.
Come, though. This is an historic day. We have strengthened the seals on the impervious vault. Your friends and many others have gathered to witness the return of the Ansei wards to their rightful place.
Whoa, it's Dark Metal. Hey, it's a bit late, but I'm here now. Hey, welcome on in. And thank you so much for the sub. That brings us to... Hang on. We were at 8 out of 10 earlier, I thought. I guess we were at 6. I must have misread it. Whoops. But that takes us to 7 out of 10 for the day. Wow, that's amazing. Dark Metal, welcome on in. Lovely to have you here. How's your day been? We're just talking about... It's not universal, but it's fairly common. It's a, thing where guys get too warm in a room. Well, women who are in the same room are feeling way too cold. And like how to navigate that in a way which keeps everyone happy and which is polite. I've been in workplaces where it's like, no, just put on a sweater if you're cold. We can't expect people to be sitting here too hot or to be stripping off because they're too warm. So no, the people who are too cold need to wrap up. Simple as that. But I'm not sure it's that simple. I will restore the wards. Dark Metal just woke up. Wow. In about an hour trying Dreadsail Reef Veteran. Oh man, I wish I could be there. That sounds like fun. I genuinely wish we had more time, more days in the week. I would gladly just do trial after trial with you guys, just wherever people wanted to go, whatever gear they needed, whatever. I've done this as a DD 100 times. I've never tanked Rakat hard mode. Let's go. I love doing stuff like that. It's why we have a guild, and I wish we could do it more. But sadly, it takes a lot of time and doesn't earn us anything, whereas at least being on Twitch earns us a little bit. Here we go. These are cool moments. I feel like ESO tends to do these moments generally quite well, even though we don't have enough people to really make it feel grandiose. It's still a nice moment. Nice.
The wards are restored, and so are we. We can again maintain vigil over the
I would have
living
thought
and
the
dead,
difference in fat
and
distribution
ensure
would
that
make
both
them warmer, but I'm not a
adhere to
rocket
the
surgeon.
divine laws of Tuatha.
Yeah, same. Also not a
Has not gone
a brain
unnoticed,
scientist. But as far as I'm aware, it's to do with metabolic rate. Men generate, generally, it's like the typical thing. It's not everyone. But generally, men generate greater heat through a faster metabolism. And that's enough to make that slight difference. I think it only takes half a degree to make the difference between just right and too warm, or just right and too cold. Doesn't take much. It is finished then?
For us, it is never finished. But for you, your road leads elsewhere. You have done for Alikir far more than many others would have. You have fought bravely, sacrificed honorably. You have acted as an Anse would have.
Where do I go now?
Your path is your own, but be assured, Tuatha has blessed you. And wherever you go, the gods will be with you. Remain steadfast, mortal, and may you come safely to your journey's end.
Thank you.
Today is a good day, my friends. Our sacred guardians are restored.
Oh.
The specter of undeath threatened our kingdom.
To think, my magic and necromancer saved the Alikir desert from necromancy.
Of our honored ancestors. Now, though, the spawn of Satura are dead, and they will remain.
Gilly-chan, I see. Yeah, 74 next month.
Hand is scattered.
Praise Ruptga!
Many of you already know this, but all this was accomplished only because of this one who stands here before you. The spirit of Divad.
Galantax, I'm doing High Isle main quest, and at some point, I need to use a disguise to go on when my follower, just as she is. That's funny when that happens, yeah.
All hail our great protector. All hail the hero of the Alikir.
No, they're not really hailing me.
In addition to the public praise,
Sag,
I must
hooray
add
for
my
Khan.
own private words of appreciation, Wayfarer. You not only saved
You're welcome.
in honor of your selfless dedication, your unwavering courage, and the incredible service you have done the kingdom. I have a gift. This was one of Sentinel's greatest treasures. Now it is yours. I know you will use it well.
Nice.
It may seem
And here we go. There's the Vector quest. Tragedy at Bankurai. What's happened?
King Eamond is dead, killed by the Reachmen. They have long sought to reclaim northern Bankurai, and the war in Cyrodiil has given them the perfect opportunity. I'm told the Reachmen march on Evermore even now.
Thoughts on Alikir? I know it's hard to judge. You guys weren't playing. I skipped a bunch of stuff. You know, we just did the main stories, and we skipped some dialogue and some flavor here and there. But I actually thought that was pretty good. It just wasn't as good as Stormhaven or Rivenspire.
Of course, King Eamond had a stable boy who kept me informed. But I've heard nothing since the king's death.
Uh-oh. How do I get to Bankurai?
Most of the Buellsay River shipping has been commandeered for the war. So I suggest you take the bridge from Stormhaven. Or if you prefer, there is a more expedient way. Gabrielle can open a portal. You can be in Evermore within the hour.
Gabrielle, do it. There she is.
Did I overhear correctly? Fahara
Dark
asked
Metal.
you to go to Evermore?
Hey, Galantax, if you use
Sounds
disguise
like
you
that place is
previously
shaping up
used
to
on a
be a real
companion,
trouble spot.
some
I wish I
facial
could come
pattern
along.
details
The
can
guild's
get
got me doing
removed
something
on
else.
Ember, for example.
Probably not nearly so interesting.
Really? Wow, that's good knowledge and a weird sounding bug. Could you open a portal to Evermore, please, Gabrielle?
Of course. That's a big city, though. Wouldn't want to drop you on top of some unfortunate merchant. How about the bridge right outside the gates? I've heard the Reachmen are at the gates. But that could just be a figure of speech.
I'll take my chances. Let's
One
go.
portal to the gates of Evermore right here for you. Good luck.
Hey, Deadeye 985216. How's it going? That's like a Beverly Hills 90210 type situation. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. And here we are, Evermore. That was quick. Like the Alikir story, but dislike the town quest of Bergama. Fair enough, we didn't even get to that. we were just doing the main stuff. But it's better than I remember. And someone else said when we started, sorry, I forget who that was, said, I find Alikir a bit boring. I definitely didn't find it to be that. There are enough interesting characters, not enough Tim Russ for my liking. One last time.
What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
But thank you so much for joining me in combing the desert with Tim Russ himself on voiceover duty. And with that, I think it's time we switched over to The Witcher. For those who wondered what the fuck was that, that is because Tim Russ, also known as Tuvok from Star Trek Voyager, was he's the guy, obviously in that clip, combing the desert, saying, "We ain't found shit." It's a very famous moment in his career. But he was also in the Alakir story. He voices quite a few of the Red Guard male characters in that zone and in Bankurai. We spoke to at least one of them, which was a lot of fun. And now, as we speak, I'm firing up The Witcher 3, and we're going to try to pick up on some of the things we talked about yesterday with the first Witcher game. So please do stick with us. I know some of you might be here to see ESO stuff, but it's really, really awesome. It's a real vote of confidence when a streamer switches category and people don't leave immediately. So yeah, if the stream sucks, by all means, go and look after yourselves and find something better to watch. But if it doesn't suck completely, give me a chance, and we're going to talk about what makes this game the classic that it is. Why is Galaxy not starting? There we go, thank you. Witcher 3, now came for Ninja Pulls. Alright, Dark Metal, appreciate it. Yeah, Witcher 3. So we were playing the first one yesterday, and once I remembered to turn up the draw distance and everything, I think you'll agree it's a really, really beautiful game. The voiceover was there, the atmosphere was all there, the combat was not there, and when you're talking with NPCs in the first Witcher game, it does feel a lot like you're navigating a menu, right? It doesn't feel very compelling or character or story driven. It just doesn't. That's just me closing Discord. All right. We should be good. Well, here we go. Witcher 3, many of you have played it. Many of you absolutely love it, I'm sure. It is considered a classic already, and it's only 10 years old. But it's such a huge achievement. Unlike Cyberpunk, which had a really dodgy launch, and which then had to ingratiate itself to gamers and the industry everywhere. The Witcher 3 was just a slam dunk pretty much from the get-go, and they've only made it better and better over time. So here we are. We started yesterday's Witcher 1 glimpse in a cornfield.
You a refugee from Velen? You look off.
So I thought I'd do the same here. Immediately, like obviously the level of detail, the graphical fidelity. Witcher 3 wasn't exactly a flawless release. No, but the game didn't, reviews didn't suffer. Like, the game worked. It's not comparable to Cyberpunk in that regard. So yesterday we spawned in the middle of the cornfields, and there was a bride-to-be whose sister had cursed her, and she'd become a Noon Wraith under the Noon Sun. Do you guys remember? And here we have the same thing, a field with a Noon Wraith in it. It's not the same lady. But I seem to remember I'm playing on quite a high difficulty here, so we need to think about Moondust to weaken the monster and Spectre Oil, I guess? I'm a little bit rusty. There we go. I think that's all we need. I always love the effect of the oil on the blade. That green glow. Place of power. Drawing from it. Utopian Warrior is still such a better look compared to the Witcher 1 of yesterday. Mind, Witcher 1 does look great for its age. It does. So to kick its ass that roundly is a real achievement. You're absolutely right. Just realised I don't have my UI visible. Where'd she go? Where the fuck did she go? I was all ready for a fight, man. Oh, there we go. Spectre oil, there we go. And the combat is so much more fun. It's just so much more interesting. Combat was like the weakest thing in the OG for sure. And it wasn't terrible. Oh, I didn't use the bomb, did I? Shoot. Don't forget to use the moon dust. How's the volume? Is that too loud? Seems like it might be a little bit loud. Master volume, maybe down to 80. Combat was a struggle, both 1 and 2. I think they tried something interesting in 2, but this is where they nailed it. But the interesting thing for me is actually how much stuff they already had. They had the source material, they had... Nice. I keep trying to press R to loot all. They had the source material, they had the atmosphere, and by which I mean, you know, the design of the place. What is this world going to feel like? They already had that down, like, in a beautiful way. It's harder to do than I think we gamers often give it credit for. To decide how to pitch the tone of the world that you're in. How realistic do you make it before it gets dull and uninteresting? Because Morrowind, for example, or any Elder Scrolls game, everything is packed together in a way which makes it feel a little bit like a theme park. But if you were to make it realistic, then it would be like Cyrodiil in ESO, where everything is a bit too spaced apart, and it becomes known as Horse Simulator, you know? But you can jump in The Witcher 3, exactly. Maunos, the inventory situation is a bit better in 2, but I actually like the way the quest log was in 1 over 2. Okay, interesting. So we've got some connoisseurs here with us today, I appreciate that. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we are... Oh, we should... Not H. Again. This is not the right button. We should call our beloved Roach.
Let's go.
Obviously, the tech. It's one of the things CD Projekt are very famous for. Is for always being at the cutting edge of stuff. Just want to check, I have ray tracing on. Yeah, I do. I guess you can't really tell unless it's been raining. Also, the dice poker's constantly pissing me off. I just want my Gwent. I thought the dice poker was okay. It would never have occurred to me to mind. But yeah, Gwent was superior. Massively so. Okay.
Oi, why there? What for? Life kick you in the ass? Had enough?
I just sail back to Bloodlands.
Terrible beast prowls the sewers down that way. Best avoid it altogether.
Hey, Aletario, thank you so much for the sub. Amazing.
Many a ball fighter's gone in and never come out.
Dark Metal, yeah, bit of a shame they won't be using their engine anymore.
What's another
Yeah, I hope we won't. I hope that won't be a downside. I really do. Because their tech game has been excellent.
The knight from the fairy tales. Did he have white hair or a white horse?
Alright, here we go. So we've been asked to go down here. This is after the main story. This is early on in the first expansion, Hearts of Stone. So no spoilers ahead for anyone who's worried. Oh, I never played The Witcher 3. We are just having a look at the game, celebrating what we love about it, talking about it. And, yeah, trying to put our finger on what makes these games great, what makes them sing. I'm as interested in that as you guys are. I don't have the answers, necessarily. Alright, so we've got drowners here. Necrophage oil? It's been like 3 years since I properly played this game. So, yeah. We could probably use cat as well, couldn't we? That lets us see in the dark.
Come on.
Lovely. The animation, just slicing him in half. That's a lot of potions. Yeah. Hey, WitcherCon! Alaterial, thank you so much. 6 months in advance at Tier 2. That is an amazing show of support. We really, really appreciate it. So grateful. I hope you enjoyed The Witcher 3. How many people are going to install this and play it again after this, I wonder? And hey, Eggbirds, how's it going? Maunos, I really don't like, or I don't know, let me read that correctly. I really, really don't like how in The Witcher 2, there's a chance your dice will just fly off the board. Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about. I thought that could happen in the first one as well. Is that not right? Maybe that's a false memory. Or maybe it was just much more likely to happen in the second game. But I enjoyed the shit out of every single release. I was just so delighted. Because I was straight on the Witcher games. I knew about the novels because, I don't know, I just heard about the first one getting translated. And that was not long before this game was announced, the first one. Like a year or two before. Here we go. The engine looks good but highly unreliable. Yeah, this is a UE5, right? I hear about different games that use UE5 that has multiple issues on multiple hardware. Yeah, people are already getting a little bit disillusioned with it. One of my favorite characters.
What are you doing here?
Trying to save his life. Help me.
Hang on, now it suddenly seems too quiet, doesn't it? Let's have a look. So, voice all the way up. Music can come down. How about that? I've no idea what would be best there. Let's just try that.
Johnny, calm down. He's dead.
I'm sure something can be done.
Let it go.
Egberts, I remember the Heart of Stone expansion was pretty heavy. It does get very heavy. We're in the early bits here. I don't want to spoil anything.
You did all you could.
It's just, I picked a point in the game where we could quickly show all of the things that were amazing.
It's good to see you.
You too. Lost track of you after I left Vizima. Where'd you go? What have you been doing?
Like these interactions, even though we're not choosing what to say, they have a weight to them. In a way, the first one just not at all.
I'm called on to help the army at times as well.
I'll want to hear the long story long too.
Sure. But once we're out of these sewers.
How's the stream been today, Eggbirds? Yeah, pretty good, thank you. Dark Metal, so far so good. Just joined a few minutes ago though, yeah. Just finished teaching for today. And Mario said that never happened in the first. That'll be me misremembering it then.
Why'd they send you down here? Only if it's not confidential, of course.
I need a venom sample from the beast that prowls these sewers. It doesn't just kill those who come down here, you know. The water in so many wells is contaminated. Folk are getting ill. Redanian soldiers among them.
Plan to kill the beast. Bring you a sample of its venom after I do.
Nice of you to offer. But I'd rather go with you. Collect the sample myself.
Creature's dangerous. You saw what it can do.
I'm a big girl, Geralt.
Yeah.
I can take care of myself. And you know I'll get my way, so don't try and talk me out of anything.
Dark Metal, you remember the first game? Did you play the first Witcher?
Your choice.
I can't remember.
So show me where the monster attacked you.
This way.
Hella long nails.
Grating's badly bent.
Yeah, so you remember Shani in that.
A lot of momentum.
I shut it as I fled. The monster must have slammed into it.
Glad it held up. Though now we need to find a way around it.
Is it worth searching outside?
Actually, just hoping the monster's blow weakened one of the walls. Careful, monster might still be here.
Alright, well we've seen drowners in here, so what do we want? We already have necrophage oil. She's one of the few you meet early on. Yeah, exactly. She looks better in this game, a little bit. I really like the character in the books. She's a lot of fun. She's a med student.
Slash wounds made by a blade. No monster did this.
But she's very capable, and yeah, I think she and the Witcher sleep together very, very early on. It's looking pretty fucked up. Alatariel, nice game, really drawn out with all the side quests. 280 hours in Witcher 3, 35 hours in Witcher 2, and 50 in Witcher 1. Nice.
Yes. That's them. Vern,
Yeah, with her grandma. Not her grandma, but yeah, they call her Granny. Exactly right.
Beast doesn't play around, apparently.
They saved my life.
Poor old Granny. Grandma gave me nightmares when I was younger. No way!
Know them well.
Him, I met this
That's
morning,
very funny.
But Vern and I served together at the Battle of Dorian. Miklas only enlisted this Yule.
Sorry.
Yeah, one of the more interesting women he gets to interact with. Like, the sorceresses are all
Down here to collect their
maniacs.
bodies. Give them a proper burial.
She's just a smarty pants who is a little bit doe-eyed and a little bit, she's not naive, but she definitely just wants to save the world, kind of thing. Like a Florence Nightingale type.
What exactly happened?
We came in here and Miklas started looking for tracks. Then drowners attacked. The men made quick work of them. But Franz was injured. His leg. He and I stayed behind. I tried to bandage him up.
Green around the edges.
Then that beast appeared. Niles pushed me.
Yeah, you could say that.
And ran at the monster. I turned around and saw him lying there, covered in a sticky substance. I ran back to get him, then dragged him to where you found us.
Where was the monster?
Miklas and Vern had driven it away from us. And paid dearly for it.
Managed to get a look at what attacked you?
Everything happened so fast. I didn't get
Yeah, Maunus, yeah, I was disappointed it defaulted to Triss as the romance in 2 after I picked Shani in 1 and transferred saves. I mean, yeah, the first game doesn't sort of let you pick in that same way, though, does it? And one of the clever things about The Witcher 2 is when the third one came out, it became clear, a little bit like Doom Eternal.
Think the monster might have dragged him off?
And, like, with what the Doom series has done, they've clearly done stepping stone games where they've known where they were going and have been setting up for some story later.
See if I can't find it.
So all the stuff about Yennefer and Ciri and all that was going to come back in this game.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
I can't get down this way. I'll look for something else.
Ooh, whoops. I'm fucking it up. Let's dance. Cheesy guy. The way the combat system works still kind of blows my mind. It's so good. It's almost like you're an Arkham Asylum type thing where it makes you feel like you're doing a lot more than you really are, but it's still responsive, and you do have quite a lot of control over what the character is doing. But the animations, in the same way that the Assassin's Creed games, of course you're not really doing anything that complicated with the free running, but it gives you a good sense that you are being very skillful in traversing all the rooftops, making all the right moves.
Came to lift a prince's curse, found a hideous death instead.
Triss is a horrendous woman. Dark Metal, CD Projekt really wanted you to romance Triss. Well, you don't really romance her, you just kind of end up together. That's why I think it kind of works. She's sort of a foothold for you to... You know, she's a friend. And then you find out later that, well, she hasn't necessarily been completely as much of a friend as you thought. Is that another drowner? Yeah. They're really fucking big. But yeah, the combat is intensely good, isn't it? Wow. I'd forgotten how great it was. And the fact that I can pick it up and I can still do it with like 3 years not having played the game.
Vern had a key to the grate.
That's a pretty big compliment to the simplicity of it.
Look, it's bronze.
What's left of him, you mean?
What kind of beast would do that?
Yeah, Moose. Wish I could just walk up to people IRL and just ask, Gwent? You can do it, though. Don't think it'd go over too well. People behind me just trying to finish their shopping while me and the cashier play a game of Gwent. Man, I would love that. I guess only the first game had group attack mode. Yeah.
Well, means our monster doesn't attack them. Seems they get along with whatever's prowling the sewers. Some kind of
yeah, they ditched that whole fast, strong, and group style thing. Yeah, I'd love to see that. You'd think a friend would tell you, hey, I know you have memory loss, but you promised your heart to Yennefer. Yeah, she took advantage of you. Yeah, exactly. That's why it is quite a dark... It's quite a dark turn. But if you've read the books, you know how much she loves him, how much she cares for him. And it doesn't make it excusable, but you understand why she's doing it. She just can't help herself.
Interesting.
What?
Franz had a leg wound, right?
Mm-hmm. Just above the knee.
Managed to apply anything to it?
Yes. Some spirit, but that was it. Why do you ask?
Look, half of Franz's leg is gone. Monster must have chewed it off. Other bodies were untouched, except for the wounds they sustained in battle.
Are you suggesting the beast likes alcohol?
Mm-hmm. Mixed with blood.
Lovely.
Doubt we'll learn anything else here. We need to find the lair.
Right behind you.
Brilliant. I love the way it... So much of it is about almost tricking us into thinking we're doing stuff that we're not doing. Makes you feel like a detective. It's very good at pulling you in. I'm a big fan of this stuff.
Shorty, watch out. Move.
Okay, it's always fun when you get down to the last guy, and then you can just have some fun with them. What's Shani doing? That's actually really funny. She's like an NPC in the Elder Scrolls Online, just cringing in the background. Oh no! I managed to kill myself right as I started The Witcher 3 for the first time. I went to the balcony where you start and wanted to look around. Expecting an invisible wall, I wanted to jump onto the balcony railing. There was no invisible wall. Fastest death ever. I bet thousands of players did that. I might even have done that. But thank you for sharing. That's very funny. Well, it's not that way. Oh.
Woman's corpse, soaked in slime. Beast must have left it for later.
This is horrific. This is so fucking gnarly, this place.
Shani, can you get your sample here?
Sure, along with a bunch of dirt, rubble,
I was
and
laughing
drowner
so hard.
droppings.
So
I need a
alcoholic
clean
vampire?
sample. From the lair, that'd be best.
Eggbirds. I was just amazed this ran on the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, man. Is this the way? This is the way.
Watch out. Move.
He always looks so pleased with himself as well, doesn't he, Geralt? But I stand by what I said yesterday, that the first game, even though it was so basic by comparison, it had a lot of the ingredients already. The major... Obviously, there are loads of innovations and improvements, too many to list. But for me, I think it's the combat and the the dialogue, basically, are like the two main things that transform the experience. It's so cinematic, but it doesn't feel like you're just playing a clicker.
Dead drowners everywhere.
Strange. Seems the monster tolerated them.
Alright, here we go.
Close, I guess.
Was the roach quest real or just drugs?
Slime everywhere, and that stench. This has to be the lair.
Well, it was an enchantment, wasn't it, that allowed him to do that? Great developers. I hope they can get UE5 to run, UE5 to amazingly... Sorry, you know what I mean. Run so amazing like the Red Engine.
All the tunnels and corridors converge here.
What now?
There's still plenty they can do to work in partnership with Unreal.
We don't even know what kind of monster it is.
But we do know it likes a blend of blood and liquor. Just so happens I've got some alcohol on me.
Of course he
I
does.
hope you don't plan to cut yourself or...
Relax. Plenty of bodies. I'll use one of them.
Maunos, I need a paper bag after watching you leaving all those plants and monster loot behind. Yeah, well, I'm not doing a real playthrough, am I? I'm just doing it for stream. You guys don't want to see me do that.
Hope so. But I'd still like to get some pure venom.
But yeah, I know what you mean. I'm a loot magnet in every game.
Still an antidote? No use for it once the beast's dead.
Not true. I have a few poison patients on hand. Besides, I can study the venom, test it.
But I'm sorry, Maunos. Sorry for triggering you. I'll do my best.
I'll get to work.
I doubt I'd be much help in the fight, but you might need me afterwards. I'll look for a hiding place.
You'd be better off waiting for me up top, or back home.
But...
No buts. Wait in the passage for now if you have to, though I'd rather you didn't. But when the monster shows you, run for the surface.
Fine.
Sean, look at me. Promise you'll stay out of it.
I promise.
Good.
Yeah, they did a great job with her.
Careful, Geralt.
But loot! We want to see you loot! Utopia. And we'll make some sidekick comments like, I hope you don't go through my pockets like that when I'm sleeping. Is that an ESO companion thing? I wouldn't know. I have to go and get one now because it was a sub-goal. And you guys hit it. Moose, it's an enchantment. I thought it was drugs. Maybe it's the latter. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But I want to say that wasn't in the original release. Was that added after Blood and Wine? Oh, the sound, the Foley is grim. Oh, it's from Fallout London? Alright. It's a very ESO companion type of line though, isn't it? It was with one of the DLCs, alright, yeah. I thought it was like a patch after Blood and Wine. Also, he's carrying not good alcohol. That's hilarious. Yeah, right. Geralt the Litterer. I mean, look at where he is. He's in a freaking sewer. You give the guy a break. Once again, it's a bit of a reveal, but this is not a big story moment. It's just a cool moment very early in the expansion. Honestly, I have no idea how to fight this thing. Jeez. This thing hits like a motherfucker. I've completely forgotten what you were supposed to do. I was thinking I might just reload when we get here. Let's try one more time. It's Zamaja. Yeah. Big frog. How bad do you think that place smells? Oh, yeah. Dreadful. Oh my god, that is thick. Yeah. Honestly, I cannot remember at all. I remember this being a relatively tough boss fight. I also have the difficulty set quite high. Could just do that, couldn't we? Since I'm... Can you change that? Yeah. What kind of a throw was that, Geralt? What the fuck? guessing maybe we're supposed to use Urden. And get it to come over here. Dude, are you not going to come any closer? It does feel a bit like a Dark Souls boss, doesn't it? If I'd thought this through, I would have like looked up how to fight this guy, wouldn't I? What do you guys think? That is funny, but also horrifying at the same time, isn't it? Uh-oh. A little bit too close for comfort. Seems to work best when you attack him in the butt. Apparently we got him. Oh, nice. Dun dun dun, twist. It was a prince the whole time. They got magic, surely fixing the smell should be easy. Yeah. Kiss it and it will turn into a prince. Almost right. Quest where some dude is shouting magic stuff in Swedish took me by surprise. Which one is that? Yeah, the toad isn't stupid. The head would be too big for road chicks. Yeah, it definitely would. Imagine that. The horse is like, fuck you, man. You carry this damn thing.
What's going on?
Ah, he's finally come to. And he can speak human, turns out.
He can speak human.
Started thinking I'd not conversed in common the whole way. Except maybe with my reflection in the piss bucket.
Where am I?
On the Albatross. Or the Fakbarth Oil, as their strange tongue has it. En route to Afia.
Don't remember signing on as a sailor.
Oh, you didn't, mate. They dragged you aboard.
No idea on the quest's name, Moose, or what region / character. I'm guessing it's on Skellige if it's Swedish.
Toad in the sewers. Damn it.
He summons a bunch of lightning and thunder and shouts in Swedish.
I guess. Could have killed me on the spot.
Depends how you look at it. I happen to know a bit of a theory. Heard them saying they come here on a mission, dispatched by their king to find their prince, lift his curse. Wagered their honor, and that of their families 5 generations back, that they'd bring him home, safe and sound.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to talk over these bits because they're so good.
So, must think they can save their honor by bringing the prince's murderer back to face the king's justice.
Man, Geralt is cut like a motherfucker, isn't he?
Tried to break out yet?
Used every ounce of charm I got. Nothing doing. Might be my Aetheri's rusty.
My Aetheri's non-existent.
Well, we'll be at sea at least a month. Can teach you something that time.
What's that mean?
Told us to shut up.
There's been a misunderstanding. Can I talk to your captain?
Do you guys want to keep watching this, or would you rather I reload and we can take a look at Novigrad and stuff like that? Yeah, there's an island or place called Undvik, which means avoid. Yeah. In Swedish.
What? What just happened? What did he say?
Said to sit quiet.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff like that in the Isles of Skellige, actually. That might be my favourite place to go, apart from Novigrad. Thought Novigrad was like the first. Obviously, Cyberpunk was some years off, but the city of Novigrad in this game is. It still looks amazing, and to me, it was just unbelievable to finally see an urban environment like that was so relatively believable. I was blown away by that.
Catch some shut eye. Not go on flapping my tongue. Got a long voyage ahead.
I feel like I turned down the effects and turned up the voice. And the effects are louder than ever, and the voices are quieter than ever.
That's what I want.
Greetings, Geralt. Remember me?
I remember. We met in White Orchard. You're...
Haunter Odin, known also as Master Mirror. I helped you find your...
Uh-oh.
We meet again. And it seems you need my help again.
Yeah, this guy is pretty fun.
That is, if this slot doesn't kill you first.
How'd you get in here?
Long story, did it bore you? I'd prefer to focus on something more useful, like getting you off this ship.
Dark Metal, isn't he a demon or something, or am I off my rockers? How do you know? You haven't played this.
Oh, more than you'd ever expect.
But yeah, he's a bit of a genie type character. No, not genie.
Right. Can't possibly get something for nothing.
Indeed. When all's said and done, I am a merchant. So, do you want my...
Oh, you saw some playthroughs way back when it released.
It's a deal. Once it's all over...
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously not what he seems. It's not that much of a twist. He's introduced as being...
And I must give you something.
Something... Yeah, like this. He's clearly not just a regular merchant.
What's that? A mark to show we're associates.
Who are you gabbing with?
With no one.
Never liked boats. Not one bit. I heave like devils. Make me stomach churn. In my prime to sleep.
Remember that face. Moose, all the clues and hidden things about him most people don't notice are interesting. Don't remember much now, but I remember seeing a pretty detailed video on him. Yeah, there's definite stuff. And they set it up very well.
to Ophir get us safely, the king's reward will be generous.
What about the prisoner?
Before the king we must bring him. On doing so, my honor relies.
Can't we just bring your king the bastard's head? Like we're doing with the other?
It's funny that it goes to first person, isn't it? Ah, thanks, Dark Metal. Man, what a legend. Oh, now you're in trouble. Oh, we turned the difficulty down way too much. It's now a little bit... too easy. I'll take it back. When are they inventing memory removal pills? Didn't they watch out for a man that scarred? A little too easy dies. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, I didn't know that was a one-shot. I thought we could just dodge through it. Can we not go after him first? Evidently not. What are you supposed to do? Oh, come on. I just want to get back to Novigrad. I just want to get out of the story bit. Moose, I want to replay it, but I remember pretty much everything, and I've done multiple playthroughs with different choices. Then just do it anyway and enjoy it. Or do it when the new one is very much on the cusp of release, you know, when it's a few months away. Can we just use Quen to survive that, or what do you think? Man, this guy's a dick. Can we, what can we do? Ah, fuck it, I can't be bothered dealing with this. This is not what I, fired up this playthrough for anyway. I just wanted to show you guys the sewer bit with Shani and the toad. I thought that was really cool. I forgot about the crossbow. Yeah, you need Gwent to survive. See, this is what I wanted to do. This is exactly the chat I was hoping to trigger. I should go back to The Witcher 3 2. Just started a new BG3 playthrough. Just people wanting to go back to this, to various games that were excellent. I need to do a BG3 at some point. Alright, well, I wanted to check out Novigrad before we finish very quickly. So let's just head down to this. Just to marvel at what an amazing achievement it was. Even, like, by today's standards. It's fantastic. Hey! I guess we'll just hit up Oxenfurt instead. But yeah, what a gorgeous achievement. It's Todd Howard likes to talk about the perfect marriage of art and technology. That's what video games represent when they are really, really, really well made. And I think this one definitely fits the bill. Vishy, hello there! So you're playing one of the best games of all time. That was as advertised. I didn't have time to do a proper look, but I'm trying to... I'm trying to convince people that a lot of the ingredients for the greatness of this game were already laid down in the first one. You know, the attention to detail, the atmosphere, obviously the source material and the way they decided to represent it within the world. The video game, rather. But a lot of what makes this one the classic that it is just a continuation of that attention to detail, clever writing, much cleverer writing, frankly, than in the first game. And the combat, the two key components are the fact that the combat feels great. It's definitely, you can make criticisms of it, but it feels dynamic and fun, and it has a greater sense of realism, and it's more fun at the same time. It's like the perfect combo. And also the dialogue. It feels a lot like navigating a menu in the first Witcher game. And to some extent the second one as well. But they managed to make it way more cinematic and interesting in this. I just like thinking about these things that make the game more or less effective, you know? Gonna replay The Witcher 3 to get ready for The Witcher 4. Yeah, I'll do the same in a couple of years when The Witcher 4 is actually coming out. And a meow for good measure. Appreciate it. Fortunately, never played the first two. Well, the first Witcher remake is coming. We don't know when, but it might be as early as next year. It's been in the works for a long time. I think 2022 was the last time we heard about it. So, I mean, how long could it take them to finish? It's not being made by CD Projekt. It's being made by... oh, another studio whose name I completely forget. But... it is coming, so maybe if you never played the first one, that would be a good way in. Great news is it's not by CDPR, but it is being done with them. It's just they're not, you know, that's not their thing. They make new games. They probably wouldn't be the best placed to make a remaster like that. But yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out. That time just flew by in The Witcher 3. Wow, I thought we'd have time to do a little bit more. But that was a nice little showcase, a nice little reminder of all the different components. Exactly. The exploration, the story, the combat, the characters. Yeah, the only thing we didn't really touch on, which really matters, is Gwent. But man, you could lose yourself in this game pretty easily. And many of us did for a little while. So I really appreciate you guys sticking with me when I hop around between various different games. There are some different ones coming. Tomorrow we're going to do Cyberpunk, day 3 of our CD Projekt appreciation. Oh, Vishy, wow! No way! Oh, that's so kind. What a way to finish. Now I'm sad I can't stream for longer. But unfortunately, I do have to go. I've got places to be. I've got to go get Maya. We've got to go shopping. Various things to do. But, oh man, thank you so much for the support. Everyone today. Raptor Bro, if you're still here. Massively appreciate it. It's been unbelievably good fun. Just to hang out with you guys every day. You're such lovely people. And I really appreciate all the patience you have with me and with Maya and with us trying to do something interesting and different and figuring out how to do it right. I was just here for 5 minutes, but thank you for showing The Witcher 3. Yeah, I know, Vish. Oh, you're a Cyberpunk fan as well, right? So swing by tomorrow. We'll be doing some more Elder Scrolls Online, followed by Cyberpunk. And Maya is going to be here with us all day. I think she's going to be here for the entire stream tomorrow. So, woohoo! That's going to be awesome. And we're finally going to get to do that Doom Eternal Nightmare playthrough that I've been promising. Maya asked me not to do it today because she wanted to see it. She wanted to be there laughing at me when I die. So, that's happening. Maya's going to be here. Let's raid off back into the Elder Scrolls. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, just give me a moment. Who shall we raid to? I haven't actually seen who's online yet. But yeah, please come back again tomorrow. And yeah, we had a couple of people subscribing for several months in advance today, taking advantage of the fact that it's cheaper at the moment. I mean, that is just an amazing thing to see. We really, really appreciate it. And that is ultimately exactly what this is for. Hey, Spantifical. Let's raid... In fact, Kamul seems to be online. Could that be right? Oh, he's starting soon. Fuck it. Let's raid Kamul. He may not be there yet to see it, but he'll be starting in a few minutes. You guys are going to have a ton of fun. He celebrated his 1 year on Twitch yesterday. So please make a lot of noise when he gets there. But Laura, thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out. Always amazing company. Most likewise. Tomorrow's so far away. Gilly, thanks for the stream. I see Spantifical online. Yeah, Span's online. I was just looking at her. Haven't raided Kamul in a while, though. So we're going to go there. And the fact that he's just starting. Let's raid on over. He, like I said, he isn't there at the moment, but hang around. Give him a follow. The guy's a ton of fun. And I'll be doing more RP PvP. I will see you guys tomorrow. Look after yourselves. And remember, you're the best. And we really, really appreciate everything that you do. Whether it's sitting through ads, commenting, being hilarious and fun. All the rest of it. Take it easy. Or see you tomorrow.